508. Huang country was a small country in the north, a barren land. Everyone in the court was poor, to the extent that the king could not send officials to worship the 5 mountain deities on time. Therefore, there was the saying that the officials of the 2 departments of rights and civil affairs did not go up the mountain. Perhaps it was because the imperial court did not respect the 5 mountain deities enough. In addition, the local ancestral temples were sparse, and the incense was not abundant. Demons often caused mischief in the countryside of Huang country. Therefore, there were often enlightened masters and eminent monks from other countries who traveled the mountains and rivers to save the people from disaster. It was just that these experts who were quite good at eating had never been able to enter the doors of Huang country's true influential officials. Later on, they simply bypassed the capital to avoid being rebuffed. At the border pass between this Huang country and the Silver Screen country in the south, a white-clothed scholar wearing a bamboo hat handed in a customs clearance document and entered the border city. After strolling around, he sat on a bamboo chest under a market's overpass, nibbling on the scallion pancake he had just bought. He was with the local people and a few traveling merchants who did not do much business, listening to the storyteller narrate some strange stories. The storyteller was old, 70 years old, but unexpectedly, he was full of vigor. When he opened his mouth, his voice could shake the heavens. His spittle was flying everywhere. He said that an extremely ferocious great demon had previously appeared in Buyao Prefecture. It entrenched itself on the mountaintop. Once night fell, it would transform into black smoke and sneak into the prefecture city, specializing in abducting young virgins. The authorities simply could not stop it. In the end, an old enlightened master who was invited by the prefectural governor to set up an altar and perform a ritual summoning a thunder technique. In the middle of the night, when there were few stars, there was suddenly a torrential downpour and thunder. The great demon was hiding on the mountaintop where the miasma overflowed. With a bang, a bolt of lightning struck deep into the mountain. Afterwards, a bold woodcutter followed the commotion into the mountain to take a look. It was actually a large snake, as thick as a well, that had been struck to death by the bolt of lightning. It was just a pity for those virgins. In the valley, skeletons were everywhere. The listeners all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hair stood on end, and a chill ran down their spines. The traveling scholar wearing a snow-white long robe was also startled like the others. Ding, ding, dong, dong. A listener took the lead and tipped the storyteller. Behind him, the others took out their wallets one after another and threw some copper coins into the big white bowl. The storyteller glanced at the harvest in the bowl and stroked his beard with a smile. It was enough to buy 2 pots of wine. In the end, the storyteller went on to say that there were also demons causing trouble in Yu County. They were lawless. Unfortunately, the governor of this county was a miser. He had no connections and was unwilling to hire enlightened masters or immortal masters to come down from the mountains to subdue the demons. The people of Yuhu County were really pitiful. They were harassed until they were in a complete mess. Fortunately, although the demons were unscrupulous, their cultivation was not high. They were far inferior to the snake demon of Buyao County that was killed by the heavenly thunder. Otherwise, it would have been a tragedy. What the people liked was liveliness. There was a man who asked about the origins of the demons in Yuhu County. The storyteller told him tirelessly that there was a white-clothed hanged ghost in the county city who liked to scare the night watchman. He would knock on people's doors in the middle of the night so that no one dared to go out at night. There were also foxes and rabbits that appeared in the deserted tomb. There were often flirtatious women who liked to seduce men and absorb their essence. There was also a group of ferocious and malicious ghosts that chased away the monks in the temple and took over the nest of the magpie. There was also a young girl in green at the ferry who used the river as her residence and stirred up trouble. Some people did not believe him. They said that Silver Screen Country and Huang Country had always been peaceful. They had not seen demons or demons for hundreds of years. Why would they suddenly appear now? Could it be that they were fellows who had nothing better to do and were purposely pretending to be gods and devils to cheat people of their money? The storyteller blew his beard and widened his eyes. He said that he had seen the corpse of the snake demon of Buyao County with his own eyes and the pale face of the green-clothed water ghost at the ferry. The audience sneered and did not believe him. The old man looked around and finally saw the white-clothed scholar who had just finished eating the scallion pancake. He pointed at him and said, "This scholar who traveled far away must have read a lot and is knowledgeable. Ask him if there are demons and demons in this world. Even if you haven't seen a scholar with your own eyes, what you've heard counts." Everyone looked at the young man wearing the bamboo hat. That person shook his head and said, "I've never seen or heard of one." Boos rose from all directions. When the storyteller saw that things were not going well, he quickly put away the big white bowl and packed up his stall. Damn it, there was no good scholar. It was fine if he did not promote money, but he did not even know how to promote a person. One look, and one could tell that he had no hope of passing the imperial examinations. Once the stall was packed up, the audience dispersed. The storyteller glared fiercely at the scholar who had traveled far away from home. Chun Pingon smiled and stood up. He carried the bamboo box on his back. The sword Immortal Blade Strengthening Gourd and Jade Bamboo Fan had already been placed into the box. He only had the green mountain traversing staff in his hand. Along the way, he had finished refining the mountain traversing staff. At the same time, he hid a few ordinary yellow paper talisman in his sleeve. They were the Yong Qi lamp lighting talisman, dust cleansing talisman, and talisman barrier breaking talisman. These were the common introductory talismans from the true alchemy works. Chun Pingon walked to the old man's side and said, "Old mister, I'll treat you to a drink. Do you want a drink?" The storyteller glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He looked weak and did not look like a bandit. It was just that the road of Jianghu was not easy to travel. Heaven knows if there was a shallow puddle on the road that would cause people to sprain their ankles. So even if he was really hungry, he forced himself to swallow his saliva and refused with a smile, "No need, no need. I appreciate this young master's kindness, but I still have to hurry on my way to pass the border and go to the Yinping Kingdom to make a living. The inns in the city charge money like they're slaughtering pigs. Sleeping on the streets will cause trouble. It's better to pass the border and sleep in the wilderness, regardless of heaven or earth." Chun Pingon said regretfully, "All right, then I won't keep old mister. I'll just treat it as saving a pot of Bai Shan Lu's fly whisk wine." The old man's eyes lit up. The wine bug in his stomach began to rebel. He immediately changed his expression and looked up at the sky. He laughed and said, looking at the sky, "It's still early. There's no need to rush. Let the Kong Fong brothers from the Yinping Kingdom wait for a while. Since young master is so generous, I won't refuse. Let's go to Bai Shan Lu. I haven't tasted the fly whisk wine yet. Thanks to young master, I'll have a good pot of it." Chun Pingon nodded and smiled. "Old mister won't call your disciple along?" The old man was resentful. He turned his head and waved his hand, calling the guy who first threw the money into the bowl to his side. He said in a low voice, "Young master has good eyes." When they arrived at the largest restaurant in the city, the three of them were led to the second floor by the attentive waiter. Chun Pingon ordered a table of dishes and 3 pots of fly whisk wine. The old man waited until the 3 pots of wine were served before he silently took the pot of fly whisk wine that the scholar had placed beside his disciple. He silently placed it in front of him and smiled. "I forgot to tell young master that my disciple doesn't know how to drink. Young master has spent a lot of money." Chun Pingon suddenly said, "Then I'll ask the waiter to take away the extra fly whisk wine. It's 2 taels of silver." The old man hurriedly wrapped his arms around the 2 pots of wine. "Young master, don't be like this. How can you take away good wine when it's already on the table? Isn't that the same as asking a beauty to take off her clothes and get on the bed before leaving? You're ruining the mood. How can you do this?" Chun Pingon opened the mud seal and poured himself a bowl of wine. He asked with a smile, "Old mister, don't tell me you're from the Mengliang kingdom?" The old man shook his head and said, "I'm from the westernmost Qingjing kingdom. I've been a storyteller since the age of 26. I've visited more than half of the dozens of kingdoms. I've been to the Mengliang kingdom once. It's a paradise that's hard to come by in the mortal world. I'm thinking of choosing the Mengliang kingdom as my retirement place. After all, I no longer have any relatives in my hometown and have nothing to worry about. If my disciple works hard and earns real money, after I close my eyes, I can be buried in my hometown." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Then just drink." Chun Pingon could only tell that the storyteller before him was a third-realm Qi refinement warrior. However, this meant that the old man before him was either a wandering cultivator of the lower 5 realms, or his cultivation base was far higher than Yi Yu and Fan Weiran, the 2 paper-thin Jindan cultivators. In the territories of the dozens of kingdoms, other than the 2 masterminds behind the scenes, Yi Yu and Fan Weiran were already worthy of the title of peak cultivators. One day, the spiritual energy at the border of the dozens of kingdoms was rippling like spring thunder. Chun Pingon sensed it and immediately flew into the sky on his sword. He saw an extremely long golden line suddenly appear on the ground and then burn to ashes. It should be one of the great cultivators who had removed the restriction of the divine ability of the prison. It was most likely the mastermind of the kingdom of Mengliang who had obtained the rare treasure of the escort city. As for the other great cultivator, who was only known as Xia Zhen for the time being, he had yet to show up and come looking for trouble. Logically speaking, something was very wrong. Fan Weiran's treasure cave wonderland, Yi Yu's Huangyi City, and all the mountains led by the 2 forces were very likely to be caged birds and fish in ponds raised by this person. There were 2 possibilities for such great losses. First, even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Xia Zhen was currently waiting for him somewhere. Second, Jiang Shangzhen had secretly cleaned up the mess before he appeared in the escort city. Xia Zhen was either dead or had luckily escaped from danger, but his vitality was greatly damaged, and he was unable to deal a fatal blow to Meng Qi. If this storyteller in front of him was really the expert from the kingdom of Mengliang who had specially come to see him, Chun Pingon couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He would just roll up his sleeves and fight. The old man smiled and said, "Why? Does young master know someone in the kingdom of Mengliang? Is it an irreconcilable enemy or a close friend whom you are worried about? If it's the latter, after I finish my tour of the Silver Screen Kingdom, I will travel to the kingdom of Mengliang with my silly disciple in the future. I can help you pass on a message, but..." The old man smiled and stretched out 2 fingers and twirled them gently. Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "There is no deep enmity and no great resentment. The well water does not interfere with the river water. It's just that I admire the heavenly methods of the expert from the kingdom of Mengliang. He is meticulous and flawless. I really want to sincerely invite him to drink a pot of wine. Anyway, the overall situation is already set. It's just like a game of chess. This expert made the first move back then with great strength. He was steady in the middle game and made so many wonderful moves at the end. However, no one understood and helped to cheer for him. Just like the story you told, if the audience was silent, even if you got a big bowl of copper coins in the end, wouldn't it be a pity?" The old man drank a mouthful of wine and said, "Although I don't know what young master is talking about, it sounds reasonable. Then, let's drink?" Chun Pingon picked up the wine bowl and clinked it with the old man's. Then they both drank. It wasn't only good to drink wine with like-minded people. Amidst the glint of blades and shadows of swords, fighting and scheming against each other and seeing each other as enemies, the murderous aura circulating around the wine table and cups was also cultivation. As for the new phenomenon of the small Huang country in the northern lands, the sudden increase in demons was also related to the flood of spiritual energy that flowed into the territory of more than 10 countries from the outside. Without the existence of the thunder pool that intimidated all things, the demons were naturally excited. It was as if snakes and insects were ready to break out of the ground after a hibernation. However, Chun Pingan did not intend to fall out with the expert from the kingdom of Mengliang and the cultivator behind the scenes named Xiaozhen for the time being. Above the Aurous Core stage, the nascent soul stage was still manageable. If he couldn't win, he could still run. However, as long as there was one in the pure jade realm, there was no need for both of them to be pure jade realm cultivators. It would be a huge problem for him. Chun Pingan did not have the right time, place, and people. If the other party really wanted to kill him at all costs with the temperament of the North Continent cultivators, they would definitely not hesitate. In the North Continent, where sword immortals were xenophobic, there were more than 1 or 2 foreign cultivators who had background and backing who had suddenly died. Otherwise, if Chun Pingan was ruthless, he could have used the saint's jade token to keep the spiritual energy flowing upstream like a tide. However, if he used the token across the continent that made Lu Laoqing fearful at the calligraphy lake, it would be a different scene if he used it in the North Continent. It would be a taboo, and it might even cause the entire continent's academy to be disgusted and hold him accountable. Of the 2 people behind the scenes, compared to Xiaozhen, Chun Pingan was more fearful of the great cultivator who was involved with the kingdom of Mengliang. He schemed and planned carefully. There was no need for that person to do anything. He only needed to send 2 of his subordinates to obtain the precious treasure of Escort City. In the end, if he had not broken through the formation at the Dragon Palace of Tsangyun Lake, that golden body martial artist who deliberately acted like a grandson among the chi cultivators of Mengliang Peak would definitely have continued to hide. If he saw Diyu, he would have a rough idea of the situation at the Ghost Hatchet Palace. If he saw the Shaoxi Canal Master and the Lady of Algae Canal, he would have a rough idea of the local conditions and customs of Tsangyun Lake. If he saw Yan Qing, he would have a rough idea of the Treasure Cave Wonderland. If he saw He Lu, he would know the style of Huangmang City. Of course, there would be errors. However, as long as he spent time together and saw more cultivators, he would be closer to the truth. That what-if would become smaller and smaller. Sometimes, he would even be able to see the whole picture. This was referring to the city god of Escort City, Fan Weiran, and Yi Jiao, because they were the heads of their families. The style of their families was often decided by them. One looked up and the other looked down. The 2 added together were like the 2 ends of a vein. Once someone picked up the 2 ends, it would be difficult to escape even if one were to lie low for thousands of miles. The ways of the world were complicated. If one wanted to live an easier life, one could either cover one's head with a blanket and only live by oneself. One could accept the hardships and happiness of one's life, or one could only see and think more. The latter, on the other hand, required mental and physical effort. There was always a higher mountain, even if it was the saints who were overseeing the small world, as if they were the gods. As long as they walked out of their own small world, they would still have to look at the many veins and complicated rules of the world. Being reasonable might not be useful. Knowing the rules was definitely not a bad thing. Was the Lord of the Lake, Yin Ho, reasonable? However, he knew how to find out the rules of others and grasp Chun Pingan's way of doing things. Therefore, on Tsangyun Lake, dark clouds covered the area. Chun Pingan did not dare to kill him. He was afraid that the lake 3 rivers and 2 canals would flood and bring disaster to countless innocent people. Within the Dragon Palace, he was no less deserving of death than Yi Jiao and Fan Weiran. However, He took the initiative to promise that he would be willing to protect the people in the area in the future, repair the fate of the mountains and rivers, and make up for his mistakes. Therefore, the white-clothed sword immortal's fist and sword did not land on his head. Then the storyteller and his disciple wolfed down the food. Chun Pingon only slowly drank the wine in his bowl and did not move his chopsticks. The storyteller burped and said with a smile, "Young master, you didn't even move your chopsticks and only drank. Are you not hungry at all?" Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Indeed, I'm not hungry. Besides, I think this meal should belong to old mister." The old man said helplessly, "Young master's words are like a bald donkey talking about Zen. It's confusing." Chun Pingon asked, "Old mister, when will you pass and go to the Silver Screen Nation?" The old man smiled and said, "I'm leaving now. I've eaten and drunk my fill. By the way, I've learned some fortune-telling. Since young master has treated me to such a meal, why don't I read your fortune for you?" "Don't worry, young master. I won't take any money." Chun Pingon nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, old mister." The old man took out a few copper coins from his sleeve and casually threw them on the table. He stroked his beard and remained silent. Chun Pingon smiled and did not say anything. The old man gently moved the copper coins on the table with his fingers and frowned. "Young master is kind and is a person with great fortune. However, you must be careful. A blessed person will not land in a place without fortune. The old saying is never empty words. Those who listen should not make sweeping remarks. I think young master can go anywhere in your journey north to Huang country. The only place you can't go is Mount Buhuan, which is over 100 miles away. To young master, that is a place without fortune. There might not be much danger there, but if you really encounter evil spirits blocking your path, new problems will arise. It won't be good in the end." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "All right, I'll listen to old mister and take a detour around Mount Buhuan." The old man raised his head and smiled. "Young master, do you really believe it?" Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Old mister says old words. How can I not believe it? Anyway, I'm traveling Huang country. It's nothing to take a detour." The old man stood up and sighed in admiration. "Then I won't disturb young master any longer. I'll leave first and quickly come out of seclusion." It's always unnerving to reveal the secrets of heaven when it comes to fortune-telling. Chun Pingon nodded. "After I finish this pot of wine, I'll also take a detour north. I won't go to Mount Buhuan to look for trouble." The old man brought his wooden disciple and left House Jade Mountain. Chun Pingon finished the pot of the local specialty, fly brush wine. When he went downstairs to pay the bill, he was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and shook his head. He paid a total of 20 taels of silver, including the wine and dishes. As it turned out, when the storyteller went downstairs, he secretly took away 2 pots of House Jade Mountain's treasure, the 20-year-old wine, saying that a friend sitting upstairs would help him pay the bill. Chun Pingon did not pay too much attention to it because there was no need to guess this person's identity. It saved him one worry. He did not need to be distracted and delay his cultivation. Paying a dozen taels of silver was still worth it. In the end, Chun Pingon really did take a detour around Mount Buhuan. There were many waterfalls on the mountain. It was originally a scenic place for sightseeing. In Mount Buhuan, in a pavilion halfway up the mountain for people to rest, a young man with a green jade belt around his waist had an ashen face. Beside him were Yi Jiu, Fan Weiran, and a woman from the treasure cave Immortal Realm. It was Xia Zhen who had luckily escaped death. Xia Zhen roared, "Old thing, why did you ruin my plans? I already told you clearly that I've already sent a letter to the Great Sword Immortal in the central region. This person is Jiang Shangzhen's partner. Even if Jiang Shangzhen is hiding in the dark, he will still be scared witless and cower. You scared away the bait this time. Once the Great Sword Immortal gets angry, do you really think that you've already refined the innate sword pill and ascended to the upper 5 realms? Are you stupid? I've already sworn that the half-immortal weapon will be yours. I only want the rest of the items on him. Are you still not satisfied? Do you want both of us to get nothing? On a mountain top in the distance, an old man in a scholarly robe smiled. A storyteller and a young man with a wooden expression appeared beside him. Then their figures overlapped and turned into one person. It should be the Yang God True Body and the Yin God True Body traveling together. The old man laughed. Don't use these empty words to scare me. With that great sword immortal's temper, even if he received the secret letter, he wouldn't do such a thing. Fishing? Do you really think that this is a small matter in these dozen countries? Do you need to waste so much effort? The old man was the imperial tutor of the country of Dream Liang. He pinched a messenger flying sword with 2 fingers and gently shattered it. Moreover, that great sword immortal didn't receive your secret letter. Xiaozhen's face was gloomy. He was so angry that he laughed. Are you planning to make me, Xiaozhen, your enemy? The old imperial tutor smiled and said, the spiritual energy in these dozen countries has increased by a lot. It's not a good place, but it's not a bad place either. You and I have been neighbors for many years. You are famous for being difficult to deal with. Although you have hurt your great Tao Foundation, I still can't kill you. It's even harder for you to kill me. We are competing to see who can reach the upper 5 realms first. So, why should I watch you send a message to that great sword immortal's residence in the central region? If that great sword immortal really hates Jiang Shangzhen to the core, and is willing to lower himself to attack a small sword cultivator, you will have such a big thigh to rely on. If that great sword immortal remembers your friendship, I will reach the unpolished jade realm in the future. Xiaozhen, it's a pity that you are flustered and exasperated. You have slowed down the speed at which you devoured the spiritual energy at the border. You have to bring your 3 lackeys to this Mountain Bun Mountain. The mountain-shifting array that you spent 20 years setting up meticulously seems to be useless in the end. Xiaozhen sneered and said, Aren't you here? The old man pretended to be enlightened and said, That's right. I just don't know if the sword pill embryo of mine that I have refined will have a stronger killing power or a greater power against your mountain-shifting array. There will be a battle between you and me sooner or later. Bringing it forward will save us a lot of trouble. Things are different now. You are strong and I am weak. What goes around comes around. Xiaozhen, can't you see the situation clearly? The imperial tutor smiled and shook his head. It's not that I am looking down on you, Xiaozhen. This talisman array can indeed injure him, but it might not be able to trap him. I am helping you rein in the horse that was about to fall off the cliff. Xiaozhen, you shouldn't treat my good intentions as ill intent. Relying on a secret letter that you don't know if it will disappear into the sea, you dared to play some sort of suicidal game with that Jiang Shangzhen. In order to prevent you from catching any clues, I might not be as well informed as you, but I know a lot more than you, Xiaozhen, about some of the things that happened in the past hundreds of years. If you had sent the secret letter to that great sword immortal in the north, I would not have intercepted this flying sword. The old man held back his laughter and looked at Xiaozhen. His eyes were filled with ridicule and pity, because that is a male sword immortal. His beloved daughter was harmed by Jiang Shangzhen and delayed her great Tao. Naturally, he would spare no effort to kill Jiang Shangzhen. However, the one you sent the letter to is a woman. It seems that you are not aware of the grudges between her and Jiang Shangzhen. What she resents is not that she regrets being infatuated with Jiang Shangzhen, like the rumors say. Instead, she hates him for falling in love with someone else and flirting with other women. If she really met Jiang Shangzhen and spouted some nonsense to bewitch him, wouldn't she be afraid that the female sword immortal would turn around and reward you and me with a sword each? That is why you, Xiaozhen, are not a good ally. If that young man's Tao attainment was higher, and he was also a nascent soul cultivator like us, I might have joined forces with him to kill you. As for now, there is no point in saying anything more. I will not fight you to the death. I will exhaust my Tao attainment and allow you to slowly absorb the spiritual chi to recover. According to my divination technique, your nascent soul bottleneck should be 60 years later than mine. Now, it seems like your Tao heart is actually still unstable. At our level, if you still act like a wild cultivator who took advantage of everything in the past, then you'll suffer greatly. Xia Zhen's pavilion was instantly reduced to dust. Yiyu, Fan Weiran, and the second ancestor of the treasure cave immortal realm were all forced out. They hovered in the air with panicked looks on their faces. The old man turned a blind eye to it. In any case, you and I are allies. I concealed my identity in the country of Dream Liang, although I did have some ulterior motives in the beginning. The experience of the mortal world did indeed benefit my Tao heart. Thus, I was able to suppress you in every aspect and always earned more than you. Do you really think it was just a scheme? No. I was the one who grasped the opportunity to reach the nascent soul unification stage before you, Xia Zhen. If Jiang Shangjin was really that person's good friend, why would he purposely leave behind any future troubles? He must have foreseen further than you and I. He calculated that today would happen. Aren't you afraid? I am afraid because this is an open scheme. I am willing to step into the trap and ruin your plans. I will establish my own sect in the future and take action to conquer more than 10 countries. To you, Xia Zhen, this is naturally a scheme. One scheme after another, and every time it will be for naught. I even suspect that this flying messenger sword that I intercepted was purposely left for me by Jiang Shangjin. Ooh. Xia Zhen retracted his aura and smiled. You ruined my plans and even messed up my state of mind. You old bastard, you really have a good plan. The old man sighed. Xia Zhen, truth and falsehood, good and bad. Regardless of my original intentions, I will not purposely stop you from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, I have already taken one step ahead. No, it should be 2 steps ahead. Therefore, when I break through to the upper 5 realms in the future, I will give you another choice. Do you want to escape from this place and continue to be a nomadic wild cultivator, or do you want to become my sect's chief consecrator? Then you and I will no longer have to fight over this land and the great Tao. If we can share both honor and disgrace and be related to each other, wouldn't it be a good story for the North Continent, since we are both spurned wild cultivators? Xia Zhen remained silent. He raised his head and stared at the old man standing at the peak of the mountain. In the end, Xia Zhen smiled and asked, Did you have such a big appetite from the beginning to rope me in to become your sect's consecrator? The old man shook his head and said, Under the upper 5 realms, even if you are the so-called Earth Immortal, everyone will still go with the flow. After I obtained the merit rare treasure, my state of mind is now perfect, so I have such a vision. Therefore, after Jiang Shangjin injured you, he did not have the thought of beating a drowning dog. Otherwise, since I intercepted the flying sword, how could I watch you stay in this mount bun without leaving? Exchanging injury for injury, eliminating the root of the problem. Which wild cultivator would not do that? Xia Zhen's hands pressed down on the slumbering horned green snake, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Then, have you ever thought that I have more than one flying messenger sword? The one you intercepted was just a smokescreen? Did I purposely let you catch it? Why don't you calculate that when Jiang Shangjin returned from the south and appeared at Mount Bun with me, did I calculate that he and the sword immortal of the north would appear together? Ooh. The old man sighed. That's all I have to say. If you want to gamble, then so be it. You, Xia Zhen, have already gambled until your eyes are red. There's no point in saying anything more. Xia Zhen grinned. Yes, I have already gambled until my eyes are red. If you continue to stand here and talk, then don't blame me for slowing down your refinement of the sword pill, even if I have to risk getting injured again." The old man waved his hand. "Forget it. Just treat it as one less unpolished jade consecrator for my sect in the future." Xia Zhen waved his sleeves and said sternly, "Old dog, get lost. Seeing you annoys me." The old man dismissed him with a smile, and his figure disappeared. Xia Zhen stood in the ruins of the pavilion like a caged beast. He walked around in circles and then waved his hands. Dozens of mountains, including Mount Bun, rose into the air as if their roots had been cut by a knife. Xia Zhen controlled the mountain-moving formation. The peaks of the mountains pointed to the ground and hovered upside down before smashing into the ground one after another. Every time they smashed into the nearby mountains and rivers, dust would rise up and cover the sky. The power of every mountain smashing into the ground was astonishing, killing power between Jindan and Yuaning. It was a pity that this mountain-moving formation was an inanimate object. It took too much time and couldn't be moved away. That young sword immortal, who deserved to be cut into pieces, had alerted the old bastard and didn't enter Mount Bun. The majestic mountain-moving formation had become a joke and a decoration that Xia Zhen used to vent his anger on. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, everyone could feel the astonishing sounds of a cow flipping its back. Yi Jin and the other two felt their heartstrings tighten. Xia Zhen was going to uproot the Mount Bun under his feet and drive it into the sea of clouds before smashing it down. However, Xia Zhen frowned. On the ridge road, 2 people walked down. To be precise, 3 people. A man and a woman who looked like Dao companions stood side by side, chatting and laughing. The woman was holding an infant in her hands with a gentle gaze. An extremely long snow-white sword hung from the woman's waist. Xia Zhen already had a headache. As for the man, he sent chills down Xia Zhen's spine. The man complained, Hey, you're disturbing me and Sister G's child. You'll have to make funny faces for a while before you stop." Xia Zhen was really in despair this time. The woman that the man nicknamed Sister G. If she was really the one he guessed, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he risked his life. In the central region of the North Continent, there was a female sword immortal named Li Kai. Her intrinsic flying sword was called Snowflake. Her sword was called Frost Flood Dragon. She was one of the sword immortals who didn't go to Mount Bun with him and was still in the North Continent. To show her respect, the sword immortal was called the Great Sword Immortal. It sounded far-fetched. However, that killing power was real and real. Every sword immortal of the upper 5 realms in the North Continent was a true sword immortal. Cultivators of the pure jade realm, such as the one from the Qianlin sect, were not challenged even by nascent soul sword cultivators. Even if they won, it would be embarrassing. However, if a new sword immortal entered the jade unpolished realm, he would have to fight a few rounds with other sword immortals. If he died, it would naturally be because of his bad luck. If he dared to stand out and take on the title of sword immortal, then so be it. However, if he didn't die, he would be qualified to stand tall in the North Continent. Xia Zhen gritted his teeth and faced the mountain path. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Great Sword Immortally, greetings, Senior Jiang." Jiang Shangzhen smiled mischievously. "Oh, now you know to call me Senior." The woman frowned and said, "If you weren't tactful enough to send a flying sword message to inform me, you would already be dead. You wild cultivator, don't you know etiquette? Change the order." Xia Zhen's head almost exploded on the spot. He said in a trembling voice, "Greetings, Senior Jiang." "Greetings, Great Sword Immortally." Jiang Shangzhen patted the sword immortal's arm. "Don't be like this. Don't you know what kind of person Jiang Lang is? I've never minded such empty formalities." The woman snorted and said, "I'll deal with you later. I didn't agree to go to the Book Slip Lake to help you show off your power." Jiang Shangzhen's expression was calm. He bent down and lifted a corner of the swaddling clothes. He smiled gently and said, Little girl, your new mother is angry. Grow up quickly and learn how to speak. Then you can help your father." The woman's lips curled up, but she suppressed it. Poor Xiaozhen was about to go crazy. Jiang Shangjin turned his head and looked at Xiaozhen. "You're just like me back then. You can fight and run, which is rare and commendable. That's why I spared you half of your life. I thought that as long as I met Sister Chang, you would be a little more peaceful when we head south together, and I wouldn't be too calculative with you. Unfortunately, you're half as good at running as I was back then, but your brain is a mess. That Mengliang country state preceptor told you so many honest things, and he spoke as if you were his own son, but you didn't even listen to a single word he said. I, Jiang Shangjin, have seen many people in your North Continent who begged for death, and helped me fulfill their wishes. However, it's really rare to see someone like you who begged for death in such a way." Xiaozhen said in a low voice, "Senior Jiang, please give me one more chance. This is the last time." Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, "That great sword immortal in the north was really lured over by you. However, we were of one mind and fought against the enemy together. It wasn't easy for us to beat them back. Near the great blasphemy river in the middle, there was a huge riverbed and a huge hole. Now there should be a huge lake. Don't you think it was fun? It must have been hard on him. A sword immortal had to be so stubborn as to hide his identity in order to kill me. Fortunately, Sister Chang was familiar with his sword intent. Otherwise, I, Jiang Shangjin, would not have kept an arm or a leg. In your North Continent, that sword immortal should have killed himself by smashing his head against a tofu block. Xiaozhen, you really don't know when to stop. Take it that I'm scared of you. All right? Master Xiaozhen, I beg you, will you hit me?" Xiaozhen didn't hesitate anymore. There was no way he could be kind. There was a loud bang. Hundreds and thousands of Xia Zens appeared from his real body. They either rode the wind, ran, or burrowed into the ground. As long as he could escape, he could live. This kind of mystic technique had a huge price. Even if it made him more injured, it was still better than being killed by 2 upper 5 realms cultivators. Jiang Shangjin said in surprise, "It wasn't like this last time. Good fellow, you're really worthy of being an immortal in the eyes of these ants. You scared me to death." The female sword immortal beside Jiang Shangjin twitched the corner of her mouth. She pressed her palm against the hilt of her sword. After a soft hum, the sword was still sheathed. Snow-white sword chi rolled over from all directions on Mount Bun. Some were straight, some were winding, and some were floating. In an instant, the world fell silent. Jiang Shangjin stretched out his hand and grabbed a golden core and a small person the size of a grain of rice. He kept them in his heaven and earth microcosm. Then he grabbed the dispirited horned green snake on the ground and kept it in his sleeve. He said in annoyance, so annoying, "I have to earn money and get treasures again." The female sword immortal glared at him. Jiang Shangjin looked at the infant in her arms and softly called out the name he had just given her. He smiled and said, "It's fine, it's fine. I'll give it to this little girl as her dowry." Li Kai looked at the 3 people who were an eyesore and asked impatiently, "What do these 3 frogs at the bottom of the well say?" Jiang Shangjin glanced at the 3 of them. The 3 of them were already kneeling in the air. Xiaozhen was an immortal at the peak of the mountain in their hearts. He died in the blink of an eye. Jiang Shangjin's movements were gentle. He patted the woman's sleeve and said, "Why don't we just let it go? In front of our daughter." As he spoke, a willow leaf instantly passed through Yi Yu and Fan Weiron's foreheads and finally entered Jiang Shangjin's body. He smiled and said, "Anyway, the little girl is sleeping. She can't see." The corpses of the 2 golden core cultivators fell to the foot of Mount Bun. Jiang Shangjin did not even look at them. Was it worth it for me, Jiang Shangjin, to bend over and help them with their tattered belongings, hindering me from earning big bucks? Only the last treasure cave Immortal Realm second Grandmaster was left. She was a Dragon Gate cultivator who looked like a woman. Her body was still trembling and she lay on the ground. The two of them began to travel south. Li Kai was used to this and was not surprised at all. If not for this man with a glib tongue beside her back then, she would have died long ago at the Golden Core bottleneck. Jiang Shangjin had lost half his life that time. This was one of the few loss-making deals that Jiang Shangjin had made during his trip to the North Continent. However, she still did not know why he had done so. It was true that he had liked her back then, but it was just like how he liked other beautiful women. Perhaps he liked her a little more, but there was no reason for him to risk his life for her. All these years, she had always wanted to know the answer. She had even specially made a trip to the Tong Yi continent. However, she did not meet Jiang Shangjin at that time. The old sect master of the Jade Gui sect, Sun Yuan, said that Jiang Shangjin had gone to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land and would not be returning for the time being. The old sect master even helped her scold Jiang Shangjin, saying that such a heartless bastard deserved to die in the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. He said that Miss Shue's eyes were dirty from looking at him too much. He deserved the chaos in the Blessed Land, and almost died there. However, Li Kai also knew that the old sect master was still on Jiang Shangjin's side. He beat around the bush and told her many things about herself, obviously hoping that she would not give up on Jiang Shangjin. However, after reuniting with Jiang Shangjin, Li Kai, who was now a female sword immortal in the central region of the North Continent, did not want to know the answer. Li Kai turned to look at him and asked, "Aren't you going to say hello?" Jiang Shangjin shook his head and said, "I have too much to do with Xiaoliang. Besides, you're by my side. I'm not afraid of trouble, but you're a cultivator here. I can't possibly implicate you." Li Kai smiled slightly. She suddenly frowned and asked, "I saw the heavenly tribulation in the escort city. Even the weaker nascent soul cultivators would be in big trouble. How did you block it?" Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, "What else can I do? I just risked my life. As long as you're sincere, you have to believe occasionally. Man proposes, God disposes. Geography is not as good as heaven's law. That person who pretended to be the imperial tutor of the country of Mengliang did manage to scratch the surface. It's not easy to pry into the heavens in the nascent soul realm, so naturally his future is brighter than Xia Zhen's." Li Kai nodded and agreed. Jiang Shangjin suddenly said, "I heard that you took in an excellent female disciple. Now, she even has a chance to enter the top 10 in the next batch." Li Kai had a strange expression. Jiang Shangjin rolled his eyes and said, "What are you worried about? A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its nest. I only like one person on the mountain. This is the reason why I, Jiang Shangjin, am as fast as the wind and as steady as a pine tree." Li Kai's face was as cold as ice. She asked, "Then why are you asking this?" Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, "I'm afraid that she will repeat the same mistakes. I learned from my master and fell in love with a good man that can't be bought with money." Li Kai shook her head. "That disciple of mine has a firm Tao heart that surpasses mine in the past. She will never like anyone in her life. The saying that a good woman is afraid of a pestering man won't work on my disciple." Jiang Shangjin laughed and said, "You're wrong. I'm afraid that she will pester that good brother of mine." Li Kai sneered. Jiang Shangjin smiled mischievously and said, "Big Sister Li, let's make a bet. If I lose, I'll be at your mercy. But if you lose, will you be the nominal exalted elder of my new sect at Book Slip Lake?" Li Kai nodded. "Sure." Jiang Shangjin's expression was strange. "My gambling skills and luck?" "Big Sister Li has personally experienced it before. Why are you so straightforward this time?" Li Kai smiled and said, "My disciple needs to be in closed-door cultivation for 30 years. Can that young man wander around North Continent for 30 years? Jiang Shangzhen extended his hand and grabbed onto the female, Sword Immortal's sleeve. Good sister, can you let me off this time? Li Kai's expression was desolate. She asked, Can't you only like one person? Jiang Shangzhen smiled. Wait until the day Big Sister Li is one realm higher than me. Li Kai sighed. She used her heart sword to cut off some ripples. Then she went with Jiang Shangzhen to the Skeleton Beach. They took the Hemp Sex ferry to Aquarius Continent. It was said that the bastard beside her was going to a place called Luo Pa Mountain in Dali Longquan County. With the identity of nascent soul realm Zhou Fei, he was going to ask for the title of Exalted Elder. Hearing his tone, it seemed like he might not succeed. Li Kai turned to look at Jiang Shangzhen, who was deep in thought. When he smiled and talked to others, he was asking for a beating. When he was not smiling, he was very serious. It was a pity that the only woman he could not let go of in his life was actually an ordinary woman at the foot of the mountain, and he never touched her. He only watched her get married and have children. Her beauty grew old, her hair turned white, and she passed away peacefully. Li Kai hesitated for a while. Jiang Shangzhen, if you meet the same woman again, will you still like her? Jiang Shangzhen shook his head. Of course not. Li Kai was puzzled. Jiang Shangzhen said slowly, the first meeting in life, the beauty of a young lady in the mountains, the majestic mountains and rivers, the immortals in the clouds, the sun and the moon in the sky, compared to the many similar scenes in the future, it is definitely a different scenery. It is not necessarily how beautiful the first meeting is, but that feeling lingers in the heart and is hard to forget even after 1,000 years. Jiang Shangzhen smiled again. He turned his head. Just like the first time I met Big Sister Li, wearing socks and walking on fragrant steps, holding gold threaded shoes. Li Kai was embarrassed and annoyed. Shut your dog mouth. Jiang Shangzhen said gently, My wife, don't be shy. Your husband's heart is in a mess. Huaihuang Country's Yuhu County. The county city gate was pasted with many notices from the government and wealthy families. They were all about inviting masters to perform rituals in their homes. At the end, most of the notices mentioned that there would be a generous reward. As for the specific amount of silver, not a word was mentioned. Chun Pingon carefully read the notices under the wall. It seemed that the county was quite chaotic both inside and outside. After buying some dry rations and other items in the county, Chun Pingon settled down in that night. Under the night sky, he sat on the roof ridge and drank quietly. As expected, on the streets of the county late at night, there was a snow-white figure flying around. Her tongue was sticking out, and her face was distorted. Her feet were off the ground, and she floated around. However, her evil spirit was weak. As long as it was a house with a door god, she would not go there, regardless of whether it was nurtured by spiritual aura. Now, the county's night watchmen had been replaced by 2 bold young men with strong yang qi. The government had specially rewarded them with a sum of money enough to buy 2 jugs of wine a day. The ghost in white wanted to get close to them several times, but as soon as she got close, she would be pushed back by the invisible yang qi. After hitting a wall a few times, she would leave resentfully. She would go to some poor families in the marketplace to scratch the wooden door and courtyard walls. Some people who were deep in sleep were snoring like thunder, but they could not hear anything outside. Only those who were light sleepers were so scared that they trembled, causing her to giggle. Chun Pingon saw that the ghost did not really enter the house to harm people, so he pretended that he did not see anything. He lay on the eaves and crossed his legs. He took out a folding fan and gently waved it in the wind. The most frightening thing was that the vanes were stretched out, and the 2 ends could not be seen clearly. Once it reached the blue sky and the yellow spring, there would be past and future lives, and the height, front, and back would be uncertain. The most frightening thing was that the branches on the vanes would intertwine, and countless thin veins would branch out. Good and evil would be blurred and intertwined, creating a mess. Especially when the veins were stretched out, it would be nothing more than a matter of fact. The further one looked, the more difficult it would be to see. Just like the ghost who scared people and disturbed people, it was not wrong for any cultivator to kill her. It was also reasonable to accumulate good karma. However, if one looked a little further, the ordinary people around Yuhu County knew that there were ghosts between heaven and earth. In the future, when they wanted to do evil, wouldn't they have to consider the saying that good and evil would be repaid, and that the world was reincarnated? The ghost wandered at night. As long as she did not really harm people, how would one judge whether she was right or wrong? Or why did she hang herself to death? What kind of injustice did she suffer to be able to persist and become a ghost? Chun Pingon closed his eyes and slept all the way until dawn. Nowadays, cultivation was everywhere. Therefore, it did not matter how he traveled or how fast he traveled. Early in the morning, when Chun Pingon left the city, he saw a group of 4 people casually taking down a notice from the government. It seemed like they were going to find trouble with the ghosts who stole the temple. Chun Pingon was a little puzzled. The 4 people were 2 women and 2 men. Their clothes were not bright. They were not pretending to be poor, but they were really not rich. The oldest was a middle-aged man with the cultivation of a second-realm martial artist. The young man should be his disciple, and could barely be considered a pure martial artist. As for the 2 women, they looked like sisters. They were also chi cultivators who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. The spiritual energy in their chi dwellings was so thin that it was almost negligible. If the great cultivator of Dream Liam, who disguised himself as a storyteller, was able to make Chun Pingon see through his cultivation of a second realm chi cultivator, it was actually due to the atmosphere that caused him to be wary. The 4 men and women in front of him were really shallow in their cultivation. It was probably not difficult to deal with the white-clothed female ghost who was floating in the city. However, the temple outside the city was obviously full of ghosts. Moreover, they dared to occupy a temple that was originally quite popular with incense offerings and expelled all the monks. The 4 of them should be very difficult to deal with. If they were not careful and did not have any trump cards to protect their lives, they might even be wrapped up like dumplings in a temple. Chun Pingon thought for a moment and decided not to leave the city. He listened to the whispers of the 4 people who thought that no one could hear them, about how they would first go to the shops in the city to buy more yellow paper to draw more talismans and grind the gold ingot into gold powder. A young girl, whose cheeks were red from the cold, even said that it would be best to ask for a deposit from the government. Then, through the official documents of the county chief, they could go to the city god temple and the civil and martial temple to borrow a few incense items. This way, their chances of success would be greater, and their trip to Jinduo temple would be more secure. The youth grumbled and asked why they did not subdue the fox spirits and rabbit spirits. The 2 rewards from the government and the rich family would definitely be easier to earn, and the risk would not be great. The slender, middle-aged woman softly explained to the youth that once the ghosts of Jinduo temple knew of their whereabouts, they would only be more vigilant, and it would be even harder to succeed. Chun Pingon listened to the tone of their conversation. They were very serious and did not seem relaxed at all. It was not like the heroic spirit of the man who took down the notice. Chun Pingon left the city and went to Jinduo temple that was 30 li away from the city. Then he stopped at a roadside pavilion about 7 or 8 li away from Jinduo temple. He rested there and waited. Outside the pavilion was the gurgling stream by the mountain. He waited until noon before he saw the figures of the 4 people. Chun Pingon did not wait for them to come closer and began to walk towards Jinduo temple. He carried the bamboo box on his back and held the mountain walking staff in his hand. He slowed down his pace like a weak scholar walking with difficulty. The 4 of them quickly caught up with the white-robed scholar. When they brushed past each other, The man in the lead held a large incense tube in his hand. He glanced at the person and quickly retracted his gaze. The seemingly simple and honest young man grinned, and the scholar smiled back at him. The young man smiled even harder. Even though he had already turned his head away, he did not immediately close his mouth. The older woman frowned, but did not speak. Her younger sister wanted to speak, but she grabbed her sleeve and signaled for her sister not to be nosy. The young girl dropped the subject. However, after the girl with two naturally blushed cheeks walked a few steps, she could not help but turn her head and ask with a smile, "You scholar, are you going to Jinduo Temple to burn incense? Don't you know that all the people in Yu County are not going? Are you going to be the first to burn incense?" The scholar wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a deep breath. He smiled and said, "I just came to Yu County. I have a friend who is familiar with the monks of Jinduo Temple. He said that he can stay there and study. It's peaceful and doesn't cost any money." The young girl was about to speak when her sister pinched her arm. The pain caused her face to scrunch up. She turned her head and whispered, "Sister, it's broad daylight. There won't be any ghosts from the temple nearby to spy on us. If this scholar follows us to Jinduo Temple and we fight with the ghosts, should we save him or not? Wouldn't that be harder? Anyway, if we don't save him, even if we kill the demons and earn money, my conscience won't be able to live with it. I want to inform him so that he won't throw away his life in vain. Of all the places to study, he just had to go to the ghost cave. Seriously, with his terrible luck, I can tell that he won't be able to pass the imperial examinations." Her elder sister sighed and flicked the girl's forehead with her finger. "Speak as little as possible. Since you've stopped the scholar, you can't be willful anymore. You have to listen to me on this trip to Jinduo Temple." The young girl was overjoyed. She slowed down her pace and walked side by side with the scholar. They were getting further and further away from the three people in front of them. The young girl's first sentence was very clever. "Scholar, are you married? What do you think of my sister's appearance?" The scholar, who was traveling abroad, laughed and said, "Miss, please don't joke around." The young girl suddenly laughed. "I'm just teasing you." Then the young girl put on a serious face. "What's next is not a joke. Jinduo Temple is very dangerous now. A large group of evil spirits appeared out of nowhere and chased away the monks in the twilight. Even an abbot who knew a little about Buddhism died on the spot. There were also many monks and pilgrims who couldn't escape in time. They have occupied the temple and will eat people. So you don't have to go. There's not a single bald monk in the temple right now. I'm really not trying to scare you. If you don't believe me, you can go to the county capital and ask around. If I'm lying to you, you'll just have wasted your trip. But if I'm not lying to you, won't you die in vain in a foreign land? How will you pass the imperial examinations and bring honor to your family?" "Ooh," the scholar asked, "then how will you burn incense?" The young girl stomped her foot. "Can't you see that we're capable people who can subdue demons?" The scholar was stunned for a moment and laughed. "How can there be demons and ghosts in this world? Miss, don't lie to me." The young girl and the man in front looked at each other and shook their heads. The young boy even twitched the corner of his mouth. Only the young girl with red cheeks was a little anxious. "My sister said that you scholars are stubborn, and it's hard to change your mind. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll knock you out with one punch and then leave you at the pavilion. But this is also dangerous. If one or two ghosts escape at night and they smell humans, you'll still die. You stupid goose who has studied too much. Hurry up and leave." The scholar said foolishly, "I'm starving now, and I don't have enough money. I really can't make a trip back to the county capital. I'll take a look outside Jinduo Temple. If there's really no pilgrims or monks, I'll immediately turn around and leave." The young girl sighed. "My sister said that those ghosts with high cultivation can use their supernatural powers to cover the sky with evil spirits and black clouds to hide the sun. How will you run then?" The young girl shouted to the front, "Sister, I better bring this stupid goose back to the county capital first. If worst comes to worst, I'll run faster and definitely reach Jinduo Temple before nightfall." Her sister angrily said, "We chose the time in advance because we were worried that the ghosts in the temple would appear during the day, so we put as many talismans as possible. Once that group of evil spirits and fierce ghosts can control the dark clouds to envelop the temple, without you, what are we going to do? Do you want to collect our corpses after this? Have you forgotten about the previous incident?" "Oh," the young girl replied, unhappily. She hung her head dejectedly and said to the scholar, "Scholar, let's go. We don't know each other, so there's no need for me to make fun of you. I won't deliberately lie to you that there are ghosts in Jinduo Temple." However, the scholar made her so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. He actually insisted on going to the entrance of Jinduo Temple to take a look. She wanted to reach out and punch him. His kindness was treated as ill intent, but she couldn't just watch him throw away his life. Unexpectedly, the bookworm took a step back. "Miss, don't hit people. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. If I knock you out and leave you alone in the pavilion, and someone steals my bamboo box, will you compensate me?" The young girl turned around and quickly followed her sister. She raised her hand and wiped her face. She felt that there was such a heartless person in the world. She was about to die from sadness. However, she couldn't help but turn around to look. That guy was really following. Just as she was hesitating whether or not she should give him a black fist, he actually stood still and did not move forward. He was not smart when he should be smart, but he was not stupid when he should be stupid. The young girl was about to scold him, but her sister had already grabbed her arm. "Stop fooling around." The young girl lowered her head. Chun Pingon smiled knowingly. It seemed that he had disappointed a good person. He continued to slowly follow behind, and the distance between them increased. The young girl wanted to turn around, but her sister angrily reprimanded her. "You'll only be happy if you kill us, right? Aren't you afraid that person is actually an accomplice of evil spirits?" The young girl finally stopped turning around. She walked with her head down, stepping on a small stone. Her sister sighed. "With your personality, you'll suffer a great loss sooner or later. Have we seen good intentions being repaid with evil spirits along the way?" The young girl made an "oh" sound and didn't refute. In the distance, the white-robed scholar was bored to death. He used his walking stick to move the stones back to their original positions and smiled. "Is that really the case?" As they approached Jinduo Temple, the young girl secretly turned her head. The mountain road twisted and turned, and she couldn't see the scholar's figure anymore. The four of them walked for another mile before their vision suddenly opened up. The young girl said with a serious expression, "We're here." The man nodded. They saw a faint evil spirit moving in Jinduo Temple, but it was very thin and scattered when the wind blew. The girl was puzzled. "It doesn't seem right. Last night, when we looked at the temple from afar, there shouldn't be so little evil spirit." The man thought for a while and said, "This is a good thing. Perhaps the sun is really high up in the sky, forcing those filthy ghosts to hide underground and not come out. It's a good time for us to put up a talisman and pour glutinous rice and dog blood. You guys can set up a formation. At dusk, when the sun shines, we can use a thunderous method to force them out of the ground. These otherworldly creatures won't have the right time and place and will be safe." The young girl nodded. She turned her head and said to her sister, who was eager to try, "Cheer up, don't let your guard down. The otherworldly creatures have endless tricks. If this Jinduo Temple is really a trap to lure the enemy, we won't be able to bear the consequences." The girl's eyes sparkled. "Sister, don't worry." When they arrived at the gate of Jinduo Temple, the girl, whose cheeks were red, jumped on the wall. There were many bones on the ground in front of the main hall. They should be the monks and pilgrims who had died. She quickly threw a yellow paper talisman written with expensive gold powder and stuck it on the lintel of the main hall. The talisman didn't burn at all. After a while, she turned her head and said, "There are no ghosts in the front hall. Uncle Song, you can rest assured and stick the talisman on the gate. After you enter, you just need to scatter rice around the wall." After that, the two sisters began to move like a hare and a falcon like a falcon. They were the first to enter the temple. They pasted ordinary yellow paper talismans on top of the walls and pillars. Only some important places like the main hall's doors and horizontal boards were pasted with those rare and precious talismans that were ground into cinnabar ink. Outside the temple, the master and disciple casually threw away the incense sticks and took out their bags. They took out heavy cotton bags filled with aged glutinous rice and a few leather water bags filled with black dog blood. They began to set up the array from the front hall with great familiarity. When they reached the end of the vast temple, the four of them were safe and sound. There was only a side hall with a closed door. The girls said that the evil aura was very strong, so they worked together to stick dozens of yellow paper talisman on the doors, windows, and the roof. The young girl put the talisman on the roof herself. Then the girls started to remove the tiles one by one, letting the sunlight shine into the side hall. Screams came from inside, and the black fog was burned into ashes by the sunlight. The four of them finally landed at the door of the side hall. They looked at each other and smiled. The young girl was holding a demon-binding rope that she had bought with her family's money. 40 snowballs were spent on it. Her sister was even weirder. She was mumbling something. Then she squatted on the ground and took out an embroidered bag. After she opened the knot, the old copper coins of various shapes rolled and scattered. As for the master and disciple, they were barehanded. However, the man had a circle of darts on his waist. They were engraved in talisman seal script. Obviously, they were not weapons of the martial arts world. The girl and the man looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that the evil spirits in the temple were not as powerful as they had expected. They were also afraid of the sun. If they were not wrong, there were not dozens of evil spirits gathered in Jinduo Temple. It was just that the people of Yuhu County were too afraid and spread false rumors. That was why they had the chance to earn big money. They were really lucky. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were lucky. Previously, they had bargained with the stingy magistrate at the prefectural government office. They had coaxed, lied, and scared the magistrate to promise them 5,000 taels of silver. If it was only this amount of silver, it would not be worth it even if they went through untold hardships to suppress the ghosts in Jinduo Temple. It would not be worth it if there were casualties. However, other than the reward from the prefectural government office, there was also a large income. It was another sum of silver promised by the prefectural government. It was 30,000 taels of silver that the rich pilgrims in the city were willing to chip in. In this way, it was worth the risk to go to Jinduo Temple. They did not expect to pick up such a great treasure. The man was overjoyed. He looked around and was satisfied. As long as they dealt with the ghosts in the side hall, they could return home and ask for the 35,000 taels of silver from the prefectural government office. According to the 370 split, the master and disciple should have a little more than 10,000 taels of silver. Today was indeed an auspicious day to slay demons. Next, the two sides began to make their move. When the girls' copper coins circled the side hall, they stood upright. When the girl put two fingers together and silently recited the incantation, they instantly burrowed into the ground. The girl's face paled slightly as she looked at her sister. The young woman nodded and said softly to the man, "My sister and I will go to the roof first and test the strength of the ghosts. If they are forced out, you must immediately make a move. Don't let them escape underground. If they can't come out, you might as well tear down the side hall while the sun is still shining brightly. My sister's copper coins can form a prison underground, but they won't be able to last long. When the time comes, you must act quickly." The man nodded and only reminded, "Don't worry." The two sisters once again went to the roof of the side hall and threw in some yellow paper talisman. Occasionally, they would throw in a piece of precious talisman with a golden seal pattern. The youth also took out a bronze mirror. The mirror was slanted and shone towards the windows of the side hall. A young scholar wearing white clothes and carrying a bamboo chest was actually sitting on the roof, not far away. However, he had a ghost Hatchet Palace's secret steel carrying talisman stuck to his body. With the four people's cultivation, they naturally could not see him. What followed next was a soul-stirring battle. Black smoke billowed into the sky, even if the talisman swarmed over, and the young girl used the demon-binding rope to hit the black smoke until it scattered in all directions. The youth used the bronze mirror to burn it, and the man's dart to pierce through it. The black smoke seemed to have escaped from the prison of the side hall and continued to wreak havoc. When the black smoke scattered by the demon-binding rope, the talisman, and the bronze mirror floated away, it actually turned into a ghost labyrinth. The four people were trapped in it. Even if the young girl did her best to control the talisman, she could only turn them into slender fire dragons. She was unable to break through the black smoke that covered the sky and let the sunlight pass through. The four people were immediately surrounded by danger. The sisters, master, and disciple all had their backs to each other and were already injured. In order to save the mirror-holding youth, the young girl was hit in the back by a black smoke. She spat out blood, but still struggled to get up. She continued to take out a stack of yellow paper talisman that she had drawn stroke by stroke. She formed hand seals and threw out talisman, finally turning it into a talisman fire dragon. She did not hesitate to exhaust her own spiritual energy to protect the four people. The white-robed scholar frowned and patted his forehead, helplessly saying, "You dare to come to Jinduo Temple to subdue demons with such little ability? I have already helped you kill 80 to 90% of the monsters." He smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. The black smoke, which was no longer suppressed by some kind of restriction, suddenly stagnated and fell to the ground, turning into a vicious ghost that was more than 10 feet tall. With the addition of being exposed to the sun, it was finally killed by the four people in a dangerous situation. The young girl bent over and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and nose. She smiled brightly and said, "Sister, I didn't hold you back this time, right?" The young girl who had survived the disaster quickly walked to her sister's side with red eyes. She supported her sister, who was already unable to stand steadily, and glared at her. "Why are you trying to be a hero? Don't talk so much and take care of yourself." The youth looked at the broken ancient mirror in his hand and then glanced at his master, who was panting like an ox. The latter was stunned for a moment and then saw the fierce look in the youth's eyes. He hesitated for a moment and then nodded lightly. The man looked around and laughed loudly. "Miss Xining, Quan girl, now that the sky and earth are clear, it is obvious that all the demons have been eliminated. Why don't we rest in the temple for a day, and then go to the county capital tomorrow?" The young girl frowned. Although Jinduo Temple has indeed lost its evil spirit, it has been occupied by evil ghosts for a long time. If there is a fish that escapes the net, my sister, and I have already used up our talisman and are unable to fight anymore, it is better to quickly return to the county capital. The youth shook his head and said, "Sister Xining, if we go early, the county capital's governor will definitely misunderstand that it is too easy for us to subdue the demons. If we really encounter a shameless one, 5,000 taels of silver is fine. We can most likely take the black paper and white paper, but it is hard to say whether the governor will be black-hearted and keep the 30,000 taels of silver. As for us, not only can we not leave today, we have to tear down more of the temple's walls so that we can get the full reward later. Furthermore, We have to deliberately tell the governor that 1 or 2 ferocious ghosts have escaped from this place. After we get the reward, we have to add another 5,000 taels in order to completely eradicate the evil. The young girl rolled her eyes. She quickly covered her mouth and turned her head. She vomited blood again. It was a bit embarrassing. The young girl thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. Then it is like this. We will return to the county capital tomorrow. We will first stay in the temple for a night. It just so happens that my sister needs a good rest. At this moment, a flustered white-clothed scholar ran over from the side path of the front hall. Why are there so many white bones on the ground in the front hall of the temple? Why can't I see a single monk? Could it be that there really are demons causing trouble? The young girl was very annoyed with him now. But when she saw that he was still alive and kicking, she felt somewhat relieved. After that, the master and disciple went to collect the remaining talisman and put the aged glutinous rice back into the bag. They could still use it in the future. The young girl chose a secluded room in the temple that was used by rich pilgrims to copy scriptures. The young girl sat cross-legged in the corridor and began to do breathing exercises. Her sister continued to patrol the area in case there were any more accidents. That cowardly scholar insisted on following them. He took the bamboo box and sat on the steps like a door god. At dusk, the young girl returned. She plundered some of the more valuable scriptures and other items. She put them in a large bag and carried them back. The young girl opened her eyes and smiled at the scholar's back. It will be night soon. Soon, evil ghosts will appear. Aren't you going to run? The white-clothed scholar turned his head and smiled at her. The book says that people are afraid of ghosts, but ghosts are more afraid of people. But I feel that you are a good person, so it is better for me to stay by your side and not leave. The young girl thought hard and raised her fist. Are you praising me or scolding me? If you continue to be a scoundrel, be careful that I will beat you. The scholar raised his hands. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. The young girl snorted and playfully said, I am not a gentleman, I am a woman. Come, let this young girl give you a punch and make you smarter. Who knows, you might be able to pass the imperial examination. The scholar was really a bookworm. He actually laughed. I see that the young girl is open and above board. You are kind and honest. You are not worse than a gentleman. The young girl was unhappy. Since young master is a scholar who claims to be a gentleman, you should know some etiquette between men and women. Why are you still shamelessly staying here? Is it appropriate? The young girl felt that the scholar had become smarter. She heard him say, I am not a gentleman. I am just a poor scholar. If there is a ghost in Jinduo Temple, I can't run out to die. It is better to stay here. The young girl sternly said, Get out. The young girl was about to speak, but she was frightened by her sister's glare. The scholar had no choice but to walk out of the courtyard with the bamboo box in his arms. Most likely, he was facing the wall to reflect on himself. The young girl whispered, Sister, why are you so fierce? He is just a bookworm. The young girl frowned. You need to recuperate now. You can't make any mistakes. This person appeared on the path of burning incense. It is already strange that he followed us into Jinduo Temple. If he did not walk on this path before us, I would not hesitate to beat him up, let alone chase him away with words. She softly said, Okay, you continue to rest? The young girl nodded, but she still glanced at the courtyard door. Her sister laughed angrily. There are no more ghosts. There are only 5 of us. He is just sleeping outside in fear. Aren't you worried about your own sister? You are not worried about them who are fighting side by side with us. Why are you worried about an outsider? Why, seeing that he is a scholar, you are tempted. I told you before, scholars are the most unreliable in the world. The young girl begged, Okay, I will cultivate now. Cultivate well. The night was dark. The young girl sat on the side of the corridor, meditating and immersing her mind. The young girl sat on the steps to rest. She did not dare to fall asleep. After all, this was Jinduo Temple. All of a sudden, darts pierced through the air from the courtyard gate. A familiar figure kept striding forward. Although the young girl was shocked and frightened, she still waved her sleeves and scattered the darts. A sharp knife was thrown towards her sister's neck with great force. It was a young man squatting on the wall who had made his move. The young woman allowed a dart to pierce her shoulder. She also dashed over, using her hand to grab the dagger that was only 2 inches away from her sister's neck. However, the man who was purely a martial artist had already taken a step to her side. He smashed a fist into her temple, causing her to smash through the wall and most of the window. She crashed into the side room, vomiting blood incessantly. She struggled several times but was unable to get up. The young man jumped down the wall lightly and said with a smirk, "Master, can you not kill Quan girl first? It would be best if Sister Xining was also killed. Just cripple the hands and feet of these 2 immortals." The man raised his palm and slapped at the young girl, who interrupted her meditation. He shook his head and said, "This little girl is more troublesome. Master will help you keep her sister." The young man laughed and said, "Money and beauty." The man suddenly turned his head and grabbed the young girl's neck. He looked at the courtyard door. The young man quickly came to the man's side. At the courtyard door, a head popped out and said timidly, "It's not good for you to do these things in a peaceful place of Buddhism, right?" The young girl with a pale face moved her lips slightly. It seemed that she wanted to remind the fool to run quickly. The man seemed to have seen the young girl's appearance and was stunned for a moment. "Good girl, do you want me to save you?" "Don't worry, I am a chivalrous person. I have read so many books. To tell you the truth, I have accumulated a lot of righteous energy. I am very happy." The young girl tried to shake her head. Tears fell down her cheeks. The young girl's cheeks were red. It was very cute. The man's eyes slowly narrowed. He no longer had that stupid look. He appeared openly from the courtyard door. He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. "Come out. Some people in the world of the living should be eaten by ghosts in the underworld." The master and disciples saw an ominous ghost walk out from behind the good-for-nothing scholar. It was more than 10 feet tall. Its evil aura was far stronger than that of the previous one. The man immediately let go of the young girl's neck. "Young master is actually the ghost king here, right? It's all a misunderstanding. We didn't mean to offend your place. It's all because these 2 cultivators coveted merit and reward." The fierce ghost turned into a cloud of rolling black smoke and wrapped the man in it. Suddenly, there was the sound of flesh and blood tearing, bones exploding, and his heart-wrenching scream. The young man was not scared, out of his wits. He still had the strength to jump up the wall and quickly go away. The fierce ghost seemed to have received an order. It let go of the already dead man and jumped out of the courtyard wall to chase after him. Soon, there was an identical, tragic sound. Then, a sword light descended from the sky. The ghost outside howled in grief, its sound echoing through the world. It was likely that even the county city could hear it. It would definitely scare countless commoners. But soon, the world fell silent. The young girl was dumbstruck. She asked in a daze, "You're the ghost king?" The scholar smiled. He sat on the steps and asked in return, "What do you think?" The young girl suddenly said, "Don't eat me yet. I'll go see my sister first." The scholar nodded. "Okay." The young girl wanted to glare at him, but when she thought about how he might be the ghost king of Jinduo Temple, she quickly went to see her sister and helped her out of the room. The young girl smiled bitterly and did not say anything. She was resigned to her fate. She had seen everything that had happened outside, clearly. The young girl looked at the pile of flesh on the ground. Her expression was complicated, and her eyes were dim. How could it be like this? She didn't die at the hands of the ghost, but she almost died at the hands of the master and disciple who had traveled with her through most of Wai Huang country. They usually seemed to be quite nice. When they walked out of the room, the scholar in white had already stood up and walked towards the courtyard. He turned his head and said to the young girl, "Later on, your sister will definitely tell you in an even more confident tone that there are always so many bad people in the world. Young girl, you don't need to feel disappointed. Things in the world aren't always right. No matter how many times you've seen and encountered, over and over again, one after another, I hope you remember that you're always right." The scholar took out a bamboo hat and put it on his head. "Look, good people will be rewarded, and evil people will be punished. At least tonight, it's true." After the scholar walked out of the courtyard, he suddenly leaned back and smiled brilliantly. "Young girl, you're extremely beautiful. In the future, you'll definitely be able to find your ideal husband." The young girl didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She wiped the tears from her face. Annoying, the young girl suddenly thought of that golden light. Her eyes sparkled. "You're actually a sword immortal, aren't you?" The scholar slowly stood up and smiled. "I'm a swordsman who's become stupid from studying." After that, the scholar transformed into a white rainbow. He rose from the ground and headed north. 509. North of Wai Huang country was Baoxiang country, where Buddhism flourished and temples were as numerous as the clouds. When Chun Pingon passed through the border pass, he still had the customs clearance documents stamped on them. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would take them out and flip through them. The customs clearance document in his hand was new. It was Wei Ba's handwriting. The previous customs clearance document had been densely stamped and was now left at the bamboo house. Chun Pingon still wore a bamboo hat, carried a bamboo box, and held a mountain walking stick. He traversed mountains and rivers alone, searching for dangers. Occasionally, he would ride his sword in the wind. When he saw Mortal City, he would travel on foot. There was still a long way to go before he reached the Spring Dew Garden, where Song Lan Xiao was on the ferry. In the marketplace, a hunchback would often see a hunchback, and a cripple would often see a cripple. It was the same for cultivators who set foot on the path of immortality. They would see more cultivators, and of course there were also mountain spirits and hidden ghosts. Chun Pingon traveled all the way from Yinping country to the border of Baoxiang country. He saw many mountain spirits heading south. However, other than Wai Huang country's Yu County, Chun Pingon only watched from afar. He looked down on the mortal world from the top of the mountain. He finally had the mentality of a cultivator. However, he did not stop practicing. After the Ghost Valley, Chun Pingon began to focus on the six-step stance. He planned to accumulate 2 million punches before doing anything else. Previously, if he did not encounter the group of 4, Chun Pingon originally planned to kill the group of ghosts alone and wait for the monk to return. He would then stay at Jinduo Temple for a few more days and ask the monk about the Sanskrit content on the green paper and golden pages. Naturally, he separated the Sanskrit and asked the monk many times. There were not many words, only 260. Excluding the similar words, it should not be difficult to ask. Wealth and silk move people's hearts. Once a thought arises, demons are born. People's hearts are evil and ghosts are afraid of people. The martial master and disciple in Jinduo Temple were like this. After passing through 2 southern cities of Baoxiang country, Chun Pingon found that there were many walking monks. Their faces were haggard, ascetic, and begging for alms. If Chun Pingon met them along the way, he would raise one hand in front of him and gently nod his head to greet them. In Baoxiang country, other than having many monks, temples, and incense, there were also many martial artists in Jianghu. On this day, Chun Pingon met a group of armed escorts in the desert to the north. In addition to the carriage full of goods, there was the sound of camel bells and to he, to, he, he, to, he. If it's not enough, just take it. Don't be shy. Chun Pingan turned his head to look at the young escort, whose lips were cracked and bleeding. He pointed at the blade-strengthening gourd on his waist and said with a smile, "No need. There's water in the gourd and water in the bamboo box." The young man put away the water bag and hung it properly. He smiled and said, "It's extremely cold at night in Yellow Wind Valley. Moreover, the world is strange nowadays, and it's getting more and more unstable. More and more dirty things are entering the market. Therefore, a large number of monks have come out of the major temples recently. Young master, try your best to keep up with us. It's best if we stay overnight by the Mute Lake in front of us. The more people there are, the more yang qi there will be. At night, there are many spirits and monsters causing mischief in this place. They are definitely not alarmist. Therefore, little teacher, you must not be alone. However, there is no need to be too afraid. There are often eminent monks and great virtues in Yellow Wind Valley reciting sutras here. Even if those filthy things appear, they may not dare to come close to harm you." Chun Pingan nodded. "Thank you for your reminder. I will definitely reach the lake before nightfall." Baoxiang Kingdom was not in the list of the 10 countries including Silver Screen Kingdom and Huaihuang Kingdom. Therefore, the common people and martial artists of Jianghu had long been accustomed to spirits and ghosts. In the southeastern region of North Continent, spirits and ghosts had mingled with humans for countless years. Therefore, when it came to dealing with ghosts and evil spirits, everyone in Baoxiang Kingdom had their own way of dealing with them. However, after the storyteller of Mengliang Kingdom removed the Thunderpool formation, spiritual qi poured into the 10 countries from the outside. This kind of strange phenomenon was first detected by the cultivators at the border. The spirits and ghosts who cultivated their methods were not slow either. It was bustling with activity. Merchants sought profits while ghosts would follow their instincts to chase after spiritual qi. Therefore, the strange phenomenon of Biao and Yuhu counties in Huaihuang Kingdom appeared. Most of them flowed into the south from Baoxiang Kingdom. This was why the young escort said that the world was getting more and more unstable. As the sun set in the west, Chun Pingan walked unhurriedly to the small green lake that was called Mute Lake by the local people for some reason. Several groups of people had gathered again. The bonfire was continuous, and everyone was drinking to ward off the cold. That night, several sword gleams lit up from the west. They swept toward Yellow Wind Valley with imposing momentum and landed on the ground dozens of miles away from Mute Lake. The sword gleams crisscrossed, accompanied by the howls and screams of ghosts. After about half an hour, the dazzling sword gleams left the ground and went far away. During this period, whether it was the armed escorts who knew some martial arts or the passing merchants, everyone was calm and collected. They only cared about drinking and chatting about which mountain sword cultivator had come to practice swordsmanship. The sword cultivator had already gone far away. It was already late at night, but there were still few people who went to bed early by the lake. There were even some mischievous children who were holding wooden swords and bamboo swords. They competed with each other, randomly stirring up the yellow sand as they laughed and chased each other. Chun Pingan drank the deep stream of Mirror Mountain from the blade-strengthening gourd and sat by the lake with his back against the bamboo box. He saw a woman wearing a hedgerow who left the group alone and squatted by the lake, wanting to wash her face with water. She raised one hand, and there was a string of snow-white bells on her wrist. When she lifted a corner of the hedgerow, Chun Pingan had already retracted his gaze and looked at the supposedly bottomless Mute Lake. It was said that this small lake had not dried up for thousands of years. No matter how many years of drought there was, the lake level would not drop 1 foot. No matter how many torrential rain there was, the lake level would not rise 1 inch. When a ripple appeared in the center of the lake, there was first a small black that poked its head out and then quickly disappeared into the water. The woman still seemed to be oblivious to it. She just carefully tidied her forehead and hair. Every time she raised her hand or wrist, a bell would ring softly, but it was drowned out by the noise of the people drinking and making merry by the lake. A huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the lake, silently, and then a strange fish that was dozens of feet long suddenly jumped out. Its body was as black as ink, and it suddenly opened its mouth at the woman in the hedgerow. Its teeth were as sharp as knives on the battlefield. Chun Pingon sat cross-legged and did not move. He held his chin with one hand and looked at the woman and the fish. 8 people appeared at the same time in 8 different directions of Mute Lake. Each of them held a compass and smashed it into the sand. Then they stood still and formed hand seals with their fingers. Their feet moved with the star steps. In an instant, the silver line shot toward the center of the lake like a rope. When the silver line converged at the center of the lake, a silver 8 trigrams formation appeared on the surface of the lake. It was so bright that it could compete with the moonlight. The 8 people should be from the same sect, so they cooperated well. They each reached out and grabbed a silver line from the compass on the ground. Then they put 2 fingers together and pointed at the center of the lake. Like fishermen fishing with a net, 8 more silver lines flew out and created a cage. Then the 8 people began to spin in circles, adding arcs of fences to the talisman formation cage. As for the safety of the woman who was confronting the fish monster alone, the 8 people were not worried at all. When the fish monster opened its bloody mouth and smashed the compass on the ground, it had already realized that something was wrong. It quickly closed its mouth, but its huge inertia made it still rush toward the woman, who suddenly stood up. In the end, instead of retreating, the woman took a step forward. She leaped high and punched the fish monster into the 8 trigrams formation on the lake. When the huge body touched the Gen trigram in the middle of the 8 trigrams formation, a small hill fell from the top of the fish monster's head. The pitiful fish monster was flung toward the Gen trigram. Immediately, lightning flashed and sizzled. The fish monster jumped and slid, falling into the Li trigram. Then there was a raging fire. It was so miserable. Then the fish monster tasted the ice cones that poked out of the lake like a forest of spears and halberds. In the end, it changed into the appearance of a black-clothed little girl who kept running, wailing and wiping her tears. She dodged the fire dragons and the ice cones. Occasionally, she would be hit by a bolt of lightning that made her twitch a few times and roll her eyes. These scenes caused Chun Pingon to be slightly unable to bear to watch, and he moved his gaze away slightly and even closed one of his eyes. He had seen many fiendish demons that caused harm. No matter what happened when they first appeared in public, most of them were more awe-inspiring than the other. For example, in the Ghost Valley, Fan, Yunlua's carriage in the Greasy City, and even the demon that confronted the ghost in the Stinky Copper City had a group of minions helping it carry a large wooden plank. Chun Pingon had never seen such a pitiful creature in such a miserable state. The scene on the lake, the people by the lake, other than the immortal master, were all drinking and cheering. The naughty children were also hiding beside their elders. At the beginning, when the big fish jumped out of the lake and opened its mouth to eat people, it was a little scary. Now, none of them were afraid. In the Baoxiang Kingdom, the biggest bustle was the immortal master catching demons. As long as they saw it, it was more festive than the New Year. When the little girl, who was 1 foot away from the 8 trigrams formation on the lake, dashed into the Sun trigram, a round log as thick as a well came crashing down. The little girl in black had no time to dodge. She took a deep breath and raised her hands above her head to support the log. With a face full of tears and snot, she choked and said, "That string of bells is mine. I gave it to a passing scholar who almost died. He said he wanted to go to the capital to take the imperial examinations and had no money for traveling. I gave it to him, and he said he would return it to me. It's been more than 100 years, and he still hasn't returned it to me. Boo-hoo, big liar." Chun Pingon believed the little girl's seemingly absurd words. The Mute Lake's strange phenomenon of neither increasing nor decreasing water level should be attributed to this little fish monster girl whose true appearance was not very likable. For so many years, merchants and passers-by had camped here overnight, and there had never been any casualties. In fact, whether it was a human or a ghost, no matter what you said, no matter how extravagant you were, in many cases it was not as good as a fact and a connection. In any case, for so many years, the local people and the passing merchants should be grateful for her protection. No matter what her original intention was, they should be grateful for her kindness. However, the immortal master catching demons and monsters was a matter of course. Therefore, even when Chun Pingon saw the fish monster's head, he knew that she did not have any murderous intent. Most likely, she coveted the string of bells and wanted to tease him. Chun Pingon had already seen through the girl in the hedgerow. She was a 5th realm martial artist who hid her strength well, or perhaps a 6th realm martial artist in the Baoxiang kingdom. In short, Chun Pingon did not make a move to stop her. However, the string of bells on the girl in the hedgerow's hand was originally the little fish monster's item. This point was still somewhat out of Chun Pingon's expectation. When the little girl revealed the truth, the girl in the hedgerow stood by the green lake and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not capturing you to kill you. This is the intention of the imperial tutor of the Baoxiang kingdom. They lack a river granny. The imperial tutor has taken a fancy to you and needs you to oversee the water transportation. It's not entirely a bad thing, but let me say this first. I don't want to lie to you. You were born as a water monster in this lake, so you are naturally attracted to water. The possibility of forming a golden body and becoming a river granny is higher than those existences who died as heroic spirits. However, it's not certain that you will succeed. There's no other way. We have a good relationship with the imperial court of the Baoxiang kingdom for generations. The imperial tutor has given us a large amount of immortal money. It's not very kind of me to do this and forcefully take you away from the Mute Lake. The reason why I'm telling you this is that I feel that the Baoxiang kingdom scholar who you gave the bells to was too kind. Not only did he not intend to return the bells to you, but he also kept them and treated them as a family heirloom. The bells were also given by his descendants. The imperial tutor of the Baoxiang kingdom was promoted because of this, and also helped his ancestor to obtain a posthumous title. If you want to scold me, you can do it when you become a river granny. Now, you'd better obediently allow yourself to be captured so that you won't continue to suffer." The little girl in black was still holding the slowly falling log with both hands. When her feet were about to touch the 8 diagrams array on the lake, she wailed more and more, "I'm about to become a boiled fish. You are all bad guys who like to fight and kill. I don't want to go with you. I like it here. This is my home. I won't go anywhere. I don't want to be a river granny. I'm still young. What's the use of being a river granny?" The woman in the hedge sighed and signaled the other 8 cultivators to not rush to close the array. She then said to the little water monster, "Then I'll make a deal with you. I can help you to plead with the imperial tutor. I won't earn the immortal money first, but you have to return to the sect with me. You still have to move. I can't come here for nothing. If I return empty-handed, my master will blame me. There is a river near my sect. Now, there is a water god guarding it. You can see how it feels to be a water god first. When you feel that being a river granny is not bad, I will take you to visit the imperial tutor's mansion. How about it?" The little girl in black nodded gently. As a pure martial artist, the woman made a gesture with both hands and muttered. she could actually control the spiritual energy and remove the column above the Sun trigram. The little girl jumped a few times on the spot. Her arms bent and swayed back and forth. Then her eyes rolled. The woman in the hedge smiled. Don't think about running away. Otherwise, braised fish or steamed fish are all possible. The little girl sniffled and said with a sad face, "Then you'd better kill me. If I leave here, I'd rather die." The woman in the hedge was a little helpless. The other immortal masters also seemed to find it fun. None of them were in a hurry to close the net to catch the demon. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light lit up from the distant horizon. It arrived in an instant and hovered above everyone's head. It was a young sword cultivator in a light purple robe. There was a golden hairpin with intermittent thunder and lightning intertwined in his hair bun. He smiled. This little demon from the mute lake is extremely difficult to catch. You guys have good methods. How much is it? I'll buy it. The woman in the hedge smiled. Are you Mr. Jean from the Jinwu Palace? The young sword cultivator smiled. That's me. The woman shook her head apologetically. I can't sell this demon to Mr. Jean. The young sword cultivator frowned. I'll pay double the price. My master's wife just happens to be lacking a maid. The woman hesitated for a moment and still shook her head. Sorry, I can't comply. This item was promised by the sect to implicate the imperial tutor's residence. I can't make the decision tonight. The wife of the Jinwu Palace master had a violent temperament. Her natal item was a ghost beating whip that was said to be made from the green bamboo of the green immortal mountain. Her favorite hobby was to whip and kill maids. Apart from one person who was lucky enough to become an old nanny, the rest were all dead. Moreover, their corpses would be thrown into the thunderclouds at the top of the Jinwu Palace, unable to reincarnate. However, the Jinwu Palace was definitely not a demonic sect. They spared no effort in killing demons and devils when they went down the mountain. Moreover, they always liked to pick troublesome ghost king demons. However, the palace master of the Jinwu Palace, a dignified Jindan sword cultivator, was most afraid of the wife of the daughter of Mountain Lord Diyu. As a result, all of the female cultivators and maids of the Jinwu Palace didn't dare to say anything to the palace master. Otherwise, this transaction was not completely off the table. The sect, and implicated the imperial tutor, presumably wouldn't mind doing a favor to the powerful Jinwu Palace. The young sword cultivator raised his eyebrows. You won't listen to reason. Do you only listen when I use my sword? You're just a little auntie from the Qingqing estate, a sixth realm martial artist, and some talisman skills. Do you believe that I won't pick off your ugly face and buy that little demon? The young sword cultivator sneered and added, Don't worry, I'll still buy it. However, from now on, Jinlu, will remember your Qingqing residence. The woman sighed inwardly. She couldn't implicate the entire sect because of her. The cultivators of the Jinwu Palace were always clear about their likes and dislikes. They were also temperamental. Once they became unreasonable, they were extremely difficult to deal with. She turned her head to look at the little water monster who was holding her head with both hands. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, a weak scholar who had already taken off his bamboo hat and placed it on a book box in the silent lake, dressed in white and holding a folding fan, slowly stood up and said with a smile, If this counts as being reasonable, then I think it's better to be unreasonable from the start. We can just force a deal. Anyway, whoever is more capable is the boss. There's no need to take off your pants and fart and shit. Ew. The black-clothed little girl's ears trembled slightly. She raised her head and said doubtfully, It's not right to take off your pants and fart. Our Yellow Wind Valley is windy and cold at night. Lu Jing will feel cold, but what can we do about shit? Why don't we take off our pants? The white-clothed scholar slapped his head with his folding fan and suddenly realized, That's right. The little girl beamed with joy. She floated in the air and sat, cross-legged. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. Scholars are all rash. But when she thought of the string of bells that she had given out of goodwill as traveling expenses, the black-clothed little girl started to sniffle and wrinkle her little face. It's all a lie, an act. Back then, that fellow had even said that his greatest interest in this life was not to be an official, but to write a popular novel about monsters. When the time came, he would definitely write an article about her. Moreover, it would definitely be extremely long and colorful. At that time, he had even come up with a name for it. It would be called the Mute Lake Monster. At that time, she had looked forward to it so much that she was about to drool. She had even specially reminded him to portray himself as more vicious and more powerful. The scholar agreed without hesitation. Now that she had seen the string of bells, why was she not able to see the article that she had been eagerly waiting for over 100 years? Even if the word count was a little less, it didn't matter. The young sword cultivator bent forward and stared at the dog-like, white-clothed scholar. He laughed and said, "Oh, you're singing the same tune as this little demon. Are you two putting on a double act here?" The scholar, in a snow-white robe that was still covered in dust, held a folding fan in his hand. He cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Jean of the Golden Crow Palace, please be merciful." Another sword light pierced through the air and hovered beside Jean Lo. It was a middle-aged female cultivator with a graceful figure. Her hair was pinned with a golden hairpin. She glanced at the scene above the lake and said with a smile, "That's enough. During this experience, we failed to kill that ancestor Yellow Wind under the nose of Junior Granduncle. I know you're in a bad mood right now, but Junior Granduncle is still waiting for you over there. It's not good to wait for too long." Jean Lo nodded and stretched out his finger. He pointed and said, "Ching Ching Mansion, right? I'll remember it. Just wait for me to visit you soon." Then he pointed at the white-clothed scholar, who was secretly wiping the sweat on his forehead. After meeting Jean Lee's gaze, the scholar immediately stopped and deliberately opened his folding fan to gently fan himself. Jean Lee said with a smile, "I know you're also a cultivator, and you're actually wearing a Taoist robe. If you're a son, don't pretend to be a grandson in front of me. Do you dare to tell me your name and sect?" That person said with a smile, "My name is Chun, and my name is Good Person." Jean Lee's face was gloomy. He said to the middle-aged woman beside him, "Senior sister, I can't stand this. Let me use one sword strike, just one sword strike." The female cultivator from Golden Crow Palace reminded him softly, "Junior Granduncle might be watching us." Jean Lee snorted at the white-clothed scholar. "Hurry up and burn incense and pray that you don't fall into my hands in the future." The two sword cultivators from Golden Crow Palace suddenly flew up and flew away on their swords, leaving behind two extremely long sword lights. The 8 immortal masters from Ching Ching Mansion who had already gathered around the woman with the hedgerow saw the 2 sword lights disappear and were relieved. However, when they thought of Jean Lee's visit, they all smiled bitterly, especially the woman with the hedgerow. Her heart was heavy. However, the 9 of them looked at the white-clothed scholar who was vigorously wiping his forehead and felt grateful. If this person didn't step forward and divert the attention of young Master Jean from Golden Crow Palace, the 9 of them would be in even more trouble. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to escape tonight and would have to fight to the death. Although Ching Ching Mansion was slightly weaker than Golden Crow Palace, it wasn't to the extent that they had to kneel and kowtow to 2 sword cultivators. No matter what, this trip down the mountain to catch demons was really unlucky. In the future, it wouldn't be difficult for the Ching Ching Mansion to block Jean Lee's sword ascension. However, it was inevitable that Ching Ching Mansion would be at odds with Golden Crow Palace. The woman with the hedgerow cupped her fists and said with a smile, "Young Master Chen, my name is Mao Chilu. I come from Qingqing Mansion of Taoji Country, northeast of Baoxiang Country. Thank you for speaking up for justice. That person said with a smile, I'm not speaking up for justice. I just want to buy that mute lake monster from the immortal masters. The black-clothed girl still had her arms crossed and shouted, Big water monster. Chun Pingon turned his head and said with a smile, Why didn't you call yourself Big Water Monster when you saw Golden Crow Palace's sword immortal? The girl rolled her eyes and said, My throat was burning just now, and I couldn't speak. If you have the ability, ask your Golden Crow Palace's bullshit sword immortal to come back. See if I don't say something. Before the black-clothed girl finished speaking, a green ray of golden light, perhaps more than 1,000 feet long, appeared in the distant sky and shot straight into the depths of Yellow Wind Valley. Chun Pingon narrowed his eyes and glanced at it before retracting his gaze. Oh, it was a golden core sword cultivator. It seemed that the young martial granduncle mentioned by the Golden Crow Palace's male and female cultivators had personally taken action. After that, the world regained its clarity and the sword light slowly faded away. The girl hurriedly hugged her head and shouted, Little water monster. I'm just a little water monster as small as a grain of rice. The fenced woman and an elder from her sect smiled bitterly and said, If this person takes action and asks for our sword, we will be in big trouble. The elder shook his head and chuckled softly. This sword immortal has a cold temperament. It's true that he's arrogant, but his way of doing things is completely different from Jean Lo, who likes to flaunt his might. He's still very much like a mountain person and has no worldly matters in his eyes. Every time he quietly goes down the mountain, it's only to cleanse his sword by killing demons and devils. This time, he's probably protecting Jean Lo and the rest. After all, Patriarch Yellow Wind is a true old golden core cultivator and is proficient in escape techniques. If he's not careful, he could easily die. I think that after this sword strike, Patriarch Yellow Wind won't dare to show his face and only eat monks for the next few decades. The fenced woman who called herself Mao Chilu looked at the white-clothed scholar and shook her head with a smile. Firstly, the imperial tutor's residence offered a very high price for this demon. Secondly, now that you've offended Golden Crow Palace's Jean Lo, it's not appropriate for you to accept this hot potato. Although our Qingqing residence isn't as strong as Golden Crow Palace, the dispute caused by this mute lake monster is still reasonable. We won't be too afraid of Golden Crow Palace. Chun Pingon kept his folding fan and hung it on his waist. He smiled and said, It's fine. I've been traveling all the way to the north to earn money. Immortal Master Mao, just name the price. Furthermore, I'm a wild cultivator whose whereabouts are uncertain. If Golden Crow Palace wants to get angry, they have to find me first. Therefore, as long as Immortal Master Mao is willing to sell, I'll buy it. The black-clothed young lady said angrily, I'm not selling it to you. How can a scholar be evil? I might as well follow that sister to Qingqing residence and be neighbors with a river god. Who knows, I might even be able to cheat some food. Chun Pingon turned his head and laughed. Aren't you afraid of the sword light of Golden Crow Palace's sword immortal? Once that great sword immortal Jean knows of your whereabouts, you'll be a thief for 1,000 days. How can you be on guard for 1,000 days? Can a big water monster like you endure living in fear every day? The young lady frowned and started to think hard. Whether she was thinking hard or not, it could be seen from how hard she frowned. Chun Pingon looked at the group of immortal masters from Qingqing residence and laughed. Name the price. The young lady looked at the sect elder, and the latter nodded slightly. Mao Chulu still asked softly, Young Master Chun, are you really not afraid of Golden Crow Palace? Chun Pingon nodded. I'll just hide from them. Mao Chulu was a little embarrassed, but Imperial Tutor Residence is offering 1 grain of grain rain money to buy this little fish monster. Actually, it wouldn't be sold at such a high price normally, but it's related to that River Granny deity position. So, The young lady said angrily, "What? Only 1 grain? Isn't it 100 grains? I'm so angry." The scholar in white, "Hurry up and give this little girl with soft fists 100 grains of grain rain money. If you blink, you won't be considered a hero." Chun Pingon was too lazy to bother with this little water monster who had water in her head. He handed over 1 grain of grain rain money. Mao Qilu was surprised and said helplessly, "Young Master Chun, you're really buying it." At this moment, a haggard old monk floated over and stood at the top of the slope. Behind him were a dozen monks with wooden expressions. There was a huge difference in age, both young and old. Buddhist prayer beads hung in front of everyone. They were made of ordinary materials, but the strings were flowing with golden light and were extremely eye-catching in the night. After the old monk stood still, he said in a deep voice, "The sword immortals of Golden Crow Palace are already far away. This ancestor Yellow Wind is seriously injured and has gone berserk. Instead of hiding at the roots of the mountain to recuperate, he wants to eat people. My martial uncle is already confronting him a dozen miles away. He won't be trapped for long. Follow me and quickly leave the boundary of Yellow Wind Valley." Chun Pingon gently tossed the grain rain money to the fenced woman and smiled. After the transaction, "We can all run away." Mao Qilu gritted her teeth and caught the grain rain money. She held it in her palm. It was indeed a grain rain money. The little water monster hurriedly shouted, "Don't forget about that string of bells. You can also buy it with 1 grain rain money." Chun Pingon still ignored her. The young lady's cheeks puffed up. This scholar was too annoying. The fenced woman smiled and took off the string of bells on her wrist. She handed it to the scholar in white, who she could not tell was a chi cultivator. Her sex elder waved his hand and used the entire lake as the talisman formation of the 8 trigrams. It immediately gathered together and detained the young lady who was twitching in the silver talisman's net to the shore. The rest of the immortal masters of Green Chime Mansion also returned to their compasses. Mao Qilu smiled. "Let's remove the talisman formation. Mr. Chun, you must watch carefully. Don't let her escape into the lake." Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. Of course, the glow of the talisman formation dissipated instantly. Chun Pingon took a step forward and grabbed the young lady by the back of her collar. He lifted her up high. She hung in the air with a straight face and her arms crossed over her chest. On the other side of the mountain, the escorts of the Jianghu and the passing merchants had quickly packed up their belongings. They began to hurry on their way under the escort of the monks. The group of immortal masters of Green Chime Mansion did not speak at all. They walked into the group on their own accord. It was obvious that they wanted to help the monks of Baoxiang Kingdom to leave together. Chun Pingon shouted loudly. That escort, a young escort, who rode a horse to the top of the mountain, turned his head to look. He saw that the white-robed scholar, in addition to carrying the young lady, also had a wine pot in his hand. He then threw the pot of wine high up into the air. The young escort only needed to sit on the horse's back to catch the wine pot with his hand. The young man kept the wine pot and smiled. He clasped his fists in thanks. It was a chance encounter in the Jianghu. There was no need for pleasantries. "Don't ask for my name." Mao Qilu turned her head and asked, "Mr. Chen, you're not leaving together?" Then the woman heard an unexpected reason. She heard the man laugh generously. "I'll run in another direction. You have more people. Ancestor Yellow Wind will definitely find you first." Mao Qilu was so angry that she could not say a word. She turned her back to the man and raised her arm high. She stuck out her thumb and slowly pointed it downwards. However, the man still had the nerve to say, "I'll visit your Green Chime Mansion when I have the chance." After the woman withdrew her hand gesture, she turned a deaf ear and left in big strides. The young lady, who was being carried by the man, shook her head and gloated. "Scholar, you can't tell." She used to have a good impression of you. Now she doesn't have any. Her collar loosened, and she landed on the ground. The white-robed scholar smiled and said, I didn't know that you have experience in the Jianghu. The young lady in black put her hands behind her back and stared at the string of bells in the man's hand with her eyes wide open. Chun Pingon threw the bells to her and then put on his bamboo hat. He bent down and carried the big bamboo box on his back. The little girl was stunned on the spot. Then she turned around in a circle. There really wasn't anything strange. She stretched her neck. Her small face and faint eyebrows were all frowned together, indicating that her brain was now a mess. She asked, What? You don't care about me anymore? You really don't think of a big water monster as a big water monster, right? Chun Pingon pushed her forehead. Get lost, the young lady said angrily. Ma, ma, ma. She suddenly opened her mouth, and her small face cracked open, revealing sharp teeth. She opened her mouth wide and didn't close it. Are you scared? Chun Pingon carried the bamboo box and walked slowly to the hillside. He said, I'm scared to death. Not far to the north of the hillside, the noise was getting louder. The young lady in black hesitated for a moment and then threw the string of bells into the lake. She pinched her chin and frowned as she thought about something. She watched the white-robed scholar walk up the hillside. She snorted and turned around to walk to the green lake. She suddenly stopped and turned her head. She saw that the man was already standing at the top of the hillside. He didn't stop walking and just walked away. The young lady scratched her head and felt that something was wrong. She jumped and fell into the water. She turned into a fish monster and chased after the string of bells. She shook her head and tail and swam to the bottom of the lake, on the other side of the hillside. When the white-robed man walked a few miles, he stopped and took off his bamboo hat and bamboo box. He saw an old monk bathed in blood sitting on the spot and silently chanting sutras. There was a monk's staff stuck in the yellow sand beside him. Its copper rings were colliding with each other. The old monk's blood was light gold. As the old monk entered meditation and chanted sutras, golden lotuses bloomed in the surrounding area. There was a yellow tornado around the old monk. A yellow robe could be vaguely seen hiding in it. The golden lotuses withered as they were attacked by the yellow sand tornado. Although the old monk's eyes were closed, he still waved his sleeves. The old monk could only vaguely sense that there was an outsider behind him. He was anxious and said in a low voice, Go. Hold on to the monk's staff. It will help you get away from here. Don't look back. The monk's staff flew out diagonally towards the white-robed scholar. It then hovered beside him. The monk's staff interlocked, as if it was very anxious. It urged the scholar to quickly grab it and escape from this dangerous place. In order to divert his attention to control the monk's staff to leave the ground to save someone, the old monk had already shown a flaw. The yellow sand tornado became more aggressive. There were not many golden lotuses left in the area. Just as the old monk was about to be completely engulfed by the yellow sand, and his golden body was completely worn down, a gentle voice sounded in his ears. Master, just meditate and recite the Dharma. I am very grateful to be able to listen to some of it. Then the young man took a step forward and said at the same time, Follow me to subdue the demon. The bamboo box opened by itself, and a golden demon binding rope flew out. It followed the snow-white figure like a golden flood dragon and charged forward together. The demon binding rope entered the yellow sand tornado and trapped the yellow-robed scholar. The white-robed scholar punched like thunder. However, the fist aura was like a rainbow and had a shocking momentum. The scholar walked casually, but with a casual wave of his sleeve, the entire tornado would be split into two. The old monk slowly opened his eyes and smiled. He put his palms together and lowered his head. However, he was not chanting sutras. Instead, he murmured, Majestic virtue, calm your heart and see clearly. It's a pity there's no tea. Otherwise, I would be seated. The white-robed scholar and the tornado fought until they were far away. The old monk slowly got up and turned to walk to the bamboo box. He took back the monk's staff with the bronze ring that was already silent. The old monk chanted and left with large strides. On this day, in the night, a white-robed scholar walked slowly with a box on his back and a staff in hand. There was a little girl in black hanging on his leg. Her hands were tightly wrapped around his ankle. Therefore, with every step he took, he had to drag the little girl, who was like a sticky candy, with him. Chun Pingon did not lower his head. "Are you going to pester me like this?" The little girl, who was still wrapped in a bundle, nodded. "There are so many treasures from the bottom of the lake in my bundle. There is more than 1 grain rain money. I have already said that I will give them all to you. However, you have to help me find a scholar who knows how to write a story. Help me write a story where I am very fierce and especially frightening." Chun Pingon helplessly said, "If you continue to be like this, I will not be polite to you anymore." The little girl smeared a handful of tears and snot on that person's leg. She choked, "I beg you, just take me with you to travel to Jianghu. You are so capable. Even Elder Yellow Sand was killed by you. If I follow you, I will not have to worry about eating and drinking. I must find that scholar to write my story. I want my name to go down in history. Every family will know that I am a big water monster from Mute Lake." Chun Pingon stopped walking. He lowered his head and asked, still not letting go. The little girl in black would not let go even if she was beaten to death. She shook her head and used her face to wipe off the snot on that person's snow-white robe. Then she raised her head and said with a frown, "I won't let go." Chun Pingon lifted his foot. "Go." The little girl was thrown directly into that small green lake. She continuously rolled in the air and was thrown in an extremely long arc. A moment later, Chun Pingon turned his head to look. There was a follower following from a distance. When she saw him turn his head, she immediately stopped and began to look up at the moon. Chun Pingon sighed. "If you follow me, you might die." The little girl ran forward eagerly, but when she saw the scholar in white frown, she hurriedly stopped and said in a muffled voice, "Who won't die? Anyway, we're all going to die. I'm not afraid of this. I just want everyone to know about me. If they know, then I'll die." Chun Pingon continued forward. She then followed behind him. During this time, she squatted on the ground and stared blankly at the ground. She tilted her head, and then suddenly opened her mouth with sharp teeth and swallowed a lizard. After standing up, the little girl with a bag on her back beamed with joy. Delicious! But she suddenly realized that the person had turned his head. Her face immediately tensed up. Her gaze wandered, but her cheeks could not help but move. That person smiled. "Then follow me. When we reach Spring Dew Garden, I will help you find a place to stay. But let me say the ugly words first. If you regret halfway and want to return to Mute Lake, you can go by yourself. I will not care about you." She dashed to that person's side and puffed out her chest. "I will regret? Ha ha, I am a big water monster." That person grunted. A big water monster the size of a grain of rice. For the first time, she was a little embarrassed. This sesame-sized embarrassing incident could never be written in a book. After that, the white-robed scholar was followed by a black-robed little girl who often complained about being thirsty. They traveled over land and water together. The little girl felt that it was very interesting. That person would bring her to sit on the wall of a street and watch the 2 door gods quarrel with each other. They were the 2 door gods of the opposite house. The house that posted the literary god of wealth had a hero who was chivalrous and righteous. The house that posted the martial god of wealth had a scholar who was beautiful and had the reputation of being a child prodigy in the local county. At that time, The scholar who she still only knew to be called Chinharan had posted a talisman with a very unpleasant name. Then the two of them sat on the wall far away and watched the commotion. After that, they also saw the scene of the mountain god marrying his daughter to the son of the water god. It looked like a big show of extravagance, but in fact, it was silent. That person made way at that time, but an old granny in the mountain god's party took the initiative to give him a red packet with wedding money. That person actually accepted it, and very politely said a series of congratulatory words. It was really embarrassing. There was only a piece of snow inside, sigh. Later, they saw the legendary Lord Wuyue patrolling. He was a golden-robed deity riding a white horse with a long tail behind him. He was very awe-inspiring. Next to a large but dilapidated ancestral temple of a certain goddess, she saw three beautiful women slowly walk out from the west corridor of the ancestral temple, where the curtains were tattered and there was no trace of human activity. They went to have a private rendezvous with a scholar from the mortal realm. Unfortunately, the man beside her didn't want to see the embarrassing scene after that. Even she wasn't allowed to peek. Only during the day did they go over to take a look, only to see three modeled clay statues of beautiful concubines standing in the ancestral temple. Compared to before, each statue was missing a handkerchief, a golden hairpin, and a bracelet. What was even more interesting was that time when they accidentally found a paradise hidden in the mountain forest. There were a few demons dressed up as refined scholars. When they met the two of them, they were very enthusiastic at first. However, when those mountain demons opened their mouths and asked him if he could improvise a poem, he was dumbfounded. Then those guys began to chase them away, saying how come a vulgar person had come. The two of them could only leave the mansion in a sorry state. She winked at him, but he didn't get angry. These were all very interesting things. In fact, it was more boring things like rushing day and night and making a fire to cook. However, there were times when this strange person was really very strange. There was once when he was walking on a plank path on a cliff and looked at the green mountain cliff on the opposite side. For some reason, he rushed over and directly crashed into the cliff. Then, boom, boom, boom. He directly punched through the entire mountain peak. He still had the nerve to say that her brain was flooded with water. Big brother, don't scold second sister. He would also often stay at the peak of the mountain at night and walk in circles alone. He could walk like that for an entire night, seemingly sleeping but not really sleeping. Anyway, as long as she felt sleepy, she would fall asleep and sleep soundly. When she opened her eyes early in the morning, she would often see him walking in circles over there. There were also times when he wasn't too serious. There was once when he passed by a waterside pavilion outside the county town. It was a gathering of scholars and poets. During a rainstorm, everyone was in the pavilion watching the rain as if they were watching a waterfall. Everyone was in high spirits. Then, with a whoosh, that person disappeared. She didn't know how he did it, but there was no rain near the waterside pavilion. The scholars in the pavilion were all dumbfounded. She hid in the water and held her belly as she watched. Every once in a while, by the stream, he would pat his wine gourd and take out a small and exquisite flying sword to shave his beard. He turned his head and smiled at her once. She couldn't smile at all. That was the flying sword of an immortal. He also once helped farmers plant rice in the fields. At that time, he took off his bamboo hat and bookcase and went to work in the fields. He seemed to be especially happy. At first, the villagers were afraid that this scholar was fooling around and would be more of a hindrance. They didn't expect that he would really get the hang of it. He was more familiar with it than they were. After he finished working, the villagers wanted to invite him to eat, but he left with a smile. It was just that these trivial matters weren't very impressive. It didn't make her feel satisfied at all. After following him for so long, she didn't make a name for herself. No one knew that she was a mute lake monster. He would only introduce her as Jo, and nothing else after that. It was only this one time that she felt a little bit of admiration for him. On a large river, a ship that went against the current crashed into a small boat that couldn't dodge in time. Then, a man in white flew over on his sword and landed on the small boat. He stretched out one hand to support the ship and held a wine pot in the other. He raised his head and drank. Later, the two of them sat together on a tall building in the bustling capital of the mortal world. They looked down at the night scenery. The lights were brilliant, like the resplendent galaxy. He finally said something that sounded a little bookish. He said that there was a galaxy above his head and below his feet, and that there was silent beauty in the heavens and under the earth. She saw that he was drinking, so she urged him to say more. He then said that when the moonlight entered the tall building, it would come if it was annoying. If it was loving, it would also go. She felt a little sad. It was just a strange sadness that was the size of a grain of rice. Actually, it wasn't that she missed her hometown. She didn't miss it at all along the way. It was just that when she turned her head and looked at the side of that person's face, it seemed that he remembered some people he missed and sad things. Maybe, who knew? She was just a big water monster that secretly watched people come and go year after year. She wasn't really human. Thinking about it, she also felt a little sad. That person turned his head. The mountain walking stick was placed across his knees. He hugged the wine pot, but reached out and gently rubbed her head. At that moment, she felt that he might really be called Chinhauren. 5:10. Along the way, they passed by the kingdom of Peach Branch, but didn't visit the Ching Ching Manor. The girl in black was a bit unhappy, but after passing by the legendary Golden Crow Palace, her mood improved again. The girl's mood was like the clouds in the sky. On this day, at a small immortal fairy that was full of new things, they could finally take the ferry to the Spring Dew Garden. The journey was so smooth that it was exhausting. The girl in black stood in the big bamboo chest with her eyes wide open. She almost stared until her eyes were sore. Unfortunately, the two sides had agreed beforehand that when they arrived at the place where the cultivators gathered, she had to obediently stand in the chest and be a little mute. There was actually nothing in the big bamboo chest, only a broken sword that she had never seen him unsheath. She secretly kicked it a few times, but every time she wanted to squat down and unsheath it to take a look, that person would open his mouth and tell her not to do so. He even threatened her, saying that the sword had tolerated her for a long time and that if she continued to push her luck, he wouldn't care anymore. This made her sullen for a long time. At this moment, she raised a hand and hesitated for a long time, but still hit the back of that guy's head with a chestnut. Then she began to hold the bamboo chest with both hands and deliberately dozed off, the type that was snoring. The scholar didn't care at first. He was busy bargaining with the shopkeeper in a shop to buy a set of ancient steel rubbings. Later, the girl thought it was quite fun. She rolled up her sleeves and hit the chestnuts. After the scholar in white walked out of the shop, he spent 10 pieces of snow to buy the set of 32 steel rubbings. Without turning his head, he asked, "Still not done?" The girl in black's arm froze in the air. Then, with a gentle movement, she patted the scholar's shoulder. "Okay, now you're spotless. You look more like a scholar now. Surnamed Chun, I really don't want to criticize you, but you're really a blockhead who doesn't understand romance at all. Alas, you stopped that ship on the river. There were so many noble women and girls looking at you, as if they wanted to eat you. Why did you board the ship to drink tea and wine? It's not like they really eat you." Chun Pingon changed the topic and said, "You hit me 16 times. I'll record it in the account book. 1 piece of snow for each hit is money." The little girl crossed her arms in front of her chest and stood on her tiptoes in the middle of the bookcase. She sneered and said, "It's just a small amount of money. It's nothing." Chun Pingon boarded the ferry with her. Carrying a little spirit on his back was still a little eye-catching. However, most of the gazes were filled with contempt and mockery. Outside, cultivators who could use a mountain lord as a mount across mountains and rivers, or ride a flood dragon into the sea and overturn rivers and seas, were true heroes and true immortals. Chun Pingon thought it was pretty good. During the Guyu season, it was often sunny during the day and rainy at night. The rain gave birth to hundreds of valleys, and everything in the world was clean and bright. In fact, it was suitable for walking and enjoying the scenery along the way. It was just that Chun Pingon still hoped to be able to catch up with the tail end of the spring dew garden gathering. His own packing house could not always idle around. The little girl in black was still unwilling to give up. It's also good to go to the ship and drink some tea. I saw it clearly when I was on the shore. There were two young women in gorgeous dresses. Their looks were really not bad. It's a good thing to have a beautiful woman. Chun Pingon laughed softly and said, "If you were a man, I reckon that after staying at the Mute Lake for a long time, you would sooner or later be tempted and cause trouble. If I saw you at that time, and the Ching Ching mansion caught you to be a river lady or a maid to the Jinwu Palace, I wouldn't do anything. I would just clap and cheer from the side." The little girl in black was so angry that she punched the shoulder of this guy who spoke without thinking. "Nonsense, I'm a big water monster, but I never hurt people. I don't even care to scare people." Chun Pingon did not care. Another piece of snow to spend money. The little girl was about to punch the back of his head, but she did not expect that person to say, "If you hit the head, it's a small piece of snow money." The little girl weighed her own money. After taking out the grain rain money that was used to redeem her freedom, she did not have much left. No wonder those Jianghu people who passed by the Mute Lake often said that money was the courage of heroes. She frowned and thought, "Surname Chun, can you lend me a grain rain money? I'm tight on money right now and can't hit you much." Chun Pingon simply ignored her and asked, "Do you know why I wanted to buy a jar of pickled cabbage when I was in the county town?" The little girl was puzzled. "How would I know what you're thinking? Did you finish the pickled cabbage on the way here?" "I didn't eat much either." "You're so stingy. Every time I pick up a small piece, you look at me with your eyes." "Ooh." Chun Pingon laughed. "I heard that pickled cabbage fish is very delicious." The little girl felt that she was really smart and understood immediately. She was about to cry as she squatted in the bamboo box and silently wiped her tears. She was smart and had a hard life. However, when they reached the room at the bottom of the ferry and the guy put down the bamboo box, she jumped away with her hands behind her back. With a look of disgust, she clicked her tongue and said, "Shabby." Chun Pingon took off his bamboo hat. There was tea on the table. It was said to be a local specialty of the ferry port, Rao Village tea. He could not drink it anywhere else, so he poured a cup. After drinking it, there was almost no spiritual energy, but it was indeed sweet and refreshing. According to legend, before the ferry port was built, there was once a retired hermit who wanted to build a summer residence. He cut down the mountain and saw a small pond. At that time, the morning glow was like a veil, and the water was especially refreshing. Brewing tea was the best, followed by brewing wine. Later, there were many people who came because of its reputation. Among them were cultivators who often sang poems with the literary giants. Only then did they realize that the pond was full of spiritual energy. However, they were all trapped near the small mountain, so there was an immortal ferry port. In fact, it was quite far from the sect of the owner of the ferry port. Chun Pingon began to walk with the sword furnace in his hands. The little girl sat on the chair and shook her legs. She said in a muffled voice, "I want to eat the tortoise jelly from the shop on the street corner of the ferry port. It's cold and bitter." At that time, I could only stand in the bamboo box and felt dizzy from the bumpy ride. I didn't taste the real flavor. "It's all your fault for wandering around, looking here and there." You didn't buy many things and walked a lot. Chun Pingon turned a deaf ear. The little girl was actually bored and chatted casually. However, when the white-robed scholar began to walk back and forth again, she knew that she could only continue to be bored alone. She jumped off the chair and dragged it all the way to the window. She stood there and crossed her arms over her chest. The ferry ship had 2 floors. That guy was stingy and didn't want to live on the upper floor, where the view was better. Therefore, outside this room, there were often people walking on the deck of the ship. There were also people by the railing in 2s and 3s, which annoyed her. There were so many people, but no one knew that she was the big water monster of Mute Lake. The ferry slowly rose into the sky. She was in a good mood as she swayed. She turned to the man and said, "It's ascending, it's ascending. Look, the shop at the ferry port has become smaller. The rice grains have become smaller." This was the first time in her life that she had taken the ferry port. She didn't know if the sea of clouds in the sky could be eaten. After staying at the bottom of Mute Lake for so many years, she had always wondered. The man only walked back and forth in the room. There were many people by the railing of the ferry. They were talking about many interesting things that happened recently. As long as they talked about Baoxiang Kingdom and Yellow Wind Valley, the little girl would immediately perk up her ears. She was especially attentive and didn't want to miss a word. Some people said that the yellow-robed old ancestor of Yellow Wind Valley had died, but he wasn't killed by the young, martial uncle of the Golden Crow Palace Master. It seemed that the yellow-robed old ancestor was seriously injured because of this, and was then subdued by a virtuous senior monk from Baoxiang Kingdom. However, for some reason, the old monk didn't admit to this and didn't reveal more. The little girl was so angry that she shook her head and scratched her head with both hands. If the white-robed scholar surnamed Chin didn't tell her not to speak carelessly to outsiders, she wouldn't have grinned so widely. She really wanted to shout outside the window that yellow-robed old ancestor was killed by the 2 of us. The little girl turned her head with grievance and lowered her voice. "I can show my true body and cut off a few kilograms of meat. You can use it to make spicy boiled fish. Then, can you let me talk to those people? I won't say that you killed the yellow-robed old ancestor. I'll just say that I'm the big water monster of Mute Lake and saw the big battle with my own eyes." The man was unreasonable. What's the hurry? In the future, when someone finishes writing a book about ghosts or landscapes, they'll naturally know. They can even say that you killed the yellow-robed old ancestor with 1 punch. The little girl thought for a while. Her eyes were still filled with resentment, but it seemed to make sense. Fortunately, the man still had some conscience. The room on the 1st floor of the ferry doesn't come with the Mountain Gazette. You can go and buy one. If there's one that hasn't been sold before, you can also buy it. However, if it's too expensive, then forget it. The little girl made an "oh" sound. As long as she could walk a few more steps outside the ferry, it wouldn't be a loss. She jumped off the chair and untied the bag. She took out a bag that was shining brightly. The man had already flicked his sleeve and closed the window. He also threw out a tortoise camel talisman and stuck it on the window. The little girl didn't find it strange. She took out a handful of snow coins from the small bag. After thinking for a while, she took out a small coin from the bag. During this process, the inside of the bag jingled. In addition to the immortal coins, it was also filled with a mess of small objects. Just like the string of snow-white bells that she had given to someone in the past, they were all treasures that she had painstakingly accumulated over the years. Then she put the bag back into the bag and casually placed it on the table. When she went out, she reminded him, "You have to be more experienced in Jianghu. Don't let a thief steal our belongings. Otherwise, you'll have to eat the northwest wind." Chun Pingon laughed. "Oh, you're so generous today. You're even willing to pay for it yourself." When she reached the door, the little girl in black raised her eyebrows. She turned her head and said, "If you continue to talk about me in a roundabout way, we'll have to split the money for buying the newspaper." As expected, the man immediately shut up. The little girl in black sighed and said like an old man, "How can those fairies on the mountain like you when you're in Jianghu?" Chun Pingon didn't stop walking. He laughed and said, "Old rules. No fooling around. Come back immediately after you buy the newspaper." After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the little girl pushed open the door and swaggered back. She slammed the stack of gazettes on the table. Then, when the person walked with his back facing her, she quickly grimaced. Then, her mouth moved slightly and she swallowed. When the person turned around to walk, she immediately crossed her arms and sat upright on the chair. Chun Pingon stopped his dance and took out his folding fan. He sat at the table and glanced at her. "Did you buy it too expensive?" She sneered. "Am I that kind of idiot? There are so many precious newspapers on the mountain. The original price was 2 small coins, but I only spent 1 small coin. Who am I? I'm the big water monster of Mute Lake. I've seen businessmen who do business. When I haggle, I can make the other party cut their flesh with a knife. It's so heart-wrenching." Chun Pingon felt a little helpless. He flipped through the court bulletins. Some of them were from the year before. According to the normal market price, the total price would indeed be a small sum of money. However, court bulletins were like seasonal vegetables and fruits. They were often expired and invalid. There were so many court bulletins, but they were actually not worth half a small sum of money. These were nothing. Business was business. As long as both parties were willing, there was no business in the world that only one could profit. But some things, since it wasn't business, shouldn't be so easy to negotiate. The little girl in front of him was actually very good. She was indeed one-track-minded and silly, but there were some things on her that couldn't be bought with money. Just like the young escort whose lips were cracked and bleeding, sitting on the back of the horse and handing over the water sack. Even if Chun Pingon didn't take it, it could still quench his thirst. The little girl was bullied badly outside. She seemed to think that it was something outside. She staggered back to the door and hid at the end of the corridor. She squatted at the foot of the wall for a long time before she recovered. Then she walked into the room. She didn't think that there was a familiar sword immortal beside her. She had to do something. Maybe she thought that this was her Jianghu? One of the stories in the future books that he had accumulated in the Jianghu. Some of them had to be written in the book, but some of the embarrassing things didn't need to be written. Chun Pingon leaned back on the chair and held a folding fan in his hand. He gently fanned the fan. "If it hurts, just yell. I'm not the scholar who helped you write the story. What are you afraid of?" The little girl in black's face fell. Her face was full of snot and tears. But she didn't forget to turn her head and swallow the blood in her mouth. Chun Pingon smiled and asked, "What exactly happened?" The little girl raised her hands and carelessly wiped her face. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "What's wrong? You're afraid to tell me. You felt that it wasn't easy to leave the bamboo chest and go out for a short trip. In the end, you stirred up trouble, so you won't have another chance in the future." In fact, she had never stirred up trouble in all the mountains and rivers they had traveled together. She only opened her eyes wide. She was full of curiosity and longing for the vast world outside of Yellow Wind Valley and Mute Lake. The little girl in black nodded gently. She looked sick. Chun Pingon closed his folding fan and said with a smile, "Tell me about it. You've seen me make a fool of myself along the way. You should let me be happy, right? This is called reciprocating politeness." The little girl leaned on the table, her head tilted to the side. She stretched out a finger and gently wiped the table. There was no knot in her heart, no resentment, just some grain-sized worry. She said softly, "I don't want to talk about it." "Sigh, it's not a big deal. I've seen a lot of life or death big water monsters. I've seen a lot of people die near Mute Lake, but I didn't dare to save them. The yellow-robed ancestor is very formidable. As long as I go out, I won't be able to save anyone. I'll also die. I can only secretly collect some of the corpses. Some of them will be moved away while crying. Some of them will just be left in the wind and sand. It's very pitiful. I'm not afraid of death. I'm just afraid that no one will remember me. There are so many people in the world, but no one knows me. Chun Pingon leaned forward and gently hit the little girl's head with his folding fan. If you don't talk about it, I won't listen to you even if you talk about it later. The little girl sat up straight and snorted. She shook her head left and right and smiled happily. I won't talk about it. I won't talk about it. Then she saw the white-robed scholar tilting his head and pressing his folding fan against his head. He said with a smile, "Do you know that many times for many people their parents don't teach them, their teachers don't teach them, and their masters don't teach them? They should let the world teach them how to be human." The little girl started to frown again. She didn't understand what he was talking about. However, if she let him know that she didn't understand, it wouldn't be good. So should she pretend that she understood? However, pretending was a little difficult. Just like that time when the two of them accidentally entered the land of peach blossoms, he asked those mountain monsters in scholarly robes to recite a poem. Wasn't he completely at his wit's end? That person stood up. Without seeing him do anything, the talisman left the window and flew into his sleeve. The window even opened by itself. He stood by the window. The fairy was already above the sea of clouds. A cool breeze brushed past his face, and his two snow-white sleeves fluttered. She was a little angry. So what if he was tall? She hesitated for a moment and stood on the chair. Suddenly, she thought of something. Wouldn't it show that she was more experienced and knowledgeable if she encountered some dangers in the Jianghu? I didn't know what they were laughing about, so I turned my head and smiled at them. Didn't you say before that no matter if you're walking on a mountain or at the foot of a mountain, or whether you're a human or a demon, you have to treat people politely? Then that ferryman's friend happened to be leaving the house. At the door, he accidentally bumped into me. I lost my balance, and the newspapers scattered all over the floor. I said it was fine, and went to pick it up. That person stepped on me, and even used the tip of his foot to pinch me. It shouldn't be an accident. I couldn't help but frown and grin. In the end, he sent me flying with a kick. However, that ferryman said that I was a guest after all. That fierce man ignored me. I picked up the newspaper and ran back. Ooh. She crossed her arms and said with a serious expression, "I'm not lying to you. At that time, I couldn't take the pain and grin a little." She was afraid that the fellow wouldn't believe her, so she stretched out 2 fingers. "That's the most." That person turned his head and asked with a smile, "Do you think it's right to be kind to others all the time? Shouldn't it be split into 2? Be kind to the good and evil to the evil." However, even if the order and size of the evil people is clear, the punishment imposed on them, if there's an asymmetry, wouldn't it violate the order? When good and evil collide, the result is evil and evil, accumulating bit by bit. It's also like a mountain of dirt and wind and rain. However, it's a cold wind and evil rain. What should we do? The little girl scrunched up her face and silently told herself that she understood, but she was too lazy to speak. She didn't have enough energy to eat. That person smiled and gently tapped his chest with his folding fan. "You don't have to think too much. I'm just asking myself." The little girl in black didn't want him to be like this, so she blamed herself compared to other people who were shrouded in fog and couldn't see clearly. She still preferred the him who planted rice in the fields and opened the mountain with his fists. Fortunately, that person suddenly smiled and jumped over the window, standing on the deck outside. "Let's go and enjoy the scenery." Not only is there a foul atmosphere, but there are also magnificent mountains, and rivers. He leaned on the window and stretched out a hand, joking, "I'll pull you out." The little girl angrily said, "Get out of the way. I can do it myself." She jumped out of the window, but she was afraid of ropes after being bitten by a snake. She timidly grabbed his sleeve, thinking that standing inside the box was quite good. She turned to look at the open window and softly said, "We're poor, but at least we don't have to worry about food and clothing. If someone steals our belongings, wouldn't it be worse? I don't want to eat pickled fish, so don't think about it." But that person said, "That depends on whether they have the life to hold on to the things they stole." She blinked and vigorously nodded, domineering. In the end, that person tapped her head with his folding fan. "Don't be a bad student." She hugged her head and stepped on his foot. That person smiled. "That's very good." In the end, she didn't dare to walk over the railing, but she was still carried by him and placed on the railing. Then, as she walked, she felt that she had a lot of face. A lot of people were looking at her. She lowered her head and looked. That guy was walking below languid, one hand waving the fan, the other hand raised high, just right to hold her small hand. She then said that she didn't need his protection and could walk on her own. She was very stable. At that moment, many cultivators and pure martial artists saw this strange scene on the ferry. A little girl in black walked with her arms swinging, her head raised and chest puffed out. At the railing under her feet, there was a scholar in white holding a folding fan, walking slowly with a smile on his face. The little girl casually asked, surnamed Chun, "Once when I woke up in the middle of the night, I didn't see you by my side." "Sai, where did you go?" Chun Pingon smiled. "I was just walking around. I pretended that I was almost beaten to death, and then almost broke. It's nothing, just treat it as if I flipped a book and found a boring story. Halfway through, I felt sleepy, so I closed the book and talked about it later." The little girl frowned. "You're so annoying when you only talk halfway." That guy smiled. "We're traveling together, so we should be more tolerant." The little girl crossed her arms and walked on the railing. "Then I want to eat tortoise jelly. One bowl isn't enough. I need 2 big bowls. I paid for the court bulletin, so you have to pay for the 2 bowls of tortoise jelly." That person nodded. "Okay, but there has to be tortoise jelly for sale at the next ferry." The little girl frowned. "If there's no tortoise jelly, I'll change it." As soon as she said that, she felt that she was really clever and had calculated everything. That person hesitated for a long time. "Something too expensive can't do." The little girl gently kicked him. "I'm kicking you." That person also slowly tilted his head to dodge and used his folding fan to slap her foot away. "Walk properly." Among the spectators, there were the ferry stewards and servants. There was also the man who was standing on the second floor and enjoying the scenery with his friends on the observation deck. He and 7 or 8 other people were like stars surrounding the moon, protecting a young man and woman. He lived next to the sky room on this ferry, and it was also expensive, so he didn't have to pay for a single snow. This was the benefit of having a relationship between the sect and the mountain, calling friends, riding the wind on the mountain, training at the foot of the mountain, looking down on the noble plain, and looking down on the Jianghu. A young female cultivator with average looks but wearing a rare robe smiled. "Has this little fish monster reached the cave realm?" The young cultivator with a jade-like face beside her nodded. "If I'm not wrong, he's just at the cave realm, and he's not familiar with riding the wind yet. If it wasn't for the protection of the ferry's formation, he would have fallen. It would have been fine if he was stepping on a river or lake, but if he was on a mountain on the shore, he would have died without a doubt." The man laughed softly. "Young Master Wei, this little fish monster of unknown origin went to Steward Lu on the ferry to buy the court bulletin. He's a spendthrift and spent a whole small sum of money." The handsome young man called Young Master Wei pretended to be surprised. "He's so rich." The woman covered her mouth and laughed, looking at the young man beside her. Her eyes were full of affection. and everything was clear. The rest of the people laughed in agreement, as if they had heard an extremely knowledgeable saying. Helping others wasn't about observing people's expressions, and helping to turn the joy of a single person into joy of all. The young female cultivator asked again, "Young Master Wei, that white-clothed scholar looks like the owner of that little dirty thing? Why doesn't he look like a chi refinement warrior of the middle 5 realms, but more like a crude martial artist?" Young Master Wei laughed and turned to look at the woman. "You can't say this in front of my father. It'll embarrass him. He's now the #1 martial artist of our great Guan dynasty." Ooh, the young female cultivator smiled apologetically. "It's Ching Ching's fault." Young Master Wei smiled helplessly. "Ching Ching, why are you being so polite? Are you treating me as an outsider?" The young female cultivator called Ching Ching immediately smiled like a flower. She came from Spring Dew Garden's night illumination cottage, and her father was one of the consecrators of Spring Dew Garden. Moreover, he was good at making money and managed half of Spring Dew Garden's mountain range alone. In the eyes of the secular dynasties and emperors, he was a high and mighty Jindan Earth immortal. No matter where he went down the mountain, he would be a guest of honor in the mansions of rich families and immortal mountains. This time, she came down the mountain specially to invite this noble young master beside her to Spring Dew Garden to attend the finale of the gathering, the Spring Feast. There was a great Guan dynasty on the southeastern coast, and just the vassal barrier alone had 3 countries. The young master came from Iron Cliff Manor, one of the 3 most powerful clans in the dynasty. 4 generations, they used to be officials in the capital. Now, the head of the family, Wei Ying, gave up his pen and joined the army when he was young and actually opened up a new life for the family. Now, he held military power in his hands and was the mainstay of the largest border. His eldest son was an official in the imperial court and was already an assistant minister. As for this young Master Wei, Wei Bai, as the youngest son of great General Wei, he had been doted on since he was young. Moreover, he himself was an accomplished young genius in cultivation and was extremely famous in the dynasty. There was even a beautiful story about how the nascent soul stage ancestor of Spring Dew Garden once went down the mountain for a rare trip. When he passed by Wei Clan's Iron Cliff Manor, he saw the father and son being welcomed by the great Guan sect and laughed when he saw the father and son. When outsiders introduced Wei Bai, who was the son of great General Wei Ying, but in less than 30 years, when outsiders saw the father and son, they would only say that Wei Ying was Wei Bai's father. Great General Wei Ying laughed heartily. He could not help but be carefree. After all, the founder of Spring Dew Garden did not praise people easily. Wei Bai was personally praised by a nascent soul stage ancestor, and his cultivation aptitude was recognized. This attracted the envy of countless people in the imperial court. Even His Majesty, the Emperor, bestowed an imperial edict and a secret treasure to Iron Cliff Manor, hoping that Wei Bai could continue to work hard, cultivate in peace, and become a pillar of the country early. She and Wei Bai were actually not really a match in terms of social status. When they first met, Iron Cliff Manor had the intention of matchmaking them. Great General Wei Ying said in front of her that they were a match made in heaven. However, at that time, the founder of Spring Dew Garden had not gone down the mountain to the great Guan dynasty. Her father was not very happy and felt that Wei Bai, who had not reached the cave realm, had an unpredictable future. After all, after becoming a chi cultivator, the cave realm was the first big threshold. After that, Wei Bai's cultivation path was smooth sailing. He had the hope of breaking through the bottleneck of the cave realm at a young age, and he also received the undisguised favor of the founder of Spring Dew Garden. Iron Cliff Manor also rose in status in the great Guan dynasty. In the end, it was her father who was anxious and Iron Cliff Manor began to shirk away. Therefore, she went down the mountain this time. In fact, without her father's urging, she was very willing. She did not bring any retainers. In the coastal area of the East Sea, although Spring Dew Garden was not the strongest, they had a wide range of friends. Everyone would give some face to the cultivators of Spring Dew Garden. For example, the young Grand Master of the Golden Crow Palace would go alone every few years, and he would go to the secluded mountain range of Spring Dew Garden to fetch water and brew tea. However, Weibai had two retainers by his side. One was a silent cultivator from the Iron Cliff Manor, who was said to be a cultivator of the Devil Dow, and had been hiding in the Iron Cliff Manor for decades. The other was a seventh-tier golden body martial artist who could influence the martial arts fate of a small vassal state. Weibai turned his head and looked at a burly old man standing behind the crowd. He asked, "Master Liao, can you tell the background of that white-robed scholar?" That person was originally resting with his eyes closed. After hearing the young master of Iron Cliff Manor's question, he opened his eyes and smiled. Judging from his breathing and footsteps, he should be equivalent to a level 5 martial artist at the border of our Great Guan dynasty. Compared to the ordinary level 5 idiots of the pugilistic world, he is still slightly stronger. Beside the burly old man, an old nanny with a naturally malicious face said with a hoarse voice, "Young master, Liao is not wrong." The old man snorted coldly. According to the great difference in age between them, it was actually not arrogant of the old woman to call him a kid. However, he was after all a golden body martial artist who had fought his way out of the battlefield. The old woman had never shown him the slightest respect because of her identity as a chi cultivator, that man from a large sect of the pugilistic world of the Great Guan dynasty rubbed his hands and smiled. "Young Master Wei, why don't I go down and find that young martial artist who wears a hat and test his strength? Let's treat it as a sideshow to entertain everyone and relieve their boredom. At the same time, I'll be bold enough to ask for some tips so that Mr. Liao can give me some pointers on my fist technique." The sect he belonged to was the leader of the southern pugilistic world of the Great Guan dynasty. It was said that there were close to 10,000 people in the sect, and they controlled a lot of wealth related to water transportation and salt permits. Their wealth was rolling in. In fact, it was all thanks to the face of Iron Cliff Manor. Otherwise, the money would not enter their stomachs and would burn their throats. There was also a golden body martial arts grandmaster in the sect, but he said in private that he was more likely to lose than win against that Mr. Liao. In the northern pugilistic world, there was a sect where everyone used a sword. The sect leader and disciples did not number more than 100 people, but they were able to command the heroes of the northern pugilistic world. That old sect leader, who liked to roam the pugilistic world alone, was rumored to be a martial grandmaster who had quietly ascended to the remote travel realm. It was just that no one had seen him use his sword for at least 20 years. However, the people of the southern pugilistic world all said that the old man's whereabouts were uncertain because he wanted to avoid the taunts of those earth immortals on the mountain, especially arrogant sword cultivators. That was because a pugilistic world sect dared to use the word sect in its name. Wasn't that asking for a beating? Hearing that man's courteous words, Weibai shook his head and smiled. "I think it's better to forget about it. You martial artists at the foot of the mountain are not like our Iron Cliff Manor soldiers on the battlefield. Each one of you cares about face more than the other. I think that young martial artist has it tough. He probably felt that he had obtained a fated chance that should belong to a cultivator with great difficulty, and made that little water monster recognize him as his master. That's why when he went out on this trip and boarded the immortal ferry, he still couldn't forget his pugilistic temperament and likes to show off everywhere. Let him be. Now that he's at the Spring Dew Garden, there are all kinds of people there. If he still dares to be so unrestrained, he'll still suffer." that man said with a face full of admiration. Young Master Wei really has the heart of a bodhisattva and the bearing of an immortal. Wei Bai smiled and shook his head. What kind of immortal am I now? Let's talk about it later. He suddenly turned his head. But you, Ding Tong, are a pugilistic person, and not a cultivator like us. You can only live a little longer. A little longer, like that sect leader Peng whose whereabouts are unpredictable. Then you'll have the chance to say something like that. Behind the crowd, the old nanny, who stood shoulder to shoulder with the sturdy old man at the door, sneered. That Peng guy deserves to be in the far travel realm and has to hide all over the place. If he was in the golden body realm like Liao Boy, he wouldn't cause any trouble. We cultivators wouldn't want to dirty the soles of our shoes by trampling him to death. Now that he's secretly ascended to the martial 8th realm and has become a slightly bigger grasshopper, he just has to wield a sword. His sect has the word sect in it. If the people on the mountain don't trample him to death, who will they trample on? The sturdy old man with the surname Liao sneered. Do you dare to say something like that in front of old Peng? The old nanny clicked her tongue and said, not to mention in front of him. If he dares to stand in front of me, I'll point at his nose and say that. The old man in the golden body realm couldn't be bothered to argue with an old woman. He closed his eyes and rested his mind again. The man with the identity of a martial artist didn't feel awkward at all. After all, they weren't talking about him. So what if they were talking about him? It was a great honor to be able to get a few words from an old consecrator of the Iron Wall Manor. When they returned to the sect, it would be a topic of conversation. Wei Bai reached out to hold the railing and sighed. It's said that sect leader, he from the north, went south not long ago. Not only is sect leader he extraordinarily talented, ascending to the upper 5 realms at such a young age, but she's also endlessly blessed. As a cultivator from a small place like the Treasure Bottleneck, she was able to find a small grotto heaven as soon as she came to our North Continent. Then, she successively subdued many great demons and ghosts. Finally, in such a short period of time, she built an immortal home with the word sect in her name. Furthermore, she was able to gain a foothold there. She even relied on the mountain defense array formation and the small grotto heaven to defeat 2 Jade realm cultivators. She's really fascinating. When I travel to the north in the future, I'll definitely go and see her. Even if I can only see her from afar, it'll be worth it. The young female cultivator from the Spring Dew Gardens Illumination Night cottage couldn't help but feel a little depressed. However, she quickly felt relieved. This was because Wei Bai knew very well that compared to the unattainable sect leader he was the only one who had the opportunity to see her from afar. Wei Bai suddenly leaned closer to the girl beside him and said softly, "Ching Ching, the moon in the sky is the moon in the sky. The person in front of me is the person in front of me. I know very well in my heart." The young female cultivator's frown immediately relaxed, and she smiled. On the first floor's railing, that little dirty thing who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth was still happily running along the railing. As for that young man in a white robe that was slightly stained with dirt, he was still pretending to be cultured and waving his folding fan. Wei Bai suddenly smiled, knowingly. Elsewhere on the second floor, there was actually someone who finally felt that they were an eyesore and chose to make a move. Wei Bai frowned. That strand of spiritual chi condensed into a sleeve arrow for a sneak attack. It should have hit that black-clothed little girl's leg. After shattering her knee, the sleeve arrow that penetrated her bone just so happened to be able to break through the shallow formation barrier that the fairy was flying over. From an outsider's perspective, it was just that the little girl lost her balance and fell off the ferry, then accidentally fell to her death. There was no need to take responsibility for this fairy. She walked over the railing and fell to her death. The fairy didn't even sway, so who could be blamed? It was a pity that the concealed arrow of spiritual energy had been blocked by the white-clothed scholar's fan. However, it didn't look easy. He quickly took 2 steps back and steadied himself by leaning against the railing. Wei Bai shook his head. So it really was a piece of trash. Fortunately, he didn't let that lackey by his side make a move. Otherwise, if news of this spread out, wouldn't he and the Iron Shell Manor lose face? This trip to the Spring Dew Garden was going to be troublesome. That white-clothed scholar's face was full of anger. He shouted loudly, "No one is managing your ferry. There are people on the 2nd floor committing murder." The black-clothed little girl hurriedly stopped. She jumped off the railing and hid by his side. Her face was deathly pale, but she didn't forget his instructions. She asked through the ripples in her mind, more powerful than that yellow-robed elder. The white-clothed scholar didn't speak through his mind. Instead, he directly nodded and said softly, much more powerful. It was just that his power didn't lie in his cultivation, but in his heart. The little girl was somewhat anxious. Then, "Let's hurry and run." The white-clothed scholar's expression suddenly changed. He lightly placed a hand on her head and closed his folding fan. He said with a slight smile, "If we run today, we'll just let this group of scourges kill other people tomorrow. The world is a pot of porridge. Those fly droppings should be hooked and thrown out. Every droppings we see will be thrown out. Do you still remember that group of people we met in the Jianghu? Do you still remember what I said afterwards?" The little girl thought for a moment and nodded. "You said that when disaster really comes, everyone seems to be weak. Before this, everyone seems to be strong, because there will always be weaker weaklings." Previously, they had slowly climbed the mountain together. According to the local people, there had been something strange on that mountain recently, so they wanted to go take a look. On the secluded mountain path, they met a group of Jianghu heroes who were riding fast and drinking wine. They were high-spirited and spoke loudly, saying that they wanted to slaughter that spirit so that they could become famous. For some reason, the white-clothed scholar who was walking in the middle of the path didn't give way. Then he was directly sent flying by a tall horse. The people riding the horse all laughed loudly. The sound of the horses' hooves echoed as they left. However, she wasn't worried at that time. A sword immortal who could kill that yellow-robed elder. Moreover, he didn't even use the flying sword he kept in his wine pot. However, she still felt angry. At that time, she couldn't help but open her mouth. In the end, the white-clothed scholar was already standing by her side. He gently pressed her head and smiled, saying that it was fine. Afterwards, the two of them saw that group of Jianghu martial artists blocked the path of a 2 zhang tall, ferocious-looking spirit. At that time, it was still chewing on an arm in its mouth. In its hand was a man's badly mutilated corpse. The little girl in black roughly saw that the one who died was the scoundrel who had taken the lead to send the white-clothed scholar flying. In the end, she hid behind the white-clothed scholar. He stretched out his folded fan and pointed at the ferocious-looking burly spirit. He said with a smile, "Eat your last meal first." The spirit blocking the path actually threw away the corpse in its hand, wanting to escape into the depths of the forest. Those Jianghu people who had eaten their fill and wanted to go up the mountain to kill the spirit began to kneel and kowtow, begging for help. The little girl didn't like this Jianghu story too much. From the beginning to the end, she didn't like it too much. On the observation deck on the 2nd floor of the ferry, there was also a group of people. After seeing that the white-clothed scholar blocked that hand, they felt bored. They let that big and small person pass, and that white-clothed scholar didn't have the guts to denounce them. It seemed that he just pretended that nothing had happened. The people on the observation deck roared with laughter. They didn't have the slightest fear of letting that big and small person know who had attacked. A ferry worker braced himself and walked to the white-clothed scholar's side. He wasn't worried that this fairy guest would be long-winded, but that he had been forced to come here by the steward. If he wasn't careful, he would provoke the disdain of the guests on the second floor. After this trip to Spring Dew Garden, he wouldn't be able to get any reward. That young worker stood in front of the white-clothed scholar with a stern face. He asked, "What are you blindly shouting about? Which dog eyes of yours saw someone commit murder?" The white-clothed scholar turned his head to look at the little girl in black. It was he who sold you the court bulletin. He even persuaded the other guest not to kill you. He was a good person for once? She shook her head. It was an even older person. The white-clothed scholar lightly patted his chest with his folding fan and muttered to himself, "People who cultivate the Tao need to cultivate their minds. Otherwise, if they walk with a limp, they won't be able to reach the highest point." The little girl in black tugged at his sleeve and covered her mouth with one hand. She raised her head and quietly said to him, "You're not allowed to be angry. Otherwise, I'll be angry at you. I'm very fierce." The white-clothed scholar looked up at the second floor. "No, I have to be reasonable. I didn't say enough last time at Blue Cloud Lake." The young worker reached out to push the white-clothed scholar that he didn't like. Why was he pretending to be refined? He reached out with his hand. "You still won't stop, right? Go back to the room and cool off." Then he was dumbfounded. Why was his hand unable to reach out an inch in front of that person? The white-clothed scholar didn't look at him. He said with a smile, "Just because I'm at Realm 4, you really think I'm a Realm 4 martial artist?" The young worker suddenly bent down and cupped his hands with a smile. "Guest, please continue to enjoy the scenery. I won't disturb you any further." Without another word, he turned and ran. He really managed to escape. He ran to the bow of the boat and turned his head to take a look. The white-clothed scholar had already disappeared, leaving only a frowning little girl in black. On the second floor of the ferry, there was a viewing platform not far from way by, and the others, 7 or 8 male and female cultivators who were traveling together, retreated together. In the blink of an eye, the white-robed scholar, who was struggling to block a spiritual aura sleeve arrow, was already standing on the railing for some inexplicable reason. With one hand behind his back and the other gently fanning himself, he looked down at them from above. When one of them wanted to speak, the circulation of his spirit chi suddenly stagnated. It was as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. His face turned red, and he was speechless. The white-clothed scholar smiled and said, "When I'm reasonable, you just have to listen." With a snap, he closed the folding fan and lifted it gently. The chi refinement warrior who shot the arrow was lifted up in the air. The white-clothed scholar grabbed his head and threw him out of the ferry. The folding fan was lifted again. Another person was lifted up by the neck and slapped out of the ferry with a sleeve. All of them were turned into dumplings for that person. The viewing platform was already empty except for the white-clothed scholar, who had a vermilion wine pot hanging on his waist. He leaned back and actually flew out of the ferry. His 2 snow-white sleeves fluttered, and he fell in an instant, disappearing without a trace. A moment later, he appeared on the railing of the ferry again. He looked up at the viewing platform of the heaven room and smiled without saying a word. Wei Bai's mouth twitched. "Master Liao, what do you say?" The sturdy old man had already strode forward. He used his aura chi to push away those useless people who only knew how to brag and flatter. The old man stared at the white-clothed scholar and said in a deep voice, "It's hard to say." Wei Bai turned his head and glanced at the slightly pale pugilistic man. After retracting his gaze, he smiled and said, "Then isn't it a little difficult?" The old nanny also stood beside Wei Bai. "What's so troublesome about this? Let Liao boy go down and play with him for a while. We'll know what he's capable of after weighing him." Wei Bai did not make a decision on his own. A servant under someone else's roof was also a person, especially one with great ability. He had never been stingy with his intimacy and respect, So Wei Bai said softly, Master Liao, you don't have to force yourself. The sturdy old man clenched his fist, his joints crackling like firecrackers. He sneered, the embroidered pillows in the south can't take a beating. Old Peng's swordsman in the north is protected by that minister. It's not easy to meet someone who dares to challenge our iron mystic manner. I don't care if he's a martial artist or a cultivator. I won't let him go today. The golden body elder of Iron Mystic Manor did not punch out with his imposing manner. Instead, he supported himself with one hand on the railing and gently landed on the deck of the first floor. He smiled and said, Kid, warm up my hands with me? Don't worry, I won't kill you. There's no enmity between us. The man raised his head and pressed his finger fan against his chin. He seemed to be thinking about something. Then he folded his fan and also landed on the ground. It's not good to let someone make a move first. The white-clothed scholar paused for a moment and then said with a brilliant smile, Then I'll let him make 3 moves first. With one hand behind his back and the other holding the fan, he pointed at his forehead, Make 3 punches first. We'll talk later. You'll be responsible for your own life and death. How about it? The two of them had a tacit understanding. They each stood on the 2 sides of the ferry, about 20 steps apart. All the passengers on the ferry were whispering to each other. Wei Bai's side felt even more incredulous. Only a passenger on the first floor, who had set off from the south of the Minister of Treasure Kingdom and was fleeing to Spring Dew Garden, had a pale face and trembling lips. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why did I meet this young sword immortal with an unpredictable temperament and profound Tao again? Young Master Sword Immortal, I'm running away so that I won't see you again. I really didn't mean to take the same ferry as you. The golden body elder with the surname Liao sneered and said, Kid, are you really going to let me make 3 punches first? The white-clothed scholar said with a face of surprise. Not enough? Then 4 punches? If you don't feel confident, then 5 punches. Just 5 punches. I really can't go any further. If you go any further, those who are watching will find it boring. The old man gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, After 3 punches, I hope you'll still have an intact corpse. He said no more and opened his fist stance. Orochi surged and his fist intent soared. Everyone on the first and second floors were in a situation where the wind was blowing in their faces. Some of the weaker chi cultivators and martial artists were almost unable to open their eyes. There was a loud boom. The walls and windows on that side of the room actually produced a series of continuous cracking sounds. That sturdy old man stood where the white-clothed scholar had previously stood. When he looked again, that white-clothed scholar had actually been shattered into pieces in an instant. He was standing at the bow of the ferry, his white robe and large sleeves billowing like snow. This made some people who recognized the old man's identity from the Iron Mystic Manor could only swallow back some of their cheers. That person's Adam's apple moved slightly, as if he was definitely not as relaxed as he appeared to be. He must have been forcefully swallowing the blood that had surged to the side of his mouth. Then he still said with a smile, if it were anyone else, this punch would have, at most, killed a 6th realm martial artist on the spot. Old Senior is still kind and merciful. The old man with the surname Liao narrowed his eyes. The young man's white robe had just been shaken off by his fist intent, but there were no cracks at all. The old man said in a low voice, a high-grade robe. No wonder. No wonder. Good scheming, good shrewdness, you've hidden it well. That person still held the folding fan in his hand as he slowly walked forward. I sold everything I had with great difficulty to buy this robe, and you're complaining that I wasn't killed by your punch? Old Senior, if you continue to be like this, you're not upholding the righteousness of the pugilistic world. Fine, 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 I'll remove the effect of the robe. There are still 2 more punches. The old man stepped on the ground, and the entire fairy actually dropped more than 10 feet. His figure rushed forward like lightning, and it was a swift and violent punch that was at the peak of his fist intent. This time, that white-clothed scholar should have directly exploded, or at least been punched through the bow of the fairy and fell to the ground. Right? No, not only that. That person was still standing in the same place, still holding the folding fan in one hand. However, he only raised the hand that was originally behind him. This time, it was the burly old man who slid backward. After he stood still, his shoulders tilted slightly. On the second floor, Wei Bai's face was gloomy. The old woman's face was as gloomy as water, and her mind was wavering. The white-clothed scholar did not move for a long time. Then he exclaimed, and his feet did not move. He pretended to shake his body a few times. Senior's fist technique is like a god's. It's terrifying. Fortunately, Senior only has one punch left. I still have lingering fears. Fortunately, Senior was polite and did not agree to let me have 5 punches in one go. I'm still very scared now. All the passengers on the ferry were about to collapse. Damn it. They had never seen a person who was so good at acting and so careless in their lives. The burly old man smiled. Then, let's have the last punch. He took a deep breath. The old man's vigorous energy spread open his long robe. In the next moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. The dignified, golden-bodied, martial elder of Iron Shell Manor did not directly punch the white-robed scholar. Instead, he deviated midway to find the black-robed little girl who had been standing by the railing. Every time she saw the white-robed scholar safe and sound, she would keep a straight face and hold back her laughter. She would secretly raise her 2 small hands and clap her hands lightly. Her clapping movements were quick but silent. She must have purposely not clapped her hands together. Another moment passed. It was as if the river of time had stopped. A white-clothed man stood next to the black-clothed girl. The 5 fingers of his left hand were like hooks that gripped the neck of the Iron Cliff Manor martial grandmaster. The latter, who was leaning forward, could not move forward. Blood flowed from the latter's neck. The white-clothed scholar held the folding fan in one hand. He gently loosened his fingers and pushed the fan against the old man's forehead. With a bang, a golden body martial artist who had fought his way out of the battle directly crashed into the stern of the ferry and fell out. The white-clothed scholar turned his head to look at the second floor. His left hand gently rubbed the railings several times. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. What do you say? On the second floor's observation deck, Wei Bai did not speak. The old woman did not speak. A moment later, everyone could hear the distant rumbling of the beast. At the back of the ferry, a golden light exploded. Then a sword light suddenly arrived. There was a person with the appearance of a young man, wearing a golden hairpin on his head. He looked at the railing and asked, "Was it you who split apart the thundercloud of my Golden Crow Palace with a sword?" The white-clothed scholar had a blank expression. He asked, "What are you talking about?" The young sword immortal helplessly smiled. "When we reach the spring dew garden, I'll treat you to tea." The sword light went far away. The black-clothed girl did not know why, but she suddenly felt that this kind of mountain story was very heroic. But she just could not feel happy. She lowered her head and walked next to the white-clothed scholar. She lightly pulled at his sleeve. "I'm sorry." That person crouched down. His hands grabbed her face and gently pulled. Then he made a funny face at her and laughed softly. "Ma, ma, ma." "511, the girl in black, smiled shyly. The white-robed scholar suddenly pulled the golden robe on his body and covered her head. In an instant, the black-robed little girl turned into a white-robed little girl. However, there was another white robe under the scholar's snow-white robe. Chun Pingan's eyes were clear. He stood up slowly and said softly, "No matter what happens later, don't move. Don't move at all. If you die today, I'll let the entire North Continent know that you're the big water monster of Mute Lake. Your surname is Zhou, so you'll be called Zhou Mealy. But don't be afraid, I'll try to protect you, just like how I'll try to protect some people." After that, Chun Pingan turned around and swept his gaze over the first and second floors of the ferry. He spoke neither hurriedly nor slowly. "Gao Cheng, I know you're on this ferry. You've endured for so long, yet you still haven't thought of a surefire plan to kill me? Are you too weak after leaving your lair? Or am I too strong? If you don't act now, I think your chances of success will be even smaller when we reach the Spring Dew Garden." No one on the ferry understood what this guy was talking about. Only a handful of passengers on the ferry vaguely felt that the name Gao Cheng was somewhat familiar, but they couldn't recall where they had heard it from. The ferry was moving slowly above the sea of clouds. Bathed in the sunlight, it looked like it was wearing a layer of golden clothes. Chun Pingan patted the blade's strengthening gourd at his waist and used telepathy to form a line. His lips moved slightly, and he said with a smile, "Why? Are you afraid that I have a backup plan? You're the Lord of Jingwan City, the Lord of the Skeleton Beach. You shouldn't be so timid. You must have heard about the commotion at the attendant city. I almost died. I was afraid that you'd be bored, so I reduced the 5 punches to 3. Isn't my hospitality much better than your Skeleton Beach? The first day of the Flying Sword is with me. You and the entire Skeleton Beach are here. You won't get another chance like this if you miss it." As long as it was Gao Cheng, he would naturally hear it. He must have heard it too. Chun Pingan said with a smile, "Do you think I'm destined to not be able to invite you to appear?" The eyes of a ferryman hiding in the corner of the bow instantly turned as black as ink. A cultivator of the Silver Screen country who was lucky enough to survive in the Dragon Palace of Tsangyun Lake and went to the Spring Dew Garden to seek refuge also had such a phenomenon. Their souls instantly shattered, and they no longer had any vitality. Before they died, they didn't realize that there was a seed in the depths of their souls that had been quietly blossoming and bearing fruit. Of the 2 dead men, one slowly walked out while the other stood by the window. The 2 people who were already dead had smiles on their faces. They used the ripples in their hearts to communicate. One of them laughed and said, "Other than Zhu Quan, who else is there? Which other ancestor of the hemp sect? Or did all 3 of them come? Yes, they should all be here." The other person said, "You really liked me back then. When I see you, I miss the years when I had to rack my brains to survive. It was very difficult, but very fulfilling. Those years made me live more like a human than a human." Chun Pingan's gaze was not on the 2 dead people. He still looked around and focused his voice into a line. "I heard that the real person who achieved Tao at the top of the mountain is not as simple as having an out-of-body state and an out-of-body body with the Yang spirit. You hid so well. You must not be afraid that the hemp sect will find you." "Why are you so sure that the hemp sect and I won't kill all the passengers on the ferry? Thanks to you, Gao Cheng, and he Xiaoliang, what I'm doing now is very similar to you. Moreover, your real trump card must be a powerful Jindan with great killing power or a hidden martial artist in the remote travel state. Is it difficult to find? From the moment I predicted that you would leave the Skeleton Beach until I boarded this ferry, you, Gao Cheng, have already lost." There was a moment of silence. The dead person standing at the window said, "You relied on gambling?" Chun Pingan was still the same Chun Pingan, but like a white-robed scholar, he narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Gambling? Others gamble at the gambling table, but I've been gambling my whole life since I can remember. Let's not talk about luck. In terms of gambling skills, I've never seen anyone my age better than me. Chao Ci, no. Ma Kuxuan, no. Yang Ningxing, no. He used his left hand to roll up his right sleeve and took a step forward. Then he used his right hand to roll up his left sleeve and took another step forward. His movements were extremely slow. He raised his head and a cool breeze brushed against his face. He shook his sleeves. After rolling up both sleeves, there was naturally no spring breeze on his sleeves. I imagined that the ghost axe palaces to you was you, the assassin who deliberately hid in the dung bucket was you, the wild cultivator who took out a small coin in the alley was you, the young escort who gave me the water pouch was you, and even the old monk who confronted the yellow-robed ancestor was you. I also imagined that the little girl beside me would be you. It couldn't be helped. Because he was Gao Cheng, there would be more what-ifs. So many that it wasn't 1,101, but the one that would come whenever he wanted. That's why it's been a tough journey for me. But it's worth it. My cultivation of the heart has never progressed so quickly before. I advise you to be more capable today. Otherwise, I'll immediately turn around and go to the skeleton beach. Politeness demands reciprocity. Believe me, Chun Pingon, there will be a big accident between you and the skeleton beach. Ooh. The fairy clerk nodded and smiled. I believe you. I, Gao Cheng, have never said such nonsense before or after my death. The person at the window was suddenly enlightened. He smiled sincerely and said, I understand. I miss the one who wanted you dead the most. It's my turn to suffer. She must have hurt some of her Dao foundation during the battle in Follower City. If I were He Xiaoliang, I would completely cut off the connection with you, so that I wouldn't be implicated by you in the future. But since she's He Xiaoliang, maybe she's just hiding in the secret realm of the sect's small grotto heaven to temporarily cut off the karma with you. These aren't important. What's important is that I, Gao Cheng, have made an extremely opposite mistake with the same result because of you inexplicable bastards. When she's here, I'll attack you. Now that she's gone, I'll naturally attack you even more. Your way of thinking is really interesting. Chun Pingon stretched out his thumb and wiped the corner of his mouth. I'm not familiar with He Xiaoliang. You can call me a dog, but don't put me in a relationship with her. What's next? 2 Jindan ghosts, are you humiliating me or humiliating yourself? Gao Cheng? An old man with a sword on his back slowly walked out from the stern. He should be staying in a room by the window on the other side of the ferry. But for some reason, the tall old man's footsteps were a little shaky. His face was distorted, as if he was struggling. After a moment, he exhaled a long breath. Using the same martial arts method of condensing sound into a line, he lamented, every self that can't be restrained will indeed become another person. You should take this as a warning. After the old man appeared, there were people outside the ferry who worked together to cast a spell to isolate the small world. The old man didn't care at all. Chun Pingon asked, do I need you to teach me? Do you deserve it? The old man stared at the young man in white and smiled. Are you sure that this is the kind of distinction you want? A drop of scarlet blood seeped out from between Chun Pingon's eyebrows. He suddenly raised his hand, as if to signal that the outsiders didn't need to interfere. He patted the blade's strengthening gourd. The flying sword Chu Yi, whose real name was Fengdu, hovered above the opening of the blade's strengthening gourd. He smiled sinisterly. The flying sword is right here. Shall we make a bet? The old man looked at the smile on the young man's face. The old man was also full of smiles. He was actually a little happy as he said, very good. I can confirm that you and I, Gao Cheng, had similar backgrounds and circumstances in the beginning. After the old man appeared, he didn't show any signs of drawing his sword. Instead, he stopped. I only have one question now. In Attendant City, why didn't you, Quan, and the others help you resist the heavenly tribulation? Chun Pingon wiped his face with his left hand, wiping away his smile bit by bit. He said slowly, it's very simple. I've told sect masters you from the beginning. As long as you, Gao Cheng, Don't kill me personally. They don't have to show up even if I die. The old man nodded. Only the cultivators of the linen sect would agree to such a thing. Only the current you, the Gao Qing of the past, could make such a decision. This world should be for people like us to keep moving forward. The old man smiled. Don't die in the hands of others. I'll wait for you in Jingguan City. I'm afraid that you'll change your mind when the time comes. So I advise you to kill your way through the Skeleton Beach and reach Jingguan City in one go. The old man raised his head and looked into the distance. It was probably the southernmost part of the North Continent. On the Great Tao, I'm all alone. Finally, I've met a true comrade. I failed to kill you this time, and I even paid the price of a soul and a spirit. When I think about it, it's actually not that unacceptable. That's right, you. You should thank the young lady from Jinduo Temple and the little water monster behind you. Without these two small accidents to calm you down, you wouldn't have been able to reach this ferry, no matter how careful you were. Zhu Quan and the other two might have been able to snatch the flying sword, but they definitely wouldn't have been able to save your life. Ooh. The old man shook his sleeves. The souls of the dead people at the window and at the bow of the ferry that were split into two completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Only then did the two dead people truly die. In an instant, they turned into white bones and fell to the ground. The old man reached over his shoulder and slowly pulled out the long sword. Chun Pingan didn't move at all. The old man laughed. Even if it's just a soul and a spirit of mine, the three pure jade realm cultivators of the linen sect aren't worthy of such a harvest. After the old man pulled out the long sword, he cut off his own neck inch by inch. He stared at the young man, who didn't seem surprised at all. The god sitting high up in the dragon palace of Blue Cloud Lake is more like me. After we decide life and death at the Skeleton Beach, if you die, I'll bring you to see what the real fondue is. If I die, you can also go and see for yourself. However, it's really hard for me to die. A pure martial artist of the far travel realm cut off his entire head just like that. The head rolled to the ground, but the headless corpse still stood upright with both hands holding onto the sword. On the ferry, a small world was instantly isolated. The three old ancestors of the linen sect appeared together. The two male old ancestors went to the vicinity of the two sets of white bones, respectively, and used their divine arts and spells to investigate. Zhu Quan stood beside Qin Pingan and sighed. Qin Pingan, if you continue like this, it'll be very dangerous. However, Qin Pingan said, I use my evil thoughts to sharpen the sword. It won't hinder heaven and earth. Zhu Quan wanted to say something, but stopped. He shook his head and turned to look at the headless corpse. He was silent for a long time. Qin Pingan, will you become the second Gao Qing? Qin Pingan didn't say a word, and only smoothed out his two sleeves slowly. Zhu Quan looked at the corpse with a complicated gaze. I naturally hate Jing Guanqing and Gao Qing to the bone, but I have to admit that I've always respected Gao Qing in the depths of my heart. Qin Pingan only turned around and lowered his head to look at the little girl, who was motionless in the long river of stagnant light. The golden wine in the Taoist robe seemed to be getting darker, which made him smile. No matter how dark it was, it couldn't be darker than that girl, right? Zhu Quan smiled. No matter what, our linen sect owes you a huge favor. Qin Pingan shook his head. We're just even. She retracted her gaze and asked, curiously, are you really going to return to the Skeleton Beach with us and find Gao Qing to cause trouble? Qin Pingan shook his head. Let him wait first. I'll finish exploring the North Continent first. Zhu Quan couldn't help but laugh. Qin Pingan turned around and asked, can you let this little girl move first? Zhu Quan nodded. In that instant, the little girl, who had changed from black to white, blinked her eyes and then froze. She first looked at Qin Pingan, then looked around. Her face was filled with confusion, and she began to furrow her thin eyebrows. Chun Pingon squatted down and asked with a smile, "Do you want to go to the Spring Dew Garden to find a place to stay, or go to my hometown to take a look?" The little girl asked, "I can choose neither. Can I go with you in the Jianghu?" Chun Pingon smiled and shook his head. "No, you can't." The little girl frowned and negotiated. "If I'm with you, you can eat fish with pickled cabbage." Chun Pingon still shook his head. "Go to my hometown. There's good food and fun there. Maybe you can even find new friends. Also, I have a friend called Su Yuanxia. He's a hero, and he happens to be writing a travel book. You can tell him your story and let him write it for you in the book." The little girl was a little tempted. She suddenly thought of something and tugged at the snow-white robe that actually fit her very well. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "You can continue to wear it. It doesn't mean much to me now. Wearing it before was just a trick to fool the bad guys." The little girl just shook her head. Chun Pingon had no choice but to gently tug at his collar and spread his hands. The robe automatically put on him. Zhu Quan clicked his tongue. "Good fellow, from the green robe and bamboo hat to this outfit, he looks quite handsome." Chun Pingon carried her to the railing, then jumped up himself, and finally sat together. Chun Pingon turned his head and asked, "Sect Master Zhu, can you stop eavesdropping just for a while?" Zhu Quan smiled and nodded. Chun Pingon looked into the distance, clenched his fists, and gently placed them on his knees. "Did the words I said earlier scare you?" The little girl crossed her arms and coldly snorted. "Nonsense, I'm not scared." Chun Pingon grunted, "Daring to give me a string of chestnuts. You're really brave." The little girl laughed. Chun Pingon asked, "Zhou Mili, what do you think of this name?" "You don't know, I'm famous for giving good names. Everyone gives me a thumbs up." The little girl was skeptical, but she felt that having a name was better than having only a surname. Chun Pingon took out a jug of wine, opened the mud seal, and drank a mouthful, saying, "In the future when I'm not by your side, you must know one thing. The evil deeds of evil people are not all fierce and scary. They kill the innocent. Just hearing about it makes one's hair stand on end. Most of them are like the night breeze in Yellow Wind Valley. We can walk around without any hindrance, but we feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable. In the future, you must be careful of these invisible and untouchable evil intentions. Knowing this is not asking you to be a bad person, but you'll cherish the kindness in the world, big and small, and know that it's not easy to come by." Chun Pingon then reached behind him and pointed to the second floor of the ferry. "For example, in addition to the bad guy who hit you and kicked you, you also have to be careful of the young man who appeared in front of me first, who is not even a cultivator. You must be more careful of him than the manager who sold you the court bulletin. You must be more careful of the people around the old nanny, not the young man or the young woman. You must pay more attention to the more inconspicuous people around them, who may be the person standing in the corner. You must be careful of the evil intentions that are not so obvious. One kind is the smart bad guy who hides very deep and calculates very far. The other kind is the stupid bad guy who has instincts that they are unaware of. So, we must think more than them and try to make ourselves smarter. All the powerful things that we can see at a glance, such as flying swords, fist techniques, robes, shrewdness, and family background, are not really powerful and dangerous. The little girl furrowed her little face and eyebrows. This time, she didn't pretend to understand, but really wanted to understand what he was saying, because she knew that it was for her own good. Even if she still didn't understand why it was for her own good that he had to say these really difficult things. Then that person reached out his hand and gently pressed on her head. "I know you don't understand, but I just can't help but say it. So I hope you can go to my hometown, grow up a little, and then roam the Jianghu." Growing up, you are a big water monster, not a child from a poor family, so you don't have to be too anxious to grow up. Don't be anxious, grow up slowly. The little girl in black made a sound of acknowledgement. "I remember it all. All right, I won't lie to you. I actually only remember half of it. Chun Pingon drank his wine. It doesn't matter if you don't remember the first few things. But the next few things you must not forget. First, my hometown is a place called Lonquan County in the Aquarius continent. I have many mountains. One of them is called Luapa Mountain. I have a first disciple called Pei Qian. You must not let it slip to her. Say that you knocked her master's chestnuts, and more than one or two. You don't have to be afraid of her. Just do as I taught you. Say that her master asked you to pass on a message, telling her to copy books properly. That's enough. Speaking till here, Chimpingon retracted his hand, shook the wine pot, and smiled. You can add another sentence. Just say that Master misses her. Chimpingon continued. The second thing, I have a student called Chui Dongshan. If you meet him, you feel that his brain seems to have water in it, but you don't have to be afraid of him. "512. Ding Tong held onto the railing with both hands, completely unaware of why she was sitting there. She asked blankly, Am I going to die? The white-clothed scholar took out his folding fan, extended his arm, and patted the railing. Ding Tong turned her head and looked over. On the observation deck on the second floor of the ferry, there was way by of the Iron Cliff Manor, Fairy Ching Ching of the Spring Dew Garden, the ugly and intimidating old nanny, and those immortal scribes who usually didn't mind her status as a martial artist and were willing to drink with her. Everyone was indifferent. On the first floor, there were some who were watching the commotion, and some who secretly smiled at her. There was one person in particular who even gave her a thumbs up. Ding Tong turned her head. Despair. And then numbness. She lowered her head to look at the sea of clouds beneath her feet. The white-clothed scholar raised his hand, and a golden sword light swept out of the window, and then soared into the sky. He laughed. Do you know why I didn't make a move against you even though you were clearly a good-for-nothing? And the main culprit? That golden-bodied old man could have stayed out of the matter, but I killed him instead? Ding Tong shook her head and said hoarsely, I don't really understand. After the white-robed scholar used his sword, he did not move again. He raised his head and looked into the distance. The casual evil of a Realm 7 martial practitioner and the all-out evil of a Realm 5 martial practitioner will have a world of difference in influence on this part of the world. In the eyes of the weak, the smaller your territory is, the more you look like God who holds the power of life and death. Moreover, that papier-mâché golden body said that he didn't have any grievances and wouldn't kill anyone. His first punch had already killed that outsider in his mind. However, I could accept this, so I sincerely let him take the second and third punches. After that, he began to seek his own death. As for you, you have to thank that young man who called me a sword immortal. Back then, he stopped you from jumping off the observation deck and coming down to ask me for advice on fist techniques. Otherwise, the one who died wouldn't have been the old man who blocked the disaster for you. But you, judging the matter as it is, your crime doesn't warrant death. Moreover, that Gao Cheng left a bit of suspense and deliberately disgusted you. It doesn't matter. I'll just take it that you're the same as I was back then. Someone used a Tao technique on your heart, and as a result, your temperament was affected. And that's why you did something that wholeheartedly sought death. Reason is not something that the weak can only use to complain. It is not something that you need to kneel down and kowtow before you can speak. Ooh, Ding Tong's mind was completely blank. He didn't hear much at all. He was only thinking about whether he should wait for the sword to fall and then die, or he should at least be a little more heroic and jump off the ferry and become a martial artist of the 8th realm who rode the wind and traveled far. The white-robed scholar no longer spoke. You people are like those horse-riding martial artists who go to the mountains to die. Along the way, you will also kill a few pedestrians who are just an eyesore to you. On the road of life, there are unknown wilderness everywhere. It is a great place to commit crimes. In the countryside, in the marketplace, in Jianghu, in the officialdom, and in the mountains. There were countless people like that. It was the same for their parents, themselves, and their descendants. There was no way to stop him. Back then at Wai Huang Country's Jinduo Temple, why was the little girl sad and disappointed? Because at that time, the white-robed scholar Qin Pingan, if one were to put aside his true identity and cultivation, and only talk about the words and actions he showed on that road, it was exactly the same as those people who went up the mountain to die. What hurt her the most was not that weak scholar's pedantry, but that sentence, "If I am knocked unconscious and an outsider steals my book box, will you pay for it?" Such words and attitude were what hurt the little girl the most. She had shown kindness to the world and others, but that person not only did not appreciate it, he even showed her malice. However, the good thing about the little girl of Jinduo Temple was that even though she was so sad, she was still sincerely concerned about the safety of that stupid and evil person. All Qin Pingan could do now was to tell himself, doing good or evil is your own business. Therefore, Qin Pingan felt that she was much better than he was. She should be called a good person. The white-robed scholar was silent. He was waiting for the return of the Hanks sect cultivators, and also listening to his own thoughts. Gao Cheng's mind-examining trap was not too brilliant. It was an open scheme that made people look at him in a different light. The white-robed scholar pressed his folding fan against his chest and muttered to himself, "What does being caught off guard have to do with the Hanks sect? Even I know that it is not in my nature to vent my anger on the hemp sect like this. Why do you allow some ants to use tricks that you can see through? Gao Cheng is slightly out of your control, so you can't bear this little grievance? I don't think a cultivator like you is any better. Just be a swordsman and don't think about becoming a sword immortal." Zhu Quan told him through the ripples of the mind lake that they would meet in the depths of the sea of clouds on their swords. If they were to use the ability to divide the world again, the mortals on the ferry would really have to wear out their origin. After getting off the ferry, they went straight south on their swords for 10 miles. Qin Pingan stood up and took a step forward. A golden sword beam descended from the sky and hovered under his feet. The man and the sword disappeared in an instant. In the sea of clouds, other than Zhu Quan and the two Hanks sect ancestors, there was also an unfamiliar old Taoist. He wore a Taoist robe that Zhu Quan had never seen before. It was obvious that he was not part of the three lineages, nor was he a Taoist from the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu. As Qin Pingan hovered on his sword, a middle-aged Taoist broke through the sea of clouds and strode over from afar. The mountains and rivers shrank, and the sea of clouds covered several miles. It only took 2 steps. The middle-aged Taoist said in a deep voice, "The formation has been completed. If Gao Cheng dares to spy on us with the ability to see mountains and rivers with his palm, he'll have to suffer a little." Zhu Quan looked a little embarrassed, but he still said, "It's my fault that I couldn't find any traces of Gao Cheng on that martial artist." The old Taoist hesitated for a moment. Seeing the Hanks sect ancestors' Hall of Justice shake his head, the old Taoist said nothing. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "I lost to Gao Cheng and was played by him. I can't blame anyone else." Zhu Quan was still hugging the black-clothed girl in his arms, but she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Zhu Quan still didn't hide anything and said bluntly, "When we left earlier, we were actually paying attention to the movements of the ferry, just in case. In the end, what we were afraid of happened. We heard the conversation between you and Gao Cheng. When Gao Cheng dispersed the remnant of his soul, the girl yawned, and a wisp of green smoke floated out from her mouth, just like the martial artist. He must have done something to the tortoise jelly. Fortunately, this time, I can assure you that other than Gao Cheng staying at Jingguan City and possibly controlling our mountains and rivers, I, Zhu Quan, can assure you that at the very least, he has no other tricks up his sleeves on the little girl." Ooh. The middle-aged Taoist tone was indifferent, but it sounded even more sarcastic. For one person, you disregarded the entire skeleton beach and even the entire southern Julu continent. If you, Chinpingon, weighed the pros and cons and thought for a long time before doing it, I wouldn't be able to say much if I stayed out of it. But you didn't hesitate at all. Chinpingon's words almost caused waves to rise in the middle-aged Taoist's heart. Your Tao skills are too profound. The middle-aged Taoist sneered and said, since you're so loyal, you're willing to hand over such a precious treasure just because you picked up a little water monster. If I were an evil person, it would be my great fortune to have met you. The Taoist saw that the white-robed scholar wearing 2 robes took out a folding fan and gently patted his head. Your realm is higher than Dumao's, the middle-aged Taoist sneered and said, although I don't know the specific inside story, with your current realm, you must have been even more unbearable back then. Facing an ascendant realm expert, you, Chinpingon, were able to escape. Wasn't it all because of your secret backer? No wonder you dared to threaten Gao Cheng and threatened to go to the Ghost Valley to cause an accident in Jing, Guan City. Do you need me to help you send a message across the continent with a flying sword? The white-robed scholar smiled and said, do you know that my backer doesn't even bother to look you in the eye? Don't you think that's infuriating? The middle-aged Taoist's face was gloomy. Then he smiled and said, I'm not angry, I just don't like you, kid. A half-baked sword cultivator that Gao Cheng sees as a kindred spirit, but you have a powerful backer. Plus, you're so shrewd at such a young age. Gao Cheng has a good eye for people. You're not bad yourself to be able to chat and laugh with Gao Cheng, the heroic spirit of the Ghost Valley. If word gets out that someone gave Gao Cheng a bottle of wine and he finished it, Chinpingon's reputation in the North Continent will spread overnight to all the sects on the mountain. The white-robed scholar gave an "oh" sound and slapped his hand with his folding fan. You can shut up now. I'm only accompanying you out of respect for sect Master Zhu. Now, you've already used up your share of talking to me. The middle-aged Taoist smiled and said, learn from each other? Don't you think you're good at fighting? The white-robed scholar said, then, for the sake of your master's 1,000-year-old peach tea, I'll say one more thing to you. The middle-aged Taoist waited for a moment. In the end, that person did not say a word, but only looked at him with pity. The Taoist suddenly realized that the so-called one more thing was really just one more thing. Zhu Quan was a little worried. She was really afraid that if the two of them continued chatting, they would roll up their sleeves and start fighting. When that happened, it would not be good for her to help either of them, and it was not in her nature to not help either. Or should she mediate the fight and then give each of them a few blows? Zhu Quan was good at fighting, but not at mediating. It was reasonable for there to be some accidental injuries. The old Taoist said softly, it's okay, for Chinpingon and my disciple, it's a good thing. Zhu Quan sighed and said, Chinpingon, since you've already guessed it, I won't introduce them. These 2 Taoist masters are from the small Xuandu temple in the Ghost Valley. This time, they were invited by us to come out of the mountain. You also know that our hemp sect is good at fighting and killing, but to deal with Gao Cheng's Ghost Valley methods, we still need a Taoist master like the temple master to watch from the side. Chinpingon nodded and did not say a word. According to Jiang Shangjin, this old Taoist from the small Xuandu temple should be Yang Mingxing's temporary guardian. That night at the edge of the Iron Chain Bridge, this temple master who had the potential to become a heavenly lord guarded for an entire night, afraid that he would directly kill Yang Ningxing. As for the 1,000-year-old peach tea that was delivered by the golden-armored deity, Chinpingon did not know if it was the whim of a Taoist perfected cultivator, or if it was a way of treating guests like Gao Cheng. Chinpingon did not know much about the small Xiandu temple, and could not guess the true intention of the other party. Chinpingon looked at the little girl in Zhu Quan's arms and said to Zhu Quan, I may have to trouble sect Master Zhu with one more thing. It's not that I don't trust the hemp sect and the temple master, but I don't trust Gao Cheng. So I'll have to trouble the hemp sect to send the little girl to Longquan County via the cross-continent ferry and tell Cloud Splitting Mountain Way Pie to help me find a person called Chui Dongshan. Tell him that I want Chui Dongshan to immediately return to Luapa Mountain and carefully investigate the little girl's soul. Chun Pingon believed the cultivator of the hemp sect, but he did not really trust the temple master of the small Xuandu temple who had taught such a disciple, Su Ming, and this nascent soul disciple with a bad temper and a bad brain. The middle-aged Taoist frowned. It was said that Cloud-Splitting Mountain Way Pie, as the righteous deity of Dali's northern peak, had the potential to ascend to the pure jade realm. Now, there were already some auspicious signs in the northern peak of Dali. Zhu Quan was a straightforward person. Can this Chui Dongshan do it? Chun Pingon said slowly, if he can't, then no one can. The temple master smiled and said, you do need to be more careful. I only dare to say that after trying my best, I did not find any clues on this little girl. If there really is a mistake, the consequences will be serious. It's good to have one more person investigate. Chun Pingon smiled. Temple Master is magnanimous. The old Taoist dismissed it with a smile. Zhu Quan saw that the conversation was about to end and suddenly said, Temple Master, you guys go first. I'll stay behind to discuss some personal matters with Chun Pingon. The middle-aged Taoist retracted the cloud sea formation. Other things aside, this Taoist's method allowed Chun Pingon to see the profoundness and ruthlessness of the spells on the mountain. It turned out that a person who used the mountain river's palm view could attract trouble. The master and disciple of the Shaoxian temple and the two ancestors of the linen sect went south on the wind. Zhu Quan went straight to the point. The eldest disciple of the temple master has always liked to say strange things. I've been annoyed by him for a long time, but I can't fight him. However, this person is very good at fighting. It's said that he has learned about 70 to 80% of the Shaoxian temple's trump cards. You don't have to care about him now. When you reach a higher state, just beat him until he's half dead. Chun Pingon kept his folding fan and rode his sword to Zhu Quan's side. Zhu Quan handed the little girl to the young sword immortal and teased, You're a big man, and you know how to carry a child? What did you learn from Jiang Shangzhen? Do you want to use such unconventional tricks to trick women in the Jianghu and on the mountain? Chun Pingon sat cross-legged and hugged the little girl in his arms. She was snoring softly. Chun Pingon smiled. There was a smile on his face, but there were also fragments of sadness in his eyes. When I was young, I carried children, played with them, and took care of them every day. Zhu Quan glanced at the young man. It seemed that it was true. Zhu Quan sat on top of the sea of clouds. He seemed to be hesitating whether or not he should speak. This was an unprecedented matter. Chun Pingon didn't raise his head, but he seemed to have guessed her thoughts. He said slowly, I always thought that Lord Zhu was the smartest person in the Skeleton Beach. You were just too lazy to think and act. Zhu Quan nodded. Then, I understand. I believe you. Then, Zhu Quan smiled and said, However, those half-truths between you and Gao Qing made even me, who is considered to be familiar with you, suspicious. What's more, the old monastery head, who is a familiar with you, and his eldest disciple who cultivates strength, but not heart. Chun Pingon said, What I said at the beginning is true. I prepared for the worst. The little girl died on the ferry. I can't protect her, so I can only take revenge. It's that simple. As for what I said at the end, it's not worth mentioning. Both sides are testing each other. Both sides are trying to see more of each other's thoughts. Gao Qing is also worried. He watched me the whole way. In the end, I intentionally let him see. He's afraid that if he loses twice, he won't even have the heart to fight for that little Fengdu. In the end, it's just a little game of tug-of-war. Chun Pingon extended a hand and lightly tapped the blade's strengthening gourd at his waist. The flying sword Chu-yi slowly flew out and hovered on Chun Pingan's shoulder. It was rare for it to be so docile and obedient. Chun Pingan said indifferently, "Some of what Gao Cheng said is naturally true. For example, he thinks that I am the same kind of person as him. He probably thinks that we have relied on gambling time and time again to straighten our backs that were almost crushed and then walk higher and higher. Just like how you respect Gao Cheng, you can kill him without hesitation. Even if Gao Cheng only lost a part of his soul, Sect Master Zhu feels that he owes me, Chun Pingan, a great favor. I won't be blind to his strength just because we're mortal enemies." Zhu Quan grunted, "That's how it should be. Look at things separately and do what you need to do." There are many secrets of the sect that I can't tell you to outsiders. In any case, Gao Cheng, this ghost is not simple. For example, if I, Zhu Quan, kill Gao Cheng one day and smash Jingguan City into smithereens, I'll definitely take out a pot of good wine to toast the foot soldier Gao Cheng. Then I'll toast the current Jingguan City Lord. Finally, I'll toast Gao Cheng for sharpening our Dao hearts. Chun Pingan said, "I don't know why, but in this world, there are always people who feel that it's a good thing to bare your fangs at all evildoers. There are also so many people who like to talk about things when they need to talk about things, and to talk about things when they need to talk about things." Oh, Zhu Quan thought for a moment and slapped heavily on Chun Pingan's shoulder. "Bring the wine, I want 2 pots. We have to defeat Gao Cheng. After drinking the wine, I'll say some wonderful words from the bottom of my heart." Chun Pingan took out 2 pots of wine and gave them to Zhu Quan. He reminded him softly, "When you drink, remember to disperse the smell of alcohol. Otherwise, she might wake up. When she sees me at that time, I'll have to persuade her to go to the Skeleton Beach. This little girl has been craving my wine for more than a day or 2. Sect Master Zhu, it's fine to tell her about the tortoise cream. This little girl is actually very bold and can't hide any evil thoughts." Zhu Quan finished the pot of wine in one gulp. There wasn't a drop left in the pot. However, she raised her head and drank with a bold posture. She wasn't particular at all. At least 20% of the wine was poured. Chun Pingan said helplessly, "Sect Master Zhu, you really have to change your drinking habit. Why do you have to respect the heavens and earth every time you drink?" Zhu Quan laughed angrily. "You've already given me the wine. What can you do about it?" Chun Pingan looked into the distance and said with a smile, "It'll be great if I can be friends with Sect Master Zhu. However, if we do business together, I'll cry myself to death." Zhu Quan regained her composure and became serious. A cultivator's true strength isn't coexisting peacefully with this world. Even if he's a crane in a flock of chickens, he's outstanding. It's how much he's changed the world outside of attaining Tao and immortality. Even to say that the mountain is heartless, whether the result is good or bad, it has nothing to do with one's heart. As long as he's changed the world a lot, he's a powerhouse. We have to admit this. Chun Pingan nodded. After recognizing them as powerhouses, you still dared to punch them. You're a true powerhouse. Zhu Quan nodded and opened the mud seal. This time, after drinking, she began to be thrifty. She only drank in small sips. It wasn't that she had changed her temperament, but that she had always been like this. When she drank a lot, she drank a lot. When she drank less, she drank slowly. Chun Pingan turned to Zhu Quan and said with a smile, "Actually, one of my disciples once said something similar to Sect Master Zhu's. He said that a country's true strength isn't its ability to cover up mistakes, but its ability to correct them." Zhu Quan smiled. "I don't care about the matters at the foot of the mountain. In this lifetime, dealing with a single Ghost Valley and a single Gao Cheng is enough for me to suffer. However, after joining the hemp sect, Du Wenxi and Pang Lanqi will definitely do better than me. You can wait and see." Zhu Quan let out a heavy sigh and asked, "There are some things that will make people embarrassed if I say them out loud. Otherwise, I'll be unhappy if I keep it in my heart. Rather than making myself unhappy, I might as well make you unhappy as well. Otherwise, no matter how much wine I drink, it will be useless. You said that you can give Jingguan City an accident. This is true from the beginning. Of course, I can't guess what you'll do, but I don't care. Anyway, you're very steady in doing things. You can be ruthless to others, but the most ruthless to yourself. In this case, you can't blame that Taoist from Little Xiandu Temple. He's worried that you'll become a second Gao Cheng or ally with him." Chun Pingan nodded. "I can understand this seemingly normal thinking, but I don't accept it," Zhu Quan asked straightforwardly. "Then, when Gao Cheng used the matter of the tortoise ointment to blackmail you into taking out this flying sword on your shoulder, were you really deceived by him?" Chun Pingan nodded without hesitation. "Yes. So in the future, I'll think more about the spells and divine abilities of an unpolished jade cultivator outside of fighting." Zhu Quan asked, "Then between Chu Yi and the little girl, you made a decision to abandon Chu Yi and save the little girl?" Chun Pingan nodded again. "Otherwise, if the little girl died, where would I find her? Chu Yi, even if Gao Cheng didn't trick me and really had the ability to take the flying sword and throw it directly to Jingguan City. So, what?" Chun Pingan narrowed his eyes and smiled strangely. "Do you know how much I wanted Gao Cheng to take the flying sword, so that I could do something I've never done in all these years of life and death? Something I've never done. Not even once. But it's something that the people on and off the mountain like very much. Something they all think is right and proper." Chun Pingan reached out and touched his forehead. After his brows relaxed, he gently handed the little girl in his arms to Zhu Quan and slowly got up. With a shake of his wrist, his sleeves quickly rolled up. Chun Pingan stood on the sword immortal, standing in the misty sea of clouds. Chun Pingan's eyes were burning. Gao Cheng really did everything he could. If he really took the flying sword, Chun Pingan would have no other choice. This will be an extremely interesting thing. Sect Master Zhu, guess what I'll do? Zhu Quan stood up with the little girl in his arms and said with a smile, "I can't guess." That white-clothed scholar said tirelessly, "I'll first have a person called Li Er. He's a martial practitioner of 10th realm. Return a favor to me and rush to the Skeleton Beach. I'll have that disciple of mine, whose only nascent soul for the time being come to the Skeleton Beach to relieve Mister's worries. I'll go ask for help. This is the first time I, Chun Pingan, have asked for help in all these years. I'll ask that old man who's also at the peak of 10th realm to leave the bamboo house and fight for Chun Pingan, who's only half a disciple. Since I've asked for help, I don't need to be shy anymore. I'll finally ask a sword cultivator called Left and Right. Little junior brother is in trouble and is about to die." I beg eldest senior brother to fight. When the time comes, just fight until the world turns upside down. Zhu Quan, the sect master of the hemp sect who dared to attack Gao Cheng continuously, actually felt a trace of fear. That young man had a pure aura that had nothing to do with good or evil. That person raised a hand high and stomped his foot, stomping the sword immortal with the semi-immortal weapon down. He said indifferently, "If Gao Cheng doesn't die, or if he has one or two more Ascendant Realm backers, it's okay. I don't need to ask for help from anyone." Zhu Quan saw that person laugh loudly and finally say softly, as if he was whispering to someone, "I have a sword, come with me." The sword immortal with the semi-immortal weapon originally wanted to rush back, but it didn't dare to get close at all. It hovered far away at the edge of the sea of clouds. But in the end, Zhu Quan saw that person lower his head and look at his rolled-up sleeves, crying silently. Then he slowly raised his left hand and grabbed a sleeve tightly, sobbing, "Mr. Qi died because of me. Shouldn't I, Chun Pingan, be the one who shouldn't let him down the most in the world? How can I do this?" Anyone can do it, but not Chin Pingon from the Clay Bottle Alley. "513. Zhu Quan was silent for a long time, then teased, "Aren't you still one realm away? Do you really think you're a wind-controlling realm martial artist?" Without the sword under his feet, Chun Pingon lightly stomped his feet. The sea of clouds condensed into a solid substance, like a white jade slab. Immortal techniques were indeed mysterious. He smiled. "Thanks." Zhu Quan smiled and said, after saying it, "Do you feel better in your heart?" Chun Pingon held the back of his head. "Much better." Zhu Quan shook his head, saying a few words and spitting out a few mouthfuls of foul air. "Can't really do anything. If you continue like this, you'll crush yourself. A person's essence, energy, and spirit are not fist intent. It's not tempered until it's like a mustard seed, and then with a punch, it can collapse the heavens and split the earth. A person's essence, energy, and spirit must be upright and upright. But some words, as an outsider, even if I say something that I think is good, it's actually a bit easy for me to say. Just like this time when you were chasing Gao Cheng. If it was me, Zhu Quan, with your cultivation level and realm, I would have died dozens of times." Chun Pingon said sincerely, "That's why I admire Sect Master Zhu. The Great Tao is difficult, but you walk it magnanimously. There weren't many cultivators who stood at the peak of the mountain who were willing to say that they were wrong, and that they owed you a huge favor after doing their best." Zhu Quan pulled out a hand and waved it. "Less flattery. I don't have many copies of the goddess portrait here. I can give it to you." Chun Pingon smiled. "I'll lie down for a while." "Sect Master Zhu, don't think I'm being disrespectful." Zhu Quan stretched out a hand. "There's no Zhu Quan in the world that a pot of wine can't settle." Chun Pingon was just about to take the wine from the near hand when Zhu Quan glared. "It has to be good wine. Don't try to fool me with wine from the marketplace. Zhu Quan, grew up in the mountains. I can't pretend to be a commoner. I've spent my life with the skeletons of Ghost Valley at my doorstep. I have no homesickness." Chun Pingon was in a bit of a predicament. There weren't many immortal brews in the near home. With Zhu Quan's style of asking for wine, he really couldn't withstand her reaching out her hand a few times. However, he still had to take the wine. Not only that, Chun Pingon directly took out 3 pots of different immortal brews. There was osmanthus wine from Old Dragon City, immortal wine from Betail Ferry, and purple bead sweat from Book Slip Lake. He gently tossed the pots over one by one. As expected, Zhu Quan first collected 2 pots and placed them in his sleeves. He was a little embarrassed. "It's a little too much. I'm embarrassed." Chun Pingon was lying on the jade-like sea of clouds, just like when he was lying on Chui Dongshan's green bamboo corridor in Cliff Academy. It was not his hometown, but it was also like his hometown. It was indeed tiring to leave the skeleton beach. Zhu Quan sat at the side and gently placed the black-clothed girl beside him. He gently flicked his sleeves, allowing the astral winds to flow around the little girl. She was still sleeping soundly. Only with no worries could she be worry-free. Zhu Quan drank the wine and said worriedly, "According to what you said earlier, if Gao Cheng knew that he was going to die and had the idea of destroying everything, he wouldn't hesitate to drag Jingwan City and Ghost Valley down with him. Not only would Mui Mountain be destroyed, but the Skeleton Beach would also be destroyed. The Swaying River would also be implicated. In addition to the Ghost Valley's baleful aura, it would spread upstream. Who knows how many of those millions of people in those countries would die? Indeed, it's a turn the world upside down." Chun Pingon said, "It's not a if, it's 10,000. Zhu Quan sighed. "That's right." Chun Pingon said slowly, "Sect Leader Zhu, do you know the daily flow of people in Mural City, the number of people in Limitless Pass Bazaar, and the number of sects in the Skeleton Beach? Do you know the population of the countries upstream of the Swang River? Zhu Quan was stunned. Why would I know these? I really don't have time to care. I have to cultivate like a tortoise and work hard to be the sect leader. It's very tiring. Chun Pingon said. When I passed by the Skeleton Beach, I saw it, calculated it, asked about it, and read it in books. So I know. Zhu Quan said helplessly. Chun Pingon, I don't want to nag you, but what is your brain thinking all day long? Chun Pingon put his hands behind his head. After leaving Mui Mountain, I saw everyone as Gao Chung. After coming to the haunted house in Follower City, I saw everyone as Chun Pingon. So I'm very tired. Zhu Quan was puzzled. Then, why did you come to the North Continent? This is a place where people like to fight to the death. If you're so afraid of death, why don't you come back when you're in a higher realm? Moreover, you have too few means of escaping. You're still a pure martial artist. So you can at most rely on a half-immortal weapon and a square talisman to open up a distance. But let's not talk about us upper 5 realms, Earth, immortal chi cultivators. Which one of us can't run thousands of miles in a single breath? Once you can't get close, victory and defeat will be decided quickly. You'll be exhausted to death. Ooh. Zhu Quan smacked his head. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. What a freak. He was wearing a Taoist robe, and he wore 2 of them at once. He had a blade-strengthening gourd hanging around his neck, and a flying sword that wasn't his natal item. Moreover, he had 2 of them. He could pretend to be a lower 5 realms cultivator or a sword cultivator. He could even pretend to be a 4th realm or 5th realm martial artist. He had so many tricks up his sleeves. Once he fought to the death, he could suddenly close in and kill his master with a punch. With the square talisman and a few sword strikes, ordinary golden core cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand Chun Pingon's 3 axes. On top of that, this brat could really take a beating. Even Zhu Quan's hands were itching. Why was it that a golden body stage martial artist from the Great Guan dynasty on the ferry hitting Chun Pingon like a little girl scratching an itch? Chun Pingon suddenly said, Actually, I haven't reached the golden body realm yet. Although I suffered heavy losses in the sea of tribulation clouds in Follower City and almost used up all my good talisman, I still benefited greatly from the tempering of my body. The effect was even better than the bamboo house in my hometown. After all, I was being punched in my own home. It was inevitable that I was aware that the other party wouldn't really kill me. It would only hurt a little, unlike when I was trapped in the sea of tribulation clouds and really died. But even so, I'm still 2 points away from breaking through the bottleneck of the golden body realm. One is that I don't have the courage to become a hero. Another is that I've learned too many different types of martial arts. I can't bite off more than I can chew and inevitably end up in fights. Therefore, I haven't reached the meaning of the explosive spring thunder and the mountain-splitting fist. Zhu Quan asked curiously, You're still a 6th realm martial artist? Chun Pingon nodded. Zhu Quan laughed angrily. Then why don't all the 7th realm martial artists in the North Continent die? Chun Pingon thought for a moment. You can't say that. Otherwise, other than Chao Ci, all the martial artists below the peak realm can go die. Zhu Quan took a swig of wine. Chao Ci, that fellow, has even heard of someone like me. What, you even know him? Chun Pingon grunted and sat up. On the great wall of sword chi, I lost to him 3 times in a row. Ooh, Zhu Quan's eyes widened. This time, it was Chun Pingon's turn to be a little embarrassed. It was a little embarrassing. Chun Pingon's eyes quickly became resolute. With a smile on his face, he said, It doesn't matter. On the path of martial arts, as long as I'm not 2 realms behind Chao Ci. As long as I'm within a single realm, I have hopes of winning back in this lifetime. Zhu Quan knew that he had misunderstood him. How many young martial artists in the world could make Chao Ci accompany them for 3 consecutive rounds? Just like chess players in the world, who would the city lord of White Emperor City be willing to play a few more rounds with? That Cui Dong, who had deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. Of course, the more impressive one was the scholar who could make the city lord of White Emperor City leave the city and invite him for a chat. That was Qi Jingchun. The lineage of the literary sage was indeed small in number, but all of them were powerful. Qi Jingchun had withstood that shocking calamity. As the Skeleton Beach was at the southernmost part of the North Continent, and Dali was at the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent, Zhu Quan had seen some clues back then on Muyi Mountain. It was said that the sword cultivator, who practiced swordsmanship very late, but his sword Qi was extremely long, and he had destroyed countless people. It was said that he had visited the immortal sea, far away from the mortal world. Back then, he had appeared overseas near the territory of the North Continent. At that time, for sword immortals had gone there, but after the 3 sword immortals, they all remained silent. Only the unpolished jade sword immortal who had rushed to intercept them, as one of the most outstanding unpolished jade sword immortals in the continent, returned and directly announced to the entire North Continent, "Don't go to the unpolished jade sword immortal. Start as an immortal." There were actually many stories about the lineage of the literary sage, compared to the lineage of the quasi-sage, which was full of talents and spectacular. The lineage of the literary sage, which was almost extinct, had fewer disciples but more stories. And the North Continent was probably the most favorable place in the world for the lineage of the literary sage. The reason was simple: they could fight. Zhu Quan especially admired left and right. He did not nag, and that explosive temper, TSK, 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 he was even more North Continent than the North Continent. He was a hero, and he was said to have a decent appearance and looked quite refined. But he could fight so well that even the sword immortals of the North Continent felt that it was a pity that such a person was not born in the North Continent, had such a reclusive temperament, and did not like the mortal world. Otherwise, they could spar with each other every day. Zhu Quan chuckled and wiped his mouth. If he could meet him, it would be great. As for the kid beside her, it was fine if he misunderstood and thought that she was laughing at him. Losing 3 rounds in a row was embarrassing, so let him be. Wait a minute. Zhu Quan turned his head stiffly and said fiercely, "Chun Pingon, who are you calling your eldest senior brother?" "Mr. Qi. Which Mr. Qi is he?" At first, she was a little stunned by this kid's imposing manner. A 10th realm martial artist who owed money, a student whose disciple was a nascent soul, and a half-master who was at the peak of the 10th realm. This already made her unable to wrap her head around it, and she was even more worried that this kid's state of mind would collapse on the spot. Now that she finally regained her senses, Zhu Quan asked angrily, "How is left and right your eldest senior brother?" The white-robed scholar blinked his eyes. "Sect Master Zhu, what are you talking about? Are you drunk and talking?" Zhu Quan stood up, his face full of smiles, and sat down beside Qin Pingon, whispering, "Let's make a deal. Later on, let your senior brother, the one who uses a sword, come to my Muyi Mountain as a guest. Just say that someone wants to invite him to drink, and if he doesn't want to come to my Muyi Mountain, it doesn't matter. I can go to the sea to find him. Later on, Chun Pingon will act as a go-between and help me book a place. Then I'll invite Pang Shanling to accompany me. I'll stand beside him and let old Pang draw a picture for us. I'm really embarrassed." Chun Pingon rubbed his forehead. "Don't say it out loud if you're embarrassed." Zhu Quan was angry. "Don't play dumb with me. Just say it in one sentence. Okay. Or very okay." Chun Pingon rubbed his cheeks with both hands. It was really a headache. What's more, this kind of thing was not something to joke about, so he told the truth. He doesn't think that I'm qualified to be his youngest junior brother. He said this in front of me. That's why I said that I'll beg him, but I might not be able to get it. Zhu Quan swung his palm, and Chun Pingan's body leaned back. He waited until the arm passed over his head before straightening up. Zhu Quan resentfully retracted his hand and smiled. I'll return your wine to you, okay? Chun Pingan shook his head. No, really? Zhu Quan slapped his knee. You're so dilly-dallying. No wonders refuses to acknowledge you as his youngest junior brother. However, until this moment, Zhu Quan somewhat understood. Why would the young man beside him say that to the head disciple of the monastery master, if Zhuozhua came to the North Continent, he wouldn't even look at the nascent soul Taoist of the little Xuandu monastery? It wasn't purely because of the disparity between their realms. It was hard to say about other Central Plains sword immortals, but to Zhuozhua, it wasn't like he wouldn't look at an ascendant realm cultivator. But when a person who could easily decide the life and death of a person looked at you with a smile like a father looking at his son and spoke amiably like a brother, his methods were endless. What could you do? What did you dare to do? On Wei Bai's side, the atmosphere was solemn. He had fallen into such a predicament. Logically speaking, the death of a great consecrator of the Iron Mystic Manor was a great loss to the entire Wei clan. Wei Bai should weigh the weight of both sides. However, after discussing with the old nanny in the room, it seemed that they couldn't come up with a suitable countermeasure. It seemed that whatever they did or said, they would make one mistake after another. The consequences would be unpredictable, and they might not even be able to walk down the ferry alive. They wouldn't even have the chance to reach the spring dew garden and stabilize the situation. However, if they didn't do anything, they felt that they were courting death. There was a soft knock on the door. The old nanny's expression was extremely ugly, because she didn't sense any movement at all. The other party had come without a sound. Perhaps the cultivation of the people in the room wasn't high compared to that person, but since they could sit in this room today, none of them were easy to deal with. So they all knew who had come. The young female show of Spring Dew Garden's illumination cottage called Ching Ching steadied her mind. Unwilling to make things difficult for the man she admired, she was about to rise and open the door. Wei Bai sighed. He was the first to rise, motioning for the young woman to not be impulsive. He personally went to open the door and bowed with a scholar. Wei Bai of Iron Shell Manor greets the sword immortal. The white-clothed scholar held a folding fan and smiled as he crossed the threshold. Young Master Wei doesn't need to be so courteous. No discord, no concord. These words caused the eyelids of the people in the room to tremble. Previously, when Wei Bai rose to greet him, they had all stood up, other than the old nanny of Iron Shell Manor and the young female show of Spring Dew Garden. They all intentionally or unintentionally took a few steps away from the table. They all held their breaths and focused, as though they were facing a great enemy. Wei Bai wanted to close the door softly, but when the white-clothed scholar crossed the threshold, the door closed by itself. Wei Bai withdrew his hand and followed that person to the table. In the end, he sighed in relief. The feeling of having a knife pressed against one's heart was the most unbearable. After the white-clothed scholar sat down, he picked up a teacup that was still facing down and poured himself a cup of tea. The tea from the second floor's house does taste better. After Wei Bai sat down, the old nanny stood behind him. Only the young female show of Spring Dew Garden sat down with Wei Bai. The white-clothed scholar casually pointed at someone. I'll have to trouble you to call the person in charge of the ferry over. The person hurriedly bowed and said that he did not dare. He immediately went out to call for the person. The door closed softly. There was an unbearable silence in the room. Moments later, the white-clothed scholar said with a smile, On my trip back, I happened to see Senior walking in the wilderness after leaving the ferry. Wei Bai understood and heaved a sigh of relief. Master Liao was able to spar with Senior Sword Immortal to his heart's content. Perhaps after returning to Iron Shell Manor and recuperating, he will be able to break through the bottleneck and improve further. That young female show of Night Illumination Cottage was perhaps the last person in the room to understand the crux of the matter. The others only understood the subtleties of this conversation a little later than Wei Bai. They were even more impressed with Wei Bai. For some reason, that Sword Immortal had given Iron Shell Manor's Weisher a way out. But at the same time, it was an invisible deterrent. It was another way of being overbearing. I killed your golden body, realm warrior consecrator, with one punch. I still want to come to your room to drink tea. Wei Bai, and Iron Shell Manor, do you want to settle the score with me? But at the same time, if Iron Shell Manor was willing to settle the matter peacefully, Wei Bai chose to walk down the path. Not only did he swallow the loss of teeth and blood, he also completely accepted the others' roundabout way of reaching for a yard after taking an inch. Then there was a light knock on the door. That person brought the ferry steward into the room. The old nanny raised an eyebrow. Good fellow, this young Sword Immortal had calculated it. It turned out that those words were meant for the young master as well as for the people on the ferry. As long as the young master was willing to settle the matter peacefully, then the young Sword Immortal's ear-piercing words from before would become somewhat sincere. After all, if Iron Shell Manor had not been beaten to death by the Golden Body Realm Warrior of Liao Clan, it would only be a joke. But if the ferry steward took the initiative to help explain, Iron Shell Manor's reputation would be better. Of course, the young master could also take the initiative to look for the ferry steward and hint to him. The steward would definitely be willing to do Iron Shell Manor a favor, but in that case the young master would be even more worried. A small matter was a small matter, but if the young master could see the bigger picture, then he would be able to understand the third layer of meaning. In a fight, the Golden Body Realm Warrior of your clan can be dealt with one punch from me, and I'm also familiar with the ways of the Imperial Court. Even if I give you face, Wei Bai, you can't take it. Do you really have the right to fall out with me, a foreign sword immortal? Iron Shell Manor might not be afraid of a sword cultivator who only knew how to fight and kill. In the North Continent, as long as one had money, one could invite a golden core sword immortal down the mountain to practice the sword. With enough money, one could even invite a nascent soul sword immortal. But this young sword immortal who liked to wear 2 robes was very smart. The old lady was a demonic cultivator. In her eyes, there was no difference between good and bad. In the world, there was only the difference between the strong and the weak, and the strong were divided into 2 types. One type was destined not to be provoked. The other type was one that could be provoked, but was best not to. The former was naturally stronger, but the latter could become the former at any time. Sometimes it could even be harder to deal with. In the end, Iron Shell Manor was still a faction at the foot of the mountain of a secular dynasty. They were abnormally familiar with the rules of the Imperial Court. The more so, it was actually not difficult to deal with those straightforward cultivators on the mountain, especially those who were straightforward. The difficult ones were those immortal genealogists who were even more scheming than the officials. Among the 3 great clans of the Great Guan dynasty, the Wei clan had precisely because of their prestigious family background. Were there any lack of potential scholars and generals? There were also quite a few. Many of the descendants of the great clans who were not acclimatized to the environment were fine as officials in the capital. But once they were sent out to become officials, such as county magistrates or county magistrates, those old foxes in the imperial court would use all kinds of obscure and disgusting ways to manipulate them. They would play around in circles and cut their flesh with blunt knives. Therefore, Iron Shell Manor spared no effort in protecting Wei by all these years. They were even a little apprehensive, afraid that the little young master would suddenly die one day and not even be able to find an enemy after that. But every time the little young master went out in the past, it was actually the safest. The route was fixed, the retainers followed, and the immortals provided support. For this reason, they had also lured out many deeply hidden enemy factions. Following the clues, Iron Shell Manor took the opportunity to clean up many hidden dangers. There were those in the imperial court, the mountains, and the Jianghu. But this time, it was really a huge accident. Currently, the fairy was still in the territory of a vassal state of the Great Guan dynasty, but the other party did not even give face to Iron Shell Manor and Spring Dew Garden. Before that person acted, there were so many whispers. Even if they did not know the noble identity of the little young master, they should have understood by now. The white-robed scholar pointed at the table with his folding fan. Chief steward of the ferry, we are people who have done 2 business deals before. Why are you so polite? Sit, drink tea. The white-robed scholar casually swiped with his folding fan, and the teacup slid to the side of the table in front of the steward. Half of the teacup was outside the table. It shook slightly, but did not fall. Then he raised the teapot. The steward hurriedly took 2 steps forward and grabbed the teacup with both hands. He bent down and handed over the teacup with both hands. He waited for the white-robed sword immortal to pour the tea before sitting down. From beginning to end, he did not say a single extra word of flattery. Summer had not yet arrived, but his ferry was already in troubled times. The so-called 2 business deals, one was to pay to ride the ferry, and the other was naturally to buy and sell the court newspaper. The white-robed scholar raised the teacup and took a leisurely sip. He gently placed it on the table and leaned back on the chair. He opened his folding fan and gently fanned it. Only then did Wei Bai raise his cup and drink it quickly. The steward followed behind Wei Bai and slowly drank the tea. Then he held the cup with both hands without putting it down. The white-robed scholar smiled. There are some misunderstandings. Let's talk it out. Outside, harmony breeds wealth. Wei Bai poured himself a cup of tea and filled it to the brim. He held the cup with one hand and supported it with the other as he nodded with a smile. It's rare for Senior Sword Immortal to travel the world. This time, it was our Iron Mantis manner that offended Senior Sword Immortal. The white-robed scholar nodded. Wei Bai drank it in one gulp. Fine sweat seeped out of the steward's forehead. As a sea-viewing cultivator, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. The white-robed scholar turned to look at the young female cultivator. This fairy is... Wei Bai put down the teacup and smiled. She is the only daughter of Immortal Tang of the Spring Dew Garden's illuminated night cottage. Tang Qingqing. The white-robed scholar smiled. Immortal Tang must be the first person who wanted to open the door to welcome the guest. Young Master Wei, you must live up to the kindness of a beauty. Wei Bai smiled and nodded. I am just waiting for the elders of both sides to agree. The white-robed scholar nodded and said with a smile, but I think the cottage's side will be fine. Who doesn't like a son-in-law like young Master Wei? Only General Wei will have a hard time. After all, there are some differences on the mountain. Of course, it still depends on fate. It is not good to break up a pair of mandarin ducks. A melon twisted by force will not be sweet. Wei Bai heaved a sigh of relief again. That Tang Qingqing was actually somewhat grateful. Those cultivators who were on good terms with the Iron Shell Manor or the Spring Dew Garden standing in the room were somewhat shrouded in mist. Other than at the beginning, the onlookers could still feel a faint murderous intent. Now, it seemed like they were here to chat. The white-robed scholar suddenly said, Immortal Tang, you should know Senior Song Lan Xiao, right? Tang Qingqing hurriedly said, Of course. Ship Owner Song is my father's senior brother. They are both cultivators of the Spring Dew Garden's lawn generation. The white-robed scholar smiled and said, That's good. I've taken Senior Song's ferry before, and we hit it off very well. We can be considered friends despite our age difference. It seems that I'll have to trouble Illumination Night Herb Hall on this trip to Spring Dew Garden. Tang Ching smiled sweetly. It is our honor that Sword Immortal Senior can come to the cottage. Even Wei Bai was a little jealous of Tang Ching's relationship with him. The white-robed scholar suddenly asked, "Young Master Wei, the young Sword Immortal who flew by on the sword said some strange things that did not make any sense. He even wanted to invite me to tea. What is his name?" Wei Bai said, "If I am not wrong, he should be the junior granduncle of the Golden Crow Palace, Lu Jiqing, Sword Immortal Lu." Tang Ching nodded and said with a smile, "Every few years, this Sword Immortal Lu of Gold Crow Palace would come to our Spring Dew Garden to drink the water and make tea." The white-robed scholar suddenly understood. "I saw this part in the book Spring Dew in Winter in the Spring Dew Garden. So this Sword Immortal is Lu Jiqing from the Golden Crow Palace. I have heard of you for a long time. If I had known, I would have been thick-skinned enough to say hello to Sword Immortal Lu. When we go to the Spring Dew Garden, it will help me earn some reputation." Oh, Wei Bai smiled, as usual. The corner of the old nanny's mouth twitched slightly. The cup of tea in her hand that she had not dared to drink was not bitter, but the ferry manager felt sad. "Sword Immortal Master, you cut down Lei Yun from the Golden Crow Palace with one sword, and Lu Jiqing still invited you to tea. Do you need this reputation? Can't we be a bit more open-minded? Please, Sword Immortal Master, give us a straightforward answer and stop tormenting us like this." The white-robed scholar turned his head. "Old woman, you seem to think that I am not qualified to drink tea with Sword Immortal Lu?" The old woman said with a fake smile, "I wouldn't dare. Two Sword Immortals sitting by a spring in the forest drinking tea. It is a beautiful story. That little book from the Spring Dew Garden can be reprinted this year." The white-robed scholar maintained his smiling posture. The old woman's face became more and more stiff. The white-robed scholar suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "I heard that in the Yamashita dynasty, there is a saying that the servant dies when the master is humiliated." The old woman's face was tense. The white-robed scholar said again, "As for the beautiful story, I also heard that there is one in the Great Guan dynasty. Back then, young Master Wei was admiring the snow lake and saw a handsome young man walking across an arch bridge. Young Master Wei asked her if she was willing to become an immortal couple with that young man, saying that a gentleman has the beauty to fulfill his wish." The servant was speechless. A moment later, an old woman swept across the lake with a box and presented it to the young man. "Old woman, may I ask what is in the box? I come from a poor place, so I am very curious. I wonder what valuable item could make a young man so moved." The old woman was already prepared for the worst. She would fight to the death and drag down the young master of the Iron Wall Manor and Tang Ching of the Spring Dew Garden with her. When the time came, she wanted to see how this young Sword Immortal would drink tea with Lu Jiqing. But the white-robed scholar had already turned his head. No wonder this temple is filled with incense. Wei Bai's body was tense. He squeezed out a smile and said, "I have embarrassed myself in front of Senior Sword Immortal." The white-robed scholar slowly stood up. In the end, he only patted the shoulder of the ferry manager with his folding fan. Then, when he brushed past him, "Don't have a third transaction. It is easy to see people when you walk at night." Tang Ching was stunned. Was it easy to see ghosts? The white-robed scholar walked straight to the door. He raised his arm and waved the folded fan in his hand. "There is no need to send me off." The door opened and closed by itself. Wei Bai smiled bitterly. Would go see people when they walk at night. After a long silence, Wei Bai roughly confirmed that the person could make a round trip on the ferry. He smiled and said to the old woman, "Don't mind. The experts on the mountain have no taboos. We can't be envious. The old woman smiled and nodded. Wei Bai sneered in his heart. If you don't mind, I don't care if it's true or not. But I mind it very much. Just now, that faint killing intent that you, old woman, revealed might have been targeted at that young sword immortal. But I, Wei Bai, am not stupid. Whether a dog bites a person or a person beats a dog, how could it compare to the fierceness of a dog biting another dog to death? The white-robed scholar returned to his room. He began the 6-step stump walk. He suddenly stopped and came to the window. As night fell, he lightly leapt onto the railing of the boat and slowly walked. He walked like this for an entire night. When the sun rose out of the sea, Chinpingon stopped at the railing of the boat. He raised his eyes and gazed into the distance. Dressed in a snow-white robe, he bathed in the morning glow. He was like a golden deity of the world. At dusk, at the entrance of a shop in Dragon Rider Alley of Long Spring County, a charcoal black girl sat at the entrance with a small stool in her hands. Ro, who was inside the shop, would occasionally glance at the activity outside. Pei Qian would often sit at the entrance and eat melon seeds. Ro knew that it was because he missed her master. After Chinpingon went to the North Continent from the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain, Zhu Lian had been keeping an eye on the school for about 10 years. Pei Qian had finally gotten used to his life as a student there, and no longer thought of skipping classes. But even so, he did not stop. Zhu Lian once went to the school to ask the teacher about the recent situation. He was both happy and worried. He was happy because Pei Qian did not fight with anyone in the school, not even scolding them. He was worried because the old teachers were also helpless against Pei Qian. The little girl did not have the slightest respect for the books of the saints. During class, she would meticulously sit by the window and silently draw little figures on the corners of every page of the book. After class, she would flip through the books. One of the old teachers had gotten the news from somewhere and flipped through all of Pei Qian's books. In the end, he did not miss a single page. The little figures were crudely drawn. A circle was the head, and the 5 little branches should be the body and 4 limbs. After closing the book, when he looked at the corner of the book, it was either the little figure practicing boxing or the little figure drawing an extra line. It should be considered sword practice. The old teacher did not know whether to laugh or cry at that time, but he did not immediately get angry. He began to ask Pei Qian about her homework and asked her to recite passages from the books. He did not expect the little girl to be able to recite them word for word. The old teacher did not ask further, but only reminded her not to draw nonsense on the books of the saints. Later on, the little girl bought some books from somewhere outside the school. Her homework was neither good nor bad, and she was still diligent in drawing. After class, she would occasionally go to the bottom of the tree alone to catch an ant and place it on a small piece of snow-white rice paper. With one arm blocking the front of the table and the other holding a brush, she would draw horizontal and vertical lines on the paper, blocking the escape route of the ant. She was able to draw a full piece of rice paper, just like a maze. The pitiful ant was just going around in circles inside the maze. Because the young master of the Qin family of Dragontail Creek had instructed all the teachers and teachers that they only needed to treat Pei Qian as an ordinary child of Longquan County, all the young and old students in the school only knew of this little charcoal. She lived at the Sway shop in the Riding Dragon Alley. She would only speak if she had a question or answer with a teacher. Every day in the school, she almost never spoke to anyone. She would go to and from school twice in the morning and evening, and she liked to walk on the stairs above the Riding Dragon Alley. She also liked to walk sideways. In short, she was an especially strange fellow. Her schoolmates were not too close to her. As they spent more time together in the school, some news spread that this little charcoal girl was a money grubber. She would do business with people at the Sway Sway shop every day, helping the shop earn money. There were also some young and old students who swore that they had seen this little charcoal with their own eyes. She liked to compete with the big white goose in the alley. There were also some young and old students from the neighboring Riding Dragon Alley who said that Pei Qian would purposely imitate the crow of a rooster every morning when they went to school. She was very noisy and very bad. There were also people who said that after Pei Qian bullied the big white goose, she would fight with the big rooster in the northernmost part of the town. She would even shout something like, "Eat my ground whirlwind kick," or squat on the ground and punch the big rooster. Was she crazy? After Julien went to the school once, he came back to the shop and had a chat with Pei Qian. Pei Qian finally stopped drawing little people in her books and also stopped building houses for ants on rice paper. She just went to a secluded corner near the Riding Dragon Alley after school and dipped some mud in water. She would make little mud men by herself, arrange the troops, and command both sides to fight each other. She made 30 to 40 little mud men, and after every fight, she would beat the gong to retreat and hide those little people nearby. When Shiro saw this, she told Julien in private. Julien told her not to worry about it. However, there were two things that happened later. The first thing was that after Pei Qian finished copying books one day, she excitedly ran off to become the great general of the autumn troops on the battlefield. In the end, she came back very quickly. When Shiro asked, Pei Qian was unhappy. She stood on the stool behind the counter and put her head on the counter. She said that because of the heavy rain a few days ago, the soldiers of both armies died in battle. This made Shiro a little worried. With Pei Qian's shrewdness, how could she let her family's belongings be damaged by the rain? However, in the end, Julien still said to let her be. However, the second thing made Julien frown. After receiving news from Shiro, he specially made a trip from Luopa Mountain to Riding Dragon Alley. Shiro told him that one day after school, Pei Qian dragged a dead big white goose by its neck and carried it back to the shop in Riding Dragon Alley. She then buried the big white goose in an unknown place. At that time, Pei Qian was in her room copying books by herself. Julien stood at the entrance of the shop. Shiro said that Pei Qian wasn't willing to say anything. She was the one who found out the news herself. On the way back from school, Pei Qian was stopped by a commoner woman. She said that Pei Qian must have killed the white goose at home and scolded him. At first, Pei Qian said that it wasn't her. The woman even attacked him. After Pei Qian dodged, he only said that it wasn't her. In the end, Pei Qian took out a bag of his private money and gave the woman the 2 pieces of silver and all the copper coins that he had painstakingly saved up. He said that she could buy the dead white goose, but the goose wasn't killed by her. Shiro was very worried and asked Julien if she should have a heart-to-heart talk with Pei Qian. At that time, Julien's back was facing the counter, and he was facing the road of Riding Dragon Alley. He said that it wasn't that they couldn't talk, but it was useless. With Pei Qian's personality, he would only listen to someone. It wasn't like Shiro didn't know. Shiro came up with an idea. She said that she would talk to the woman and use some methods to find out the mischievous child at the school and make both parties apologize to Pei Qian. In the end, Julien, who was always smiling, actually cursed. What was the use? Was it just a simple matter? Shiro was so scared that her face turned pale. However, in the end, Julien stood at the door for a long time and quietly returned to Luopa Mountain without doing anything. After that, Pei Qian didn't have anything to worry about. He obediently went to the school and listened to the teacher's lectures. He left early and returned late, punctual. Then, when he was free, he would help with the shop's business, copying books, practicing her crazy demon sword technique. However, this kind of peace made Shiro even more worried. Shiro would rather that Pei Qian had slapped that commoner woman or quarreled with some old teacher at the school. But Pei Qian didn't have any. At that moment, Shiro realized that it wasn't just that Qin Pingon wasn't at Luopa Mountain. There were two Luopa Mountains, and whether he was by Pei Qian's side or not, there were two Pei Qians. Fortunately, Pei Qian would still be like today, sitting alone at the door of the shop with a wooden stool and eating melon seeds. He would ramble on, looking up at the end of the alley from time to time. At this time, Shiro would find Pei Qian more familiar. On this day, Pei Qian had just walked back to the backyard of the shop with a wooden stool, intending to practice the crazy demon sword technique that was almost perfect. In the end, he heard old chef shouting from the shop in front of him, money loser, come out quickly." Pei Qian held the mountain traveling staff and ran out angrily. "Old chef, are you looking for a beating?" When Pei Qian walked to the front of the shop, he saw a little girl standing next to old chef with her arms crossed. She stood on the threshold with a sullen face and looked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian was stunned and said in all seriousness, "Who is this?" "Old chef, that illegitimate daughter of yours who had wandered about outside. I finally found her for you." Zhu Lian scolded him and patted the head of the little girl standing on the threshold. "Her name is Zhou Mili. Your master sent her here, from the North Continent." Pei Qian clapped his hands, his eyes shining. "Master is really amazing. Now, not only can he pick up money, but he can also pick up girls." The little girl in black frowned and tilted her head, squinting her eyes as she looked at the little charcoal that wasn't too tall. Pei Qian widened his eyes, then smiled and said, "I'll treat you to spicy boiled fish tonight. Okay?" After saying that, Pei Qian used one hand as a knife and the other as a chopping board. He raised and lowered his hand back and forth, so fast that it was dazzling. Then he made a dub sound from his mouth. After he finished, he took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "My knife technique is the second best in the world, only slightly inferior to my master." Then she spread her hands. "Have you eaten such a big fish? Have you eaten such a big crab?" Zhou Mili didn't dare to cross her arms again. She frowned, her face full of sweat, and her eyes quickly darted around. Shiro smiled. She was indeed a little fish monster. Zhou Mili had an idea. She said awkwardly in Dali's official language, "Your master asked me to help pass a message. He said that he misses you very much." Pei Qian's eyes suddenly lit up. The little girl in black hurriedly jumped down the threshold, a little scared. Pei Qian picked up the walking stick that was leaning against his shoulder again and swaggered to the threshold. He looked at the little girl in black with a kind expression. He reached out his hand to stroke her little head and said with a smile, "You're not tall, you're just a short winter melon. It's all right, I won't look down on you. I, Pei Qian, as the first disciple of my master, am not the kind of person who judges people by their appearance." Zhou Mili had learned Dali's official language along the way. Although she couldn't speak fluently, she could understand. Zhu Lian smiled. "Zhou Mili will be handed over to you in the future. This is the young master's idea. What do you think? If you don't like it, I'll take Zhou Mili back to Luopa Mountain." Pei Qian twitched the corner of his mouth and squinted at the old chef. "The world is big. Of course, my master is the most important. In the future, I'll take care of this short winter melon. I'll take her to eat every meal." Zhou Mili immediately shouted, "As long as we don't eat fish, anything is fine." Pei Qian smiled and rubbed the little girl in black's head. "Good girl." Zhu Lian left. Shiro leaned on the counter and laughed to herself. After that, there was a little girl in black in the shop of Dragon Rider Alley. Then the dog would often come. Every day when the school was about to end, Zhou Mili would squat at the gate with the dog to welcome Pei Qian back to Dragon Rider Alley. One day, Pei Qian ran out and saw Zhou Mili, who was holding a walking stick, and the dog lying on the ground. Pei Qian squatted down, grabbed the dog's mouth, and twisted it. Tell me, Did anyone bully little Wintermelon today? The dog, who had become a demon, wanted to die. What should I say? Pei Qian shook his wrist and turned the dog's head in another direction. You don't want to talk. Do you want to rebel? Zhou Mili said timidly, Senior sister, no one bullied me. Pei Qian nodded, loosened his hand, and slapped the dog's head. How did you become the left protector of the Riding Dragon Alley? If you don't know how to improve yourself, it's useless. The Riding Dragon Alley only has the right protector. Zhou Mili immediately stood up straight, tiptoed, and firmly grasped the walking stick with both hands. They ran through the streets and alleys, ran back to Dragon Rider Alley, and ran down the stairs. As a result, a man in white descended from the sky, his sleeves billowing, making a sound. He landed on the ground with one arm in front of him and 2 fingers of one hand pointing to the sky. If you want to pass through, pay the toll. The dog turned around and ran away with its tail between its legs. Zhou Mili was a little nervous. She pulled Pei Qian's sleeve. Senior sister, who is that? He's so fierce. She didn't think that the man was a bad guy. She just thought that there was something wrong with his head, and he was tall. If he hurt her and her senior sister with his great strength, there would be no way to reason with him. But she saw Pei Qian's serious face. Pei Qian said slowly, He's a famous devil in Jianghu. He's very tricky. I don't know how many top masters in Jianghu have been defeated by him. It's difficult for me to deal with him. You stand behind me. Don't worry. This Dragon Rider Alley is under my protection. I'll take his head. Zhou Mili nodded hard, wiped the sweat on her forehead, and stepped back. Then she saw Pei Qian jump down with his hand and land right next to the man in white. Then he swept out the walking stick. Zhou Mili stared with her eyes wide open. What was going on? The walking stick was a little slow. It was as slow as ants moving their nest. The man in white leaned back slowly, and his 2 snow-white sleeves were slowly lifted up like 2 pieces of paper slowly spreading out, just in time to avoid the sweep of the mountain walking staff. Then they fought back and forth, but it was still so slow. Zhou Mili felt that she could finish a trip in the Dragon Rider Alley. Zhou Mili's eyebrows were almost squeezed together. She really didn't understand. In the end, Pei Qian and the handsome but mentally ill man in white stopped almost at the same time. They both made a gesture of gathering qi in their lower abdomen. Pei Qian said, Master, you can block the 6 moves of my crazy devil sword art. It's more than enough to beat all the masters in Jianghu. The man in white also nodded. It's true. Zhou Mili was a little confused and scratched her head. Then the man in white smiled brightly. You must be Zhou Mili. My name is Cui Dongshan. You can call me senior brother. Zhou Mili quickly got up and ran down the stairs. She stretched her neck and looked at the man who called himself Cui Dongshan. Qin Pingan said you were a bully. I don't think so. The man waved his sleeves and pinched his thumb and middle finger together. He covered his face with one hand and said shyly, My master is the best at joking. Zhou Mili's mouth twitched, and she turned to look at Pei Qian. Pei Qian kicked Cui Dongshan's leg. Be serious. Don't embarrass my master. Cui Dongshan coughed and squatted down. He smiled and said, Just stand. Zhou Mili blinked her eyes. The man stretched out a finger and gently pressed between her eyebrows. Zhou Mili felt a little dizzy and sleepy. After a long time, Zhou Mili felt a tingling pain between her eyebrows. Then she felt nothing. The man had stood up and gently patted Zhou Mili's head. He smiled and said, It's all right. Let's go back to the shop. Pei Qian frowned and said, You have to be careful. This is what my master told you. Cui Dongshan put his hands behind his back and stood sideways with 2 little girls. He said helplessly, I know. Let's go. In front of the Dragon Rider Alley, The two little girls swaggered, as if they were cut from the same cloth. This was called walking arrogantly and causing demons to panic. Pei Qian was really nice to Zhou Mili. He even took out a talisman that he treasured. He spat on it and put it on Zhou Mili's forehead. Cui Dongshan walked slowly behind the two little girls. He looked at them and smiled. The brilliance of the sun and the moon, the light of a grain of rice. Then Cui Dongshan gently raised his hand behind his back. Between his two fingers, he pinched a soul remnant that was as black as ink. Cui Dongshan twitched the corner of his mouth. "I'm sorry. It's your bad luck to meet me, Cui Dongshan." Spring Dew Garden Fairy. After Song Lanxiao, who was in charge of the sex fairy, received Tang Qingqing's message from the Ancestral Master Hall, the Nascent Soul Realm Patriarchs, and the Ancestral Master Hall unanimously decided that he did not need to take care of the fairy for the time being. He was to stay in the Spring Dew Garden and personally receive the young sword immortal from the Skeleton Beach until the end of the farewell spring banquet. If the young sword immortal surnamed Chen was still willing to stay in the Spring Dew Garden to enjoy the scenery, it would naturally be better. Song Lanxiao had been waiting at the ferry for nearly 2 hours, but he was still in a good mood. He greeted familiar faces with a more sincere smile. The fairy stewards in the world were all pitiful people on the path of cultivation. They were not abandoned by their sect, and Song Lanxiao was no exception. Other than his master, the other elders, and guests in the Ancestral Master Hall, even though most of them were at the same level as Song Lanxiao, and some of them were only 1 generation higher than him and had changed the word Lan to Zhu in their names, they really did not like him. Firstly, they were from different sections. Secondly, the annual income from the ferry, as well as the rare flowers and precious wood from the Jimu mountain range, had never been in his hands. On the ferry, there would be direct disciples of the Ancestral Master Hall in charge of dealing with the various immortal forces. He only received a small share of the leftovers as the owner of the ferry. If there were any accidents, the Ancestral Master Hall would hold him accountable. He would not be miserable, but he would not have many days of peace. A ferry slowly docked at the unusually bustling Spring Dew Gardens Talisman Water Crossing. Ferries of all sizes from all over the North Continent discovered something strange. None of the passengers on the ferry disembarked with the wind, and none of them leaped down. Without exception, all of them walked down the ferry with their legs. Not only that, after disembarking, they all looked as if they had just escaped death. Chun Pingon walked down the ferry. Wei, Bai, and Tang Qingqing from the Iron Wall Manor followed behind, but they were dozens of steps away. Seeing the increasingly friendly Song Lanxiao, Chun Pingon smiled as he was led by the Spring Dew Garden's golden elixir cultivator to a beautiful place in the Jiamu mountain range. There was a mansion there that was specially built to entertain distinguished guests. Rows of quaint mansions were situated in a sea of bamboo. The two of them sat on a small talisman boat and headed to their residence. The sea of bamboo stretched on and on. It was emerald green and filled with spiritual energy. It made one feel relaxed and happy. The boat's wormwood boatman was a young woman. On the boat, there was a complete tea set. During the discussion, a large group of arrogant elders and consecrators seriously asked for Song Lanxiao's opinion. This made Song Lanxiao feel a little elated. However, he was an old golden core after all. He did not reveal any smug expression. Instead, he was more respectful than before. His response was watertight. The most important thing on the mountain was to be a steady stream. There were too many people who were pleased with themselves today and disappointed tomorrow. Song Lanxiao entered the hibernation awakening residence. However, he did not stay for long and soon left. There were 2 young female cultivators with outstanding looks in the residence. One of them was actually the direct disciple of a golden core cultivator from the Spring Dew Garden. They were responsible for serving as the guests' temporary maids. This made Chinpingan feel very awkward. When he sent Song Lanxiao to the door, he directly asked if he could dismiss the two girls. Song Lanxiao chuckled and said, "Young Master Chen, you are our Spring Dew Garden's most esteemed guest. Of course you can do that. However, those two girls will definitely be punished later." Chun Pingan sighed and waved his folding fan. He did not say anything else. Song Lanxiao said softly, "Our ancestral master originally wanted to personally welcome young Master Chen. However, there was an accident during the preparation of the farewell of spring feast. She had to personally organize it. Moreover, our ancestral master is very meticulous and has a temper. She really can't leave. Thus, I can only apologize to young Master Chen." Chun Pingan smiled and said, "Ancestral Master Tan is too courteous." After Song Lanxiao left, Chun Pingan did not immediately return to the residence after Song Lanxiao disappeared at the end of the bamboo forest path. Instead, he began to wander around. When Chun Pingan returned to the residence, he saw Lu Jiqing of the Golden Crow Palace standing at the entrance. He had the appearance of a young man with a golden hairpin on his head. Two young female cultivators stood beside him. Their gazes were gentle. It was not only the kind of admiration that female cultivators had for sword immortals, but also the kind of admiration that women had for handsome men. Chun Pingan smiled. Comparisons were odious. If that student of his was standing here, these two female cultivators of the Spring Dew Garden would probably not have any respect for sword immortal Lu. "5:14, Lu Jiqing asked, 'Do you want to drink tea at my Jade Cliffs?' Chun Pingan shook his head and smiled. Sword immortal Lu seems to have misunderstood me. I'm afraid I'll be punished if I don't drink tea at Jade Cliff." Lu Jiqing said, "I like the spring at Jade Cliff more than the thunderclouds at Golden Crow Palace." Chun Pingan said, "That's good. Are we going there on foot or on the wind?" Lu Jiqing smiled. "Up to you." Chun Pingan looked at the golden core, direct, disciple Spring Dew Garden female cultivator. "I'll have to trouble you to take out your talisman boat and give us a ride." Of course, the beautiful woman had no objections. Traveling to Jade Cliff with Lu Jianxian on a boat was an honor. She couldn't ask for more. Moreover, the guest before her was an honored guest of Spring Dew Garden. Even though only Song Lanxiao, a Jindan martial uncle from another branch, had come out to greet him, which wasn't as grand as Lu Jianxian's when he first entered the mountain, the fact that he was able to stay here meant that he was no ordinary person. Jade Cliff wasn't within the bamboo forest boundary. Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall did this on purpose to prevent conflict between two sword immortals. The talisman boat took off into the distance. The bamboo forest beneath their feet was as vast as a sea of green clouds. The mountain breeze blew and swayed the leaves, creating a beautiful scene. This time, the female cultivator didn't brew tea for the guest. She was showing off her tea ceremony in front of Sword Immortal Lu. When they arrived at Jade Cliff, Lu Jiqing and Chun Pingan got off the boat. Chun Pingan asked curiously, "Sword Immortal Lu, don't you know the rules here?" Lu Jiqing was confused. "What rules?" Chun Pingan said, "If Fairy drives the boat, the guest will tip you with a small coin as a gift." The female cultivator of Hibernation Manor was confused. Lu Jiqing nodded and tossed her a small coin. With a ding-dong, the coin floated in front of her. Lu Jiqing said, "I was rude in the past." Lu Jiqing walked forward slowly. "Another 1,000 steps, and we'll reach the Jade Cliff's bamboo spring." Chun Pingan looked around. "I heard that Sword Immortal Lu and Spring Dew Garden bought the entire Jade Cliff." Lu Jiqing nodded. 5 grains of grain rain money. 500 years. More than 200 years have passed. Chun Pingon turned his head and said, "Fairy, you can go back first. When the time comes, I will go to the bamboo sea myself. I know the way." The young female cultivator nodded. After hesitating for a long time, she still didn't speak, so as not to disturb the two distinguished guests. She planned to go back and have a good discussion with her master before deciding whether to accept this inexplicable small sum of money. Riding on the talisman boat that the Spring Dew Gardens specially hired the Taijin Palace to build with a large sum of money. This boat was simple and elegant in style. Moreover, when it passed by a place with slightly abundant spiritual energy, there would be poems, and Qing Ci treasured edicts that would appear on the small boat's walls. If the guest happened to come across a phrase that they liked, they could grab the words at will, as if they were holding water in their hands, and then they could place them at will on the surface of the fan or on the page of a book. The words would not disappear for a long time, extremely elegant and ancient. The Spring Dew Garden was always happy to see guests take words from the talisman boat and take them away. Previously, Song Lanxiao had introduced this matter, but Chun Pingon didn't have the nerve to do it. Now that he was traveling with Lu Jiqing, he didn't hold back. He took 2 sentences and placed them on the surface of the folding fan, totaling 10 words. Spiritual books are hidden in the grotto heaven, growing in the jade capital. On the bluestone path with Lu Jiqing, they walked side by side towards the clear spring. Chun Pingon opened the fan and gently waved it. The 10 words in semi-cursive script rippled like water plants. Lu Jiqing said softly, "We're here." On the jade cliff, there was a thatched pavilion. Slightly further away, there was a thatched hut with only a fence. In the pavilion, there was a tea set and a table. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a clear pond. The water was so clear that there were no fish. At the bottom of the pond, there were only sparkling and beautiful pebbles. After Chun Pingon took a seat, he sat across from the junior grand uncle of the Golden Crow Palace. Chun Pingon closed the folding fan and smiled. "Let's not drink tea. Sword Immortal Lu, tell me, why are you looking for me?" Lu Jiqing smiled. "Even if you don't drink, I still want to drink." Lu Jiqing drew the 2 words "true fire" on the table with one hand. The 2 words glowed with a talisman. Soon, the strokes of the 2 words converged into a line, turning into 2 red fire dragons that coiled around the table. Then Lu Jiqing gently waved his sleeves. Like a dragon drawing water, the spring water in the pond flew onto the table and condensed into a ball. Then he placed a celadon teacup to one side. The spring water boiled. After a while, Lu Jiqing picked out a few tea leaves from the teapot and gently threw them into the teacup. With a flick of his finger, the boiling spring water split into a thin branch and flowed into the celadon teacup. It was exactly 70% full. Lu Jiqing raised the teacup and slowly drank the tea. Chun Pingon said, "Give me a cup too." Lu Jiqing smiled. He picked up another teacup and poured a cup for Chun Pingon. Then he gently pushed the teacup in front of Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon took a sip and nodded. "Sword Immortal Lu is the second best tea maker I've ever seen. The first was naturally still Lu Tai." Lu Jiqing smiled. "If there's a chance, young Master Chun, you can bring that expert to my jade cliff for a chat." Chun Pingon put down the teacup and asked, "Sword Immortal Lu didn't show up at the Golden Crow Palace, but you should have seen through it. Why didn't you stop my sword?" Lu Jiqing sighed. He put down the teacup that he had already raised to his mouth and gently placed it on the table. "So what if I did? A brainless fight?" Lu Jiqing shook his head. "It's meaningless. Ever since I ascended to the Golden Core stage, I've relied on the name of Lu Jiqing to travel the Golden Crow Palace. How many wrongs have I committed? It's a pity that I'm not good at managing affairs. That's why I find the thunderclouds of the Golden Crow Palace an eyesore. I find that martial nephew's Tao partner annoying. I don't like that arrogant junior like Jean Le, but I can only pretend that I don't see and don't feel annoyed. Chun Pingon nodded. That's why Sword Immortal Lu was able to ascend to the Golden Core stage. But it's also very likely that it's why Sword Immortal Lu broke through the bottleneck of the Golden Core stage and ascended to the nascent soul stage. Drinking tea here can relieve one's worries, but it may not be able to truly benefit one's Tao. Lu Jiqing heard this and smiled. He picked up the teacup again and took a sip. Then he said, "You should have seen my sword in the Yellow Wind Valley of the Baoxiang Kingdom. Among the many golden core sword cultivators in the southern part of the North Continent, my strength is not weak." Chun Pingon recalled the last sword in the Yellow Wind Valley. The sword Radiance fell from the sky. It was Lu Jiqing's sword that injured the core of the yellow-robed ancestor. Even though the yellow-robed ancestor knew that the sword cultivators of the Golden Crow Palace were far away, he still wanted to eat his fill and replenish his demon core with human flesh and soul, even though he knew that the eminent monks of the Baoxiang Kingdom were nearby. Lu Jiqing said slowly, "But a sword with two blades is a big trouble. I've always pursued the principle of sort of no return, so when I sharpened my sword and trained my Taoist heart, it was very easy for me when I was in a low realm. When I was in a low realm, I benefited the most from it. But later, it became more and more troublesome. Other than escorting the juniors of Gold Crow Palace down the mountain to practice swordsmanship and coming here to drink tea, I almost never left the mountain. As a result, the hope of breaking through the realm became more and more slim." Lu Jiqing said slowly, "I've killed two of them with one sword. One of them should have died several times, while the other one could die or not. Later on, I felt more and more bored. Except for escorting the juniors of Gold Crow Palace down the mountain to practice swordsmanship and coming here to drink tea, I almost never left the mountain. As a result, the hope of breaking through the realm became more and more slim." Chun Pingon remained silent, as this involved other people's great Tao. He just drank his tea. The tea contained the essence of water. For Lu Jiqing, whose qi dwelling was as strong as a river or a lake, this little bit of spiritual qi was insignificant. However, for Chun Pingon, a cultivator in the lower 5 realms, every cup of tea was like a timely rain on a parched field. The more, the better. Lu Jiqing asked seriously, "That's why I invited you to drink tea. I want to know why you wielded that sword outside the Gold Crow Palace. How did you do it? 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 How did you do it?" Even if it's just a sliver of understanding, it's still worth a fortune to me at my current bottleneck. Chun Pingon raised his cup of tea and asked with a smile, "What if I say that I've enlightened you? Sword Immortal Lu, you yourself said that it's a bountiful harvest that can't be bought with money. Then you're going to dismiss me with a cup of tea?" Lu Jiqing smiled and said, "You said that you wanted to drink more tea. Other than the spiritual qi in the tea, you also wanted to see my unique technique of drawing talismans. Does this count as repayment?" Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "I can't understand the true meaning of a sword immortal at the bottleneck of the Gold Core realm in such a short period of time. Also, you can't do it more than 3 times. If you can't understand it, then forget it." Lu Jiqing laughed. He raised his hand and pointed at the clear pool and steep cliff. He said, "If you can understand it, I'll give you the remaining 300 years of jade lustrous cliff. How about that? When the time comes, you can use it to brew tea for your guests or rent it to Spring Dew Garden or anyone else. It's all up to you." Chun Pingon opened his folding fan and gently fanned himself. "Then I'll have to trouble Sword Immortal Lu to give me another cup of tea. Let's have a nice chat over tea. When doing business, we have to first determine the character of both parties. Then everything can be discussed." Lu Jiqing smiled, knowingly. After that, one of them spoke with the ripples of the Heart Lake, while the other used the martial arts method of condensing sound to form a line. They began to do business. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, that person stretched out his hand and asked for another cup of tea. Lu Jiqing said with a straight face, "Brother, can you show some sincerity?" Chun Pingon said seriously, "Every word is true. Every word is sincere." Lu Jiqing waved his sleeve. "Forgive me for not seeing you off." Chun Pingon thought for a while and waved his fan with one hand while the other hand swept across the table. He grabbed some spring water from the boiling spring water on the table and poured 2 drops of spring water in front of himself. Then he drew a straight line with these 2 points. He gently touched one end with his fingertip and slowly wiped the line to the right until he reached the other end. Let's not look at the big picture. Let's assume that this line is the small world where Sword Immortal Lu lives. Then, Sword Immortal Lu is a cultivator born and raised in the Jinwu Palace. His temperament is here. While the Jinwu Palace has the temperament of sword cultivators, the temperament of sword cultivators is here. Here and here, they are constantly drifting away from your temperament. More sword cultivators, such as the tyrannical wife of the palace master and the domineering sword cultivator Jin Lu, are gathered at the other end. But Sword Immortal Lu, who cultivates in the Jinwu Palace, will feel that everything is an eyesore. Although your realm and seniority are high enough and you can protect your own temperament, you will still stop here, because Sword Immortal Lu wholeheartedly cultivates the sword and ascends to the top. He wants to sharpen and clean his sword with Earth Immortal cultivators. He is too lazy to care about the trivial matters under his nose. He feels that it is a waste of time and sloppiness, right? Lu Jiqing nodded slightly and sat upright. That's right. Chun Pingon raised his finger again and pointed at the end that symbolized Lu Jiqing's temperament. He suddenly asked, when it comes to sword drawing, why do you give up what is near and seek what is far away? Between those who can defeat others and those who win by themselves, the foot of the mountain admires the former, but the mountain admires the latter more. Right? Sword cultivators have great killing power and are known as the best in the world. Then, do we still need to examine the heart and cultivate the heart? Do the sword cultivator's flying sword and saber, as well as the master who controls them, have to be pure and untainted in both physical and mental aspects? Chun Pingon withdrew his hand and gently moved the folding fan from the left end to the right end. Can you, Lu Jiqing, draw your sword along this path until your sword heart is illuminated? Lu Jiqing fell into deep thought. Chun Pingon suddenly asked, Sword Immortal Lu, have you been living on the mountain since you were a child? Or did you cultivate on the mountain when you were young? Lu Jiqing stared at the line and said softly, ever since I can remember, I have been living on the mountain of the Golden Crow Palace, following my master to cultivate. I have never cared about the mortal world. Chun Pingon sighed and stood up, then pretend that I didn't say anything. I can only suggest that Sword Immortal Lu go down the mountain more often and travel farther. Lu Jiqing raised his hand and gestured twice. Although I don't know much about common affairs, I can't say that I can see through people's hearts, but I still have some understanding. So don't try to trick me with those Jianghu tricks. This spring dew garden is a gift to me, Lu Jiqing. You are obviously determined to get the jade lustrous cliff. If you sell it, you can easily double the remaining 300 years, let alone 3 grains. If you do it well, you can even get 10 grains. Sure enough, that person quickly sat back down and said with a smile, doing business with a smart person is so straightforward. Lu Jiqing raised his head and asked curiously, do you care so much about money? Why do you have to be like this? The white-robed scholar sighed. Poor mountain cultivators, it's not easy to make money. Lu Jiqing shook his head and didn't want to bother with this person's nonsense. Lu Jiqing was silent for a moment. and said, "You mean to say that you want to use the Golden Crow Palace as a place to cultivate your sword?" The white-robed scholar said with a smile, "Like me, one sentence has 1,000 meanings. Sword Immortal Lu is talented and intelligent. You can figure it out yourself." Lu Jiqing looked at the straight line and muttered to himself, "No matter what the result is, whether I go there to cultivate my sword or not, just this idea alone is very beneficial." Lu Jiqing raised his head and said, "According to the agreement, this jade lustrous cliff is yours. Take the land deed. I will go to the Spring Dew Garden and speak with the patriarch later." A priceless piece of golden jade paper floated down in front of Chun Pingan. Both of them signed their signatures. Spring Dew Garden's signature was an ancient seal of the ancestral master hall's jade seal. Lu Jiqing's signature was a sword-like character. 200 years later, the character still contained sword intent. Chun Pingan didn't immediately put away the land deed that was worth at least 6 grains of grain rain money. He asked with a smile, "Sword Immortal Lu is so generous, I don't think that idea will be beneficial at all. It might even be a bad thing. When I do business, I have always been fair and honest. I wouldn't dare to harm a Sword Immortal with boundless killing power. Sword Immortal Lu, please take back the land deed and allow me to come here for tea without paying." Lu Jiqing's thoughts were clear. He smiled and said, "After leaving the jade lustrous cliff, if I really do return to the Golden Crow Palace and cleanse my sword with people's hearts, I naturally won't use such methods. So just take the land deed." Chun Pingan thought for a moment, then used his folding fan to draw vertical lines from top to bottom on the horizontal line on the table. The master of the Golden Crow Palace, the wife of the Mountain Lord Diyu's daughter, Jean Lu, the female cultivator, who persuaded Jean Lu not to attack me. Their backgrounds, their masters, their cultivation nodes, their experiences outside the mountain, their allies, their close friends, their beliefs, love and hatred. Lu Jiqing, are you really interested in knowing? Once you choose to cleanse your sword, you need to go straight to your heart. As a sword immortal cultivator at the bottleneck of the Oris core realm, your natal flying sword, your cultivation base, and your master seniority are your greatest enemies. Can you really cast them aside temporarily? If you give up halfway and can't reach the other end in one go, it will only damage your heart, causing your sword heart to be covered in dust and your sword intent to be flawed. Lu Jiqing smiled and said, "I can be sure that you are not a sword immortal cultivator. You shouldn't be too clear about the hardships of cultivation and the tribulations that wear down one's will. Cleansing the sword at the Golden Crow Palace is difficult because of the numerous trivial matters and the unfathomable details of the human heart. However, at the end of the day, it's as difficult as refining the sword embryo in the earliest days. It has to be exactly the same. I'm just going through the earliest cultivation path again. If I could do it back then, what's so difficult about becoming a Oris Core Sword Immortal now?" The white-robed scholar shook his head and smiled. "The same thing can change with the passage of time, but it's difficult in 2 ways. Lu Jiqing thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "I've learned something." Chun Pingan smiled and said, "Sword Immortal Lu, do you really believe that I'm pretending to be profound? Are you not afraid that I'll take you from the immortal mansion to the ditch at the foot of the mountain?" Lu Jiqing stood up. "I won't impose on you any longer. I hope that I can come here to drink tea as a guest in the future. Master is still the same." In Lu Jiqing's eyes, he was already a guest at Jade Cliff. Chun Pingan looked at the title deed on the table, then raised his head and looked at the white-robed youth. "Why does the Golden Crow Palace have a sword immortal like you? Did your ancestors accumulate good karma?" Lu Jiqing smiled and said, "Your words are unpleasant, but I'll take them as good words. To be honest, I'm not boasting, but the reputation of the senior cultivators of the Golden Crow Palace is indeed much better than it is now. It's a pity that reputation can't be exchanged for cultivation experience and family property. There's nothing better in this world. Therefore, I often think that my apprentice nephew is just doing things against his will and not really doing anything wrong. Chun Pingon stood up. How about I make another deal with you? Lu Jiqing asked. What do you mean? Chun Pingon first asked a question. Will the cultivators of the Spring Dew Garden spy on this place? Lu Jiqing pointed at the thatched cottage outside the pavilion. Do you think my sword is just a decoration? There are some rules that need to be mentioned. For example, when I drink tea here, I always follow the rules of the Spring Dew Garden. He did not advertise his business, but rather basked in the sun. Those who were willing to take the bait were hooked. On the bustling Laohui Street, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Cultivators bustled to and fro. The palm-sized shop paid a large sum of money to the Spring Dew Garden every year. This small shop hung with a signboard that read, "By Anne." Inside, there were all sorts of miscellaneous items from the mountain and the foot of the mountain. However, each item was placed neatly on the shelves. On the counter of the shop, there was a note cut from Xian paper with the words "No bargaining" written on it. The top and bottom of the note were held down by two seals as paperweights. Apart from this, each shelf had a piece of paper posted on it. The paper was filled with the names and prices of the goods being sold. The shop was divided into the inner and outer parts. However, the shop at the back had its doors tightly shut. There was also a piece of paper posted on it, "The treasure of the shop, the fated will obtain it." The words were as large as fists. If one was willing to look carefully, they would discover that next to the words, "The fated will obtain it," there were also 4 tiny characters that seemed to be side notes, "The highest bidder will obtain it." After all, it was a shop that could be opened on Laohui Street. The price was hard to say, but the quality of the goods was guaranteed. What's more, it was a newly opened shop. According to common sense, it was bound to take out some good things to attract people's attention. On Laohui Street, there were several long-established shops with powerful mountain gates. They all had 1 or 2 magic treasures as the treasure of the shop for people to visit. There was no need to buy them. After all, there were easily more than 10 grain rain coins. How many people would be able to fork out such a thing? In fact, it was just to help the shop gain popularity. On the other hand, this buy-in shop was comparatively shabby. Apart from those pieces of sparkling white jade bones that were labeled as having come from the Skeleton Beach, which could be considered somewhat rare, and those entire sets of hard yellow paintings of the goddess from the city of Murals, which were also not bad, it always felt that they lacked a genuine treasure of the immortals that would make people remember at a glance. Most of them could only be considered as some fragmentary antiques that could be considered cheap. In addition, the smell of cosmetics was a bit too heavy. There were no less than 2 shelves of treasures, both of which were filled with what seemed to be the boudoirs of women from wealthy clans. Therefore, after 10 days, almost all of the shop's customers had become women who had heard the news and hurried over. There were young female cultivators from various mountain peaks, as well as many women from influential families within the Great Guan dynasty. They formed groups and arrived together. When they came across an item that caught their eye, they only needed to shout at the shop's entrance. If they asked the young shopkeeper if he could give them a discount, the guy on the bamboo chair would wave his hand. No matter how delicate and soft the woman's tone was, it was all useless. That young shopkeeper would not budge even if thunder struck him, and he would never give them a discount. Many of the women who didn't lack gold and silver, but hated the fact that they couldn't bargain with 1 or 2 copper coins, were especially disappointed and annoyed. They would leave in a fit of pique. However, that young shopkeeper would, at most, smile and say that they were welcome to come again. He would never ask them to stay or change their minds. Over time, This small shop gained a bad reputation for being a ripoff. Unexpectedly, one day at dusk, Tang Chingching brought a group of female cultivators from the Spring Dew Garden who had a good relationship with the Zhaoya cottage to the shop noisily. Every one of them picked an item that only caught their eye. Without bargaining, they put down the immortal coins and left. Moreover, they only shopped in this small shop on Laohui Street and stopped shopping after that. After that, the shop's business improved. What really made the shop overcrowded was that Sword Immortal Lu, who was even prettier than the beauties of the Golden Crow Palace, actually entered this shop and spent money. For some reason, she walked all the way with a pile of bones before leaving Laohui Street. On this day, the shop put up a closed sign. The young shopkeeper, who had neither an accountant nor a worker to help him, leaned on the counter alone and counted the immortal coins. The snow coins piled up like a mountain, and there were also a few small summer coins. A young man in white with a golden hairpin on his head stepped over the threshold and walked into the shop. He looked at the money-grubbing shopkeeper and said helplessly, "I don't understand. Do you have to be so smart to make money?" Chen Pingon didn't even raise his head. "I've already told you, Great Sword Immortal Lu. We're just wild cultivators with no roots. Our heads are tied to our belts to make money. Immortal masters like you won't understand." Lu Jiqing shook his head. "I have to go. I've already told Patriarch Tan about the Jade Cliff, but I still hope you won't sell it. It's best if you don't rent it to others. Otherwise, I won't come to the Spring Dew Garden to fetch water and make tea." Chun Pingon raised his head and said with a smile, "That's 6 grains of rain money. I can't stay in the Spring Dew Garden for long. When the time comes, I can still find a Spring Dew Garden cultivator to help me take care of the shop. I can still make money by dividing the profits, but if I don't sell or rent the Jade Cliff, what's the point of keeping the title deed? Let it eat dust and mold, and then it'll become invalid after 300 years? Lu Jiqing sighed. Chun Pingon smiled. "Actually, it's easy to come to the Spring Dew Garden to make tea. You just have to give me 3 grains of rain money. For the next 300 years, you can come as you wish. Before I leave, I'll talk to the Spring Dew Garden in advance. At that time, no one will stop you." Lu Jiqing asked, "Do you think my rain money fell from the sky?" Chun Pingon waved his hand. "I'm just joking with you. In the future, you can make tea whenever you want." Lu Jiqing stood still. Chun Pingon was puzzled. "What's wrong? Do I have to spend money to invite you to tea? Isn't that too much?" Lu Jiqing was annoyed. "Where are the hundreds of pebbles at the bottom of the clear pond? Why aren't there any left? It's only worth 200 to 300 grains of snow money. Are you greedy?" Chun Pingon slammed the table. "I have the title deed. The entire Jade Cliff is my property. I just picked up a few pebbles and put them in my pocket." "What can you do about it?" Lu Jiqing said helplessly. "Then I'll buy those pebbles from you and put them back at the bottom of the Jade Cliff. How about that?" Chun Pingon stretched out a palm. 5 grains of snow money. This shop doesn't give discounts." Lu Jiqing slammed his palm on the counter. After he raised his hand, 5 more grains of snow money appeared on the table. Lu Jiqing turned around and left. "The next time I come to the Spring Dew Garden, if there's 1 less pebble in water, I'll chop you to death." Chun Pingon gently pressed a finger on the counter. Otherwise, with so many grains of snow money arranged in an orderly manner, the formation would be disrupted. Another 5 grains of snow money. It was a little annoying. It was not good to be too good at doing business. Chun Pingon felt that today was a good day to do business. He put away all the immortal coins, walked out of the counter, and took down the closed sign. He continued to sit on the small bamboo chair at the entrance of the shop, but instead of basking in the sun, he was enjoying the cool air. Of course, he didn't want to fight to the death with Lu Jiqing. It was to measure how fast the flying sword of a sword cultivator at the Golden Core realm was. In the 3 rounds, Lu Jiqing contributed 5 points, 7 points, and finally 9 points. Chun Pingan had a rough idea. However, the young grandmaster of the Golden Crow Palace was so angry now. It was not his fault. After all, Lu Jiqing had probably never eaten so much soil in his life. Of course, Chun Pingan and Lu Jiqing's 3 sparring sessions were not easy for Lu Jiqing either. There wouldn't be a 4th round. Otherwise, they could only fight to the death. There was no need for that. As for why Chun Pingan still stayed in the Spring Dew Garden after the 3 rounds of fighting, other than making some money as a burden to make room for things close to him, he still had to wait for a reply. Previously, he had sent a secret letter to Mount Muishan of the Linen Sect through the sword room of the Spring Dew Garden. The so-called secret letter, even if the messenger flying sword was intercepted, was just some ordinary matter for the Linen Sect youth Pang Lanchi to send to Longquan County. Therefore, when the letter would be sent from Longquan County to the Bone Beach, and then to the Spring Dew Garden, he only needed to see when that Grandmaster Tan appeared. This nascent soul Grandmaster, who was in charge of the records of thousands of people in the Spring Dew Garden, and the servant disciples never appeared in front of Chun Pingan. However, as long as Mount Muishan of the Linen Sect really replied, no matter how calm she was, no matter how many things she had to do, she would definitely not be able to sit still. She would make a trip to the shop or the house of hibernation. In the night, Lao Huai Street was brightly lit. The Spring Dew Garden had some income again. Chun Pingan stood up and planned to close the door. After that, he only needed to take out a talisman boat that he temporarily borrowed, and he could ride the wind back to the house of hibernation in the bamboo sea. As soon as Chun Pingan picked up the bamboo chair, he put it down and looked towards the shop. A slender young woman appeared out of thin air and stood there with a smile. Chun Pingan stepped over the threshold and cupped his fists with a smile. "Greetings, Mrs. Tan." This Spring Dew Garden owner's surname was Tan, and her first name was Ling. Other than her, the Grandmaster Hall's direct lineage masters in the Spring Dew Garden all had 3 names. For example, Jindan Song Lan Xiao was of the Lan generation. Tan Ling did not stay for long. After some polite greetings, she handed over the sword box of the Linen Sect's Grandmaster Hall to Chun Pingan, and she left with a smile. The business of the Spring Dew Garden no longer needed to take risks. The Spring Dew Garden gave out a small shop on Lao Huai Street and a talisman boat that was the icing on the cake. The timing was just right. Chun Pingan closed the shop and took a talisman boat to the house of hibernation in a secluded place. In the room, he opened the sword box, and there were 2 flying swords. Tan Ling Spring Dew Garden also received a flying sword message from the Linen Sect, saying that it was a gift from the Mui Sect's Grandmaster Hall in return for Child Chen. The 2 flying swords contained in the sword box could travel 100,000 miles, and it was difficult for nascent soul cultivators to intercept them. Chun Pingan was no stranger to the sword box. He had one himself, and the one at the Book Lake was not far away, and its quality was far inferior to this one. Sitting in the room, he opened a letter and looked at the handwriting. Chun Pingan smiled knowingly. His first disciple had rambled on for a few thousand words in the letter. She had told her master about her studies in the school, rain or shine. She had studied diligently and meticulously. The old masters were almost moved to tears. Cui Dongshan should be the one personally handling some of the truly confidential matters. For example, regarding Zhou Mili's matter, the letter vaguely said, "Your student has already understood, and it's fine now." Chun Pingan read it a few times. Yes, Pei Qian's handwriting was getting more and more neat. He really did not copy books and slack off. As for the words, "Master, my crazy demon sword art has been perfected. It's a pity that Master did not go home to take a look. I earned a small mountain of silver for the shop. Master, you should go home and take a look. If the silver grew legs and ran away, I won't be able to stop it. Although, Master, I have lost dozens of soldiers, but I have taken in 2 protectors. Every household in the dragon riding alley does not pick up lost things. Master, you can rest assured. Short Wintermelon is very obedient in the shop, but he is a rice bucket. He is not good at earning money, so I have to take out my private savings to pay for his food expenses. Now that I have mastered the peerless sword art, saber art, and fist art, even if someone bullies me, I will not argue with them. However, I will definitely protect Short Wintermelon well, because he is the weakling that Master mentioned. I am no longer one of them. Chun Pingon smiled as he put away the letter. He gently folded it and slowly stored it in a square CUN object. Chun Pingon had already taken off his golden wine and snowflake robes. He was only wearing a green robe and a wine pot. He got up and went to the corridor. He looked at the distance high above the courtyard wall. The sea of bamboo was dense, and the world was verdant. After Cui Dongshan rushed back to Longquan County, he ate in the dragon-riding alley. The main seat at the dining table was always empty. It's just that I feel that everything is a bit off. This is probably the only flaw. It's the same when it comes to flattery and dealing with women. That Li Kai couldn't stand Brother Defeng's gaze and wanted to attack. I couldn't stop him. So that person from Bamboo House gave him half a punch. With Brother Zhou Fei's persuasion, he finally stopped. Cui Dongshan's face was gloomy. Now that he was in charge of the South, he really didn't know much about the North. Zhu Lian smiled. When one's family grows big, it's common for people from all walks of life to have different temperaments. Cui Dongshan sneered. Isn't it because you're not skilled enough and your fist technique is not good enough? Zhu Lian said helplessly. I'm holding back my fist in 10 even when I'm peeing and shitting. What else do you want me to do? Cui Dongshan landed on the ground and began to climb up the mountain. He said casually, Lu Baixiang has already begun to fight for territory. Zhu Lian put his hands behind his back and bent over to climb up the mountain. He said with a mischievous smile, he's the same as Wei Xian. A wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat. A dog travels 10,000 miles to eat shit. Cui Dongshan suddenly stopped. I won't go up the mountain. Tell Wei Pai to send a flying sword message to that linen sex, Mu Yishan. Ask him about that Gao Cheng's birth characters, hometown, genealogy, ancestral grave, anything. Just tell him whatever he knows. The more the better. If the entire linen sect is useless, then it's fine. But let Wei Pai tell the linen sect one last thing from the bottom of his heart. There's no such thing as making money while doing nothing. Zhu Lian asked, Wei Pai was right in front of you before. Why didn't you say anything? Cui Dongshan smiled. If you say it, you'll owe him a favor. Zhu Lian nodded. Makes sense. Cui Dongshan no longer climbed the mountain. He turned into a rainbow and returned to the small town. Now that Blacksmith One was not in Longquan County, he could come and go freely. Under the dim light of night, Cui Dongshan went to the heavily guarded old porcelain mountain and left with a large sack on his back. Then he stayed for a few days at the ancestral house where he had stayed before. Nobody knew what he was doing every day. Even when Pei Qian went, Cui Dongshan did not open the door. Pei Qian took Zhou Mili to climb up the house. After climbing up, they found that there was a courtyard. Unfortunately, when they looked down, it was foggy, and they could not see anything. Pei Qian had to take Zhou Mili back to the dragon-riding alley. That day, Cui Dongshan swaggered to the shop and happened to meet Pei Qian and Zhou Mili, who were running down the stairs. When they reached the yard, Pei Qian contacted the crazy demon swordsmanship and asked, Today, someone wants to bully the short man again. What should we do? Cui Dongshan smiled. If we can hide, we can hide. What else can we do? It's not like we can beat them to death with a stick. Pei Qian stopped the walking stick in his hand. Zhou Mili quickly moved a small stool over. After Pei Qian sat down, Zhou merely squatted at the side, and her teeth chattered. Pei Qian let go of the walking stick and frowned. What's wrong with the old teachers? Do they only teach the principles of words in books? Who doesn't know how to recite books? Speaking of this, Pei Qian raised his chin. Right, guardian, it's time for you to take action. Zhou merely had a tacit understanding and helped her senior sister to say the rest of the words. What's the use? Cui Dongshan smiled and said, when you see someone you don't like, it's only natural that you don't like everything in your life. When you don't like everything in your life, it's natural that you don't like people. Ew. Pei Qian was furious. Are you talking about me? Cui Dongshan held the back of his head with both hands and leaned back. He raised his feet and swayed gently, but he did not fall down. How could I be talking about you? I'm explaining why I asked you to avoid these people. Don't get close to them. They are like water ghosts. They will drag you down. Cui Dongshan, who was swinging there, raised one hand and pretended to be holding a folding fan. He gently shook his wrist. Pei Qian asked, why did you give your favorite fan to my master? Cui Dongshan did not stop moving. I have a lot of fans. I just gave my favorite one to you. Pei Qian whispered, what are you doing in that house? Don't tell me they're stealing or moving things. Cui Dongshan closed his eyes and slept. Pei Qian made a gesture and took Zhou merely to the left and right side of Cui Dongshan. He was lying horizontally but did not fall down. Zhou merely stretched out a hand to cover her mouth. Senior sister, he is really asleep. Pei Qian rolled her eyes. After thinking for a while, she waved her hand and motioned to go back to the house with her to copy books. After that, Cui Dongshan quietly left the Riding Dragon Alley and Longquan Commandery. However, Pei Qian felt a bit strange. In the school in Longquan Commandery opened by the Chun family in Longwei Creek, the old masters who had always lived in seclusion actually began to visit the children's homes. They were not allowed to leave the houses in the streets and alleys. For example, the shop in the Riding Dragon Alley, where she worked, also had an old master who talked with Shiro for a long time. In the end, they even had a meal together. Not only that, the teachers who originally only imparted moral knowledge and explained the sage's books in the school also helped out in the fields, went up the mountain to chop firewood, and took the students to tour the dragon kiln, and so on. In private, there seemed to be teachers who complained that these were vulgar acts that disgraced the refined culture. However, they only complained about it verbally and did what they should do. Not long after, this school quietly dismissed several teachers and several new teachers came. A young man in white who walked all the way south had long been away from Dolly. One day, he held the moon in his hand by a stream in the forest. He looked down at the moon in his hand and drank some water. He smiled and said, I can't keep the moon, but I can drink water. Then he shook his sleeve, and a small porcelain doll more than a foot high fell out from his snow-white sleeve. There were countless cracks on the doll's limbs, and its face had not been opened. Compared to the porcelain doll that appeared in the old house that year, it was just a lot worse, but its technique was actually more skillful. Cui Dongshan turned his head and looked. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the porcelain doll's small head. He smiled and said, Am I right, Brother Gao? "5:15. Chun Pingon walked out of the house of waking hibernation. Holding the green mountain walking stick that complemented the bamboo forest, he walked to the top of the bamboo forest alone. After hesitating for a while, he took out the talisman boat and rode the wind towards the jade cliff. Actually, when he was at the spring dew garden, other than borrowing the talisman boat temporarily, the maidservant in the mansion laughed and said that the House of Waking Hibernation had a bag of celestial money prepared for the talisman boat to and from the mansion and Laohui Street. However, Chinpingon never opened it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Following the rules was one thing, but he also had his own rules. As long as the two did not oppose each other, the Cage of Rules would become a talisman boat that could help people explore the mountains and rivers. When Chun Pingon rowed the talisman boat made by the Taishan Palace of the Taoist Talisman Branch to the Jade Cliff, he saw Lu Jiqing taking off his boots and rolling up his sleeves and pants. He stood in the stream below the clear pond and was bending down to pick up pebbles. When he saw one that he liked, he did not even raise his head and accurately threw it into the clear pond at the edge of the cliff. After Chun Pingon landed and kept the talisman boat in his sleeve, Lu Jiqing still did not raise his head. He walked barefoot all the way downstream and said in an unfriendly tone, "Shut up. I don't want to hear you talk." It was most likely that this grand martial uncle of the Jinwu Palace did not believe that the money grubber would put a few hundred pebbles back into the clear pond. As for the bigger reason, Lu Jiqing was a little strict when it came to matters. He wanted everything to be perfect. He should have returned to the Jinwu Palace long ago. But halfway there, he felt that the clear pond was empty. He was upset and decided to return to the Jade Cliff. He had already said goodbye to the man surnamed Chun at the shop on Laohui Street. Since he could not force the money grubber to put the pebbles back, Lu Jiqing had to do it himself and pick up as many pebbles as he could. Chun Pingon also took off his boots and walked into the stream. He had just picked up a sparkling and cute pebble and wanted to help throw it into the clear pond. Unexpectedly, Lu Jiqing said, "That one won't do. It's too beautiful." Chun Pingon still threw it into the clear pond at the bottom of the cliff, but Lu Jiqing waved his sleeve and threw the pebble into the stream. Lu Jiqing said angrily, "Chun, fine. My good intentions are treated as ill liver and lungs." Chun grabbed the pebble and rubbed his hands to wipe the water stain. He exhaled, smiled, and kept the pebble. "It's all real gold and silver. Pressure. It's really pressure." Ooh. The clear pool at the bottom of the Jade Cliff was the source of the spring water. It was the intersection of the mountain roots and the river veins. It was blessed by nature and full of spiritual aura. The stones at the bottom of the clear pool were of the best quality. They had been soaked in the spiritual aura of the clear spring water for thousands of years. The stones in the stream were slightly inferior. However, if they were used to carve seals or handpieces similar to mutton fat jade, they could be used to decorate and caress. As a high-ranking official and dignitary study, they were still of the best quality. If there was such a thing in the study room, it would be very pleasing to the eyes. Although it might not be able to prolong one's life, it was enough to make one feel relaxed and happy. Lu Jiqing was very meticulous in his selection. He threw dozens of pebbles into the clear pond from the stream. It felt like he was more meticulous than choosing a wife or a Taoist companion. Chun Pingon followed behind Lu Jiqing and picked up the pebbles. Lu Jiqing picked up most of the pebbles and put them down after a while. As a result, another 40 to 50 pebbles came into his account. Chun Pingon had already made up his mind. There was an old shop on Laohui Street that specialized in selling stationery. He could forget about the old shopkeeper because he could not afford to hire him. Moreover, the shopkeeper might not be interested in these pebbles. Chun Pingon only needed to find 1 or 2 apprentices in the shop. Even if they only had half of the old shopkeeper's skills, it would be more than enough to deal with these pebbles. He would ask them to carve the pebbles or handpieces or small inkstones. When the time came, he would put them in his shop and say that they were from the old pit on the Jade Cliff. He would then tell a story about how Lu Jianxian of the Jinwu Palace comprehended the sword by looking at the pebbles. The price would then rise. As for the pebbles at the bottom of the clear pond, he still had to put them all back. If he wanted to do business for a long time, the word shrewdness would always come after honesty. After all, He who had obtained a shop in the Spring Dew Garden could no longer be considered a real bag shop. As for why the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall would give him a shop, it was very simple. The old nanny from the Iron Cliff Manor, who looked like she could ward off evil, had already pointed out the secret. The small book Spring Dew in Winter did indeed need to be written with sword immortal Chun Pingan. However, when Song Lan Xiao mentioned this matter, he clearly said that the Spring Dew Garden's penman would first publish the new edition of Spring Dew in Winter before Chun Pingan left the Spring Dew Garden. He would first hand over the contents of a new edition of Spring Dew in Winter to Chun Pingan so that he could review what could be written and what could not be written. In fact, the Spring Dew Garden already had a well-thought-out plan. After doing business on the mountain for so many years, they were very clear about the taboos of immortals. Chun Pingan enjoyed these methods of making money and did not feel bored in the slightest. At that time, he chatted with Song Lan Xiao very enthusiastically. After all, in the future, he could also apply what he had learned in Luapa Mountain. Lu Jiqing went ashore and walked towards the Jade Cliff. He saw that the fellow had no intention of going ashore. It seemed that he planned to search the stream again to avoid missing anything. Lu Jiqing was so angry that he laughed and said, "Good man, you're thinking about money, aren't you?" Chun Pingan bent down and picked up a cobblestone that was as fine as black jade. He gently turned it over to see if there were any pleasing natural lines. He laughed and said, "When I was young, I was afraid of being poor. What can I do?" The reason why Lu Jiqing did not leave the Spring Dew Garden on his sword was naturally that he wanted to see with his own eyes that the fellow put the stones back to their original places. Only then would he feel at ease. However, Lu Jiqing now suspected that the fellow would immediately put the stones back after he left. He always felt that the fellow with the surname Chun would really do such a crazy thing. Chun Pingan kept the stones that looked like black jade close to him. His gaze wandered. Picking up money from the ground was much easier than taking money from other people's pockets and putting it into his own money pouch. If he did not bend down and stretch out his hand, Chun Pingan was afraid that he would be struck by lightning. Because of Chun Pingan, it took Lu Jiqing a full hour to walk back to the Jade Cliff. The two of them arrived at the thatched pavilion. Chun Pingan stood still while Lu Jiqing stared at him. Chun Pingan patted his head and said, "Look at my memory." He waved his sleeve and hundreds of cobblestones fell into the clear pool like rain. Lu Jiqing stared at the stones attentively. The number was about the same. The key was that none of the cobblestones that he liked the most were missing. Only then did Lu Jiqing's expression improve. If one of them was missing, he felt that he would not need to come here to drink tea anymore. Whether he was a money grubber or not, that was his own business. It was his ability to earn money from him. However, if he did not keep his promise, it would be a world of difference. Since the Jade Cliff had fallen into the hands of this kind of person, Lu Jiqing would treat it as if the Jade Cliff had been destroyed. Chun Pingan patted his sleeve and said, "Have you ever thought that picking up stones in the stream is also cultivating the mind? I have a general understanding of your temperament. You like to pursue perfection. This kind of state of mind and temperament may be a good thing to practice the sword, but on the path of cultivating the mind, using the people of the Golden Crow Temple to wash the sword, you will most likely be very upset. Therefore, I am actually regretting telling you about the meridians." Lu Jiqing shook his head and said, "The more troublesome it is, the more it means that once the sword is washed successfully, the harvest will be greater than I imagined." Chun Pingan smiled and said, "I just found a random reason to give you a reminder." Lu Jiqing hesitated for a moment, then sat down and began to draw seals with his fingers. However, this time his movements were slow, and he did not deliberately conceal his ripples of spiritual energy. Soon, 2 scarlet fire dragons circled around him. He raised his head and asked, "Have you learned it?" Chun Pingon shook his head and said, I have memorized the method. I can also roughly see the path of spiritual energy circulation, but I can't do it now. Lu Jiqing frowned and said, if you were willing to spend half of your mind on business on cultivation, would you be in such a miserable state? Chun Pingon smiled bitterly and said, Lu Jiqing, don't just sit here and talk. I am a person who has broken the bridge of longevity. It is already very good for me to be in such a state today. Chun Pingon knew about Lu Jiqing's character in the previous 3 rounds. He had agreed that Lu Jiqing, a sword practitioner at the bottleneck of the Orus elixir realm, would only use half of his strength. He would only use his fist. Chun Pingon drew a circle with a radius of 100 feet and used the cultivation level he had when he was in Old Dragon City to deal with Lu Jiqing's flying sword. This was Lu Jiqing's first time using a flying sword. Because he had underestimated Chun Pingon's toughness and was not used to his opponent's style of exchanging injuries for injuries and punching him twice, the flying sword, which was originally named Waterfall, was only used to determine victory and defeat, not life and death. Therefore, when Lu Jiqing's flying sword first appeared, although it was as fast as a waterfall pouring down from the heavens, it still only pierced an inch above Chun Pingon's heart. As a result, Lu Jiqing's flying sword pierced through his shoulder and arrived in front of Lu Jiqing in the blink of an eye. The extremely fast flying sword once again rotated back and pierced that person's ankle. Lu Jiqing had just moved a few feet away when that person followed him like a shadow and punched him out of the circle. Fortunately, that person had deliberately held back his strength after punching him. However, Lu Jiqing still fell to the ground and slid back several feet, covered in dust. Lu Jiqing was just a little embarrassed. After floating up, he looked at the guy whose shoulder and ankle were indeed pierced by the flying sword and asked, "Doesn't it hurt?" Sword practitioners were difficult to deal with. Once they pierced through the opponent's body and chi resonance, the most difficult thing to deal with was that it was extremely difficult to heal quickly. Moreover, it had a terrifying effect similar to the conflict of the Great Tao. Other offensive magic weapons in the world could also inflict lasting damage and even cause endless consequences. However, they were not as difficult to deal with as the residual sword, Aura. It was rapid and fierce, like an instant flood breaking through a dam. It was like a dragon entering the small world of the human body, overturning the rivers and seas, and greatly affecting the circulation of the chi resonance's spiritual chi. When cultivators fought with their lives on the line, a disturbance of the spiritual chi would often be fatal. Moreover, ordinary chi cultivators who tempered their bodies were ultimately not as good as military cultivators and pure martial artists. If one sword was already like this, what would happen if there were more sword practitioners? At that time, the opponent laughed and said, "It doesn't affect my punches." After the second round, Lu Jiqing began to be careful of the distance between them. It should be known that sword practitioners, especially Earth Immortal sword practitioners, were very good at both long-range and close combat. Chun Pingon began to fight with the cultivation level he had when he first arrived at the Skeleton Beach in order to avoid the elusive Lu Jiqing's natal flying sword. After that round, the two of them sat cross-legged outside the circle. Chun Pingon's body was covered with small wounds, and Lu Jiqing was also covered in dust. At that time, Chun Pingon could not help but ask, "I once fought with the flying sword of an old Jindan sword practitioner. How could you be so fast when you only use 70% of your strength?" Lu Jiqing was in a bad mood at that time. It's only 70%. It's up to you to believe it or not. On the third day, Lu Jiqing looked at the guy who seemed to be completely fine. "You're not pretending?" "Today, I used 90% of my strength, although you and I agreed not to fight to the death, but Before Lu Jiqing could finish, the guy laughed and said, "Just use your sword." Chun Pingon used the cultivation level he had after withstanding the heavenly tribulation of the Cloud Sea, but he did not use some of his trump cards to fight with the enemy again. In the end, Lu Jiqing stood outside the circle and had to rub his red and swollen cheeks with his hands, using his spirit chi to slowly disperse the bruises. Chun Pingon stood in the line of the circle, smiling brightly. There were a few more bloody holes on his body, but they were not fatal anyway. He just needed to recuperate for a while. Lu Jiqing had to ask the same question again. "Is it really not painful?" Chun Pingon blinked. "You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.